Section 1 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface by A.W. Ward, G.W. Prothero, and Stanley Leathes. The plan of this history, as is indicated on the title page, was conceived and mapped out by the late Lord Acton. To him is due in its main features the division of the work into the volumes and chapters of which it consists, and it was at his request that most of the contributors agreed to take a specified part in the execution of his scheme. In the brief statement which follows, intended to set forth the principles on which that scheme is based, we have adhered scrupulously to the spirit of his design, and in more than one passage we have made use of his own words. We had hoped, during the progress of this work, to be encouraged by his approval, and perhaps to be occasionally aided by his counsel. But this hope has been taken away by an event sudden at last, which is deeply mourned by his university and by all students of history. The aim of this work is to record, in the way most useful to the greatest number of readers, the fullness of knowledge in the field of modern history which the 19th century has bequeathed to its successor. The idea of a universal modern history is not in itself new. It has already been successfully carried into execution both in France and Germany. But we believe that the present work may without presumption aim higher than its predecessors, and may seek to be something more than a useful compilation or than a standard work of reference. By a universal modern history, we mean something distinct from the combined history of all countries. In other words, we mean a narrative which is not a mere string of episodes, but displays a continuous development. It moves in a succession to which the nations are subsidiary. Their stories will accordingly be told here, not for their own sakes, but in reference and subordination to a higher process, and according to the time and the degree in which they influence the common fortunes of mankind. A mere reproduction of accepted facts, even when selected in accordance with this principle, would not attain the end which we have in view. In some instances, where there is nothing new to tell, the contributors to this history must console themselves with the words of Thiers. On est déjà bien assez nouveau par cela seul qu'on est vrai. But it is not often that their labors will be found to have been confined to a recasting of existing material. Great additions have of late been made to our knowledge of the past. The long conspiracy against the revelation of truth has gradually given way, and competing historians all over the civilized world have been zealous to take advantage of the change. The printing of archives has kept pace with the admission of inquirers, and the total mass of new matter which the last half-century has accumulated amounts to many thousands of volumes. In view of changes and of gains such as these, it has become impossible for the historical writer of the present age to trust without reserve even to the most respected secondary authorities. The honest student finds himself continually deserted, retarded, misled by the classics of historical literature, and has to hew his own way through multitudinous transactions, periodicals, and official publications in order to reach the truth. Ultimate history cannot be obtained in this generation. But so far as documentary evidence is at command, conventional history can be discarded, and the point can be shown that has been reached on the road from the one to the other. To discharge this task satisfactorily, however, requires a judicious division of labor. The abundance of original records, of monographs and works of detail that have been published within the last 50 years surpasses by far the grasp of a single mind. To work up their results into a uniform whole demands the application of the cooperative principle, a principle to which we already owe such notable achievements of historical research as the Monumenta Germaniae Historica, our own Rose series, and the Dictionary of National Biography. Without such organized collaboration, an adequate and comprehensive history of modern times has become impossible. Hence the plan of the present work, the execution of which is divided among a large and varied body of scholars. The general history of Europe and of her colonies since the 15th century, which it is proposed to narrate in accordance with the principles stated above, is to be treated in 12 volumes. For each of these, some historical fact of signal importance has been chosen as the central idea round which individual developments are grouped, not accidentally, but of reasoned purpose. The Renaissance, the Reformation, the United States of America, the French Revolution, Napoleon, are examples of such ideas, achievements, or figures which give to each of these volumes in succession a unity not of name alone. The use of such characteristic designations frees us to some extent from the necessity of adhering rigorously to the precise limits of chronology or geography. Thus, the subject of the present volume, the Renaissance, possesses a unity of subject matter rather than of time. Neither the anterior nor the posterior limits of the movement are precisely marked. Again, the history of the United States of America, although intimately connected with that of Europe, and with that of Great Britain in particular, has an inner coherence of its own, which is best preserved by a distinct and continuous treatment. In another part of this work, dealing with the same events from a British or French point of view, the American War of Liberation will again find its place, insofar as it affected the national progress or interests of either country. What in one volume or in one chapter constitutes the main subject, in another may form a digression or furnish an illustration. But throughout the varied treatments of successive periods, each in its turn dominated by historical ideas or movements of prominent significance, we shall consistently adhere to the conception of modern history and of the history of modern Europe in particular as a single entity. This conception has regulated the choice and the distribution of matter and the assignment of space to each division. Certain nations or countries may at times require relatively full treatment. Italy, for instance, fills an exceptionally large space in the present volume, and the reason is obvious. From Italy proceeded the movement which aroused the mind of Europe to fresh activity. In Italy, this movement bore its earliest and, in some branches, its finest fruit. Moreover, in the general play of forces before the Reformation, it was on Italian soil that nearly all the chief powers of Europe met for battle and intrigue. If to these considerations are added the importance of Rome as the capital of the Catholic world and that of Venice as the capital of commercial Europe, it will be seen that there is nothing disproportionate in the share allotted to Italy and Italian affairs in this volume. Other countries within the geographical limits of the European continent had little influence during the period of the Renaissance, and are therefore comparatively neglected. The Scandinavian nations were still in the main confined to their own immediate sphere of action, and it needed the Reformation to bring them into the circle of general European politics. Russia remained as yet inert, while the other eastern races of Europe played but a minor part either in its material or in its intellectual development. Our first volume is not merely intended to describe and discuss the Renaissance as a movement of European history. It is also designed as an introductory volume whose business it is, as it were, to bring upon the stage the nations, forces, and interests which will bear the chief parts in the action. Each chapter in this volume includes so much of antecedent, especially of institutional history, as seemed necessary for the clear understanding of the conditions with which it is concerned. Such an introduction was not thought requisite in the case of Great Britain, in a book written for English readers. That no place has been found in this volume for a separate account of the development of the pictorial, plastic, and decorative art of the Renaissance may appear to some a serious omission. But to have attempted a review of this subject in the period dealt with in our first volume would have inevitably entailed a history of artistic progress during later periods, an extension of the scope of this work which considerations of space have compelled us to renounce. Politics, economics, and social life must remain the chief concern of this history. Art and literature, except in their direct bearing on these subjects, are best treated in separate and special works, nor indeed is this direct influence so great as is frequently supposed. A full index of the whole work will be published when the series of volumes has been completed. A carefully constructed table of contents and a brief index of names accompany each volume. Footnotes are deliberately excluded, and quotations, even from contemporary authorities, are sparingly introduced. On the other hand, each chapter is supplemented by a full working bibliography of the subject. These bibliographies are not intended to be exhaustive. Obsolete works are intentionally excluded, and a careful selection has been made with the view of supplying historical students with a compendious survey of trustworthy and accessible literature. Some of the points of view to which this preface has referred have been urged again in the introductory note from the pen of the late Bishop of London, which is prefixed to the present volume. We have printed it with a few changes of a kind which we had Dr. Creighton's express authority to make, and we are glad to think that it shows both the cordial interest taken by him in the scheme designed by Lord Acton, and the agreement as to its main principles between the late Regius Professor and the eminent historian who, like him, formerly filled a chair in this university. On behalf of the syndics of the press, and on our own behalf, we desire to express our thanks, in which we feel assured that Lord Acton would have cordially joined, for valuable assistance given in regard to the present volume by the Reverend J. Ann Figgis of St. Catherine's College and Mr. W. A. J. Archbold of Peterhouse. Mr. Archbold was also of much service in advancing the general distribution of chapters and other editorial arrangements. The advice of Professor F. W. Maitland has been invaluable to all concerned, and will, we trust, continue to be given. The ready and courteous cooperation of the Secretary of the Syndics, Mr. R. T. Wright of Christ's College, has from the first been of the greatest advantage to the editors. They confidently hope for a continuation of the aid which they have received and are receiving from historical scholars in this university and elsewhere. While all readers of this work will regret the loss of the guidance to which the undertaking has been originally entrusted, it is most keenly felt by those who are endeavoring to carry out the late Lord Acton's conception. A.W.W. G.W.P. S.L. Cambridge, August 1902. End of Section 1. Section 2 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introductory note by the Right Reverend Mandell Creighton. Any division of history is doubtless arbitrary, but it is impossible for history to discharge all the obligations which from a strictly scientific point of view are incumbent upon it. If we accept the position that history is concerned with tracing the evolution of human affairs, we are continually being driven further back from our starting point. The word affairs is generally supposed to indicate some definite movement, and the forces which rendered a movement possible must be supposed to have depended upon institutions which produced organized action. These institutions arose from attempts to grapple with circumstances by the application of ideas. We are thus carried back to an inquiry into the influence of physical environment and into the origin of ideas relating to society. We pass insensibly from the region of recorded facts into a region of hypothesis, where the qualities requisite for a historian have to be supplemented by those of the anthropologist and the metaphysician. A pause must be made somewhere. Humanity must be seized at some period of its development, if a beginning is to be made at all. The selection of that point must be determined by some recognizable motive of convenience. The limitation implied by the term modern history depends on such a motive, and is to be defended on that ground only. Modern history professes to deal with mankind in a period when they had reached the stage of civilization which is in its broad outlines familiar to us, during the period in which the problems that still occupy us came into conscious recognition, and were dealt with in ways intelligible to us as resembling our own. It is this sense of familiarity which leads us to draw a line and mark out the beginnings of modern history. On the hither side of this line, men speak a language which we can readily understand. They are animated by ideas and aspirations which resemble those animating ourselves. The forms in which they express their thoughts and the records of their activity are the same as those still prevailing among us. Anyone who works through the records of the 15th and the 16th century becomes conscious of an extraordinary change of mental attitude showing itself on all sides in unexpected ways. He finds at the same time that all attempts to analyze and account for this change are to a great extent unsatisfactory. After marshalling all the forces and ideas which were at work to produce it, he still feels that there was behind all these an animating spirit which he cannot but most imperfectly catch, whose power blended all else together, and gave a sudden cohesion to the whole. This modern spirit formed itself with surprising rapidity, and we cannot fully explain the process. Modern history accepts it as already in existence, and herein has a great advantage. It does not ask the reader to leave the sphere of ideas which he knows. It makes but slight claims on his power of imagination or on his sympathy with alien modes of thought. He moves at his ease in a world which is already related at every point with the world in which he lives. Things are written clearly for his understanding. It is of course possible to investigate the causes of this change, and to lay bare the broad lines of difference between the medieval and the modern world. In outward matters, the great distinction is the frank recognition in the latter of nationality and all that it involves. The remoteness of the Middle Ages is partly due to the technicalities which arose from the persistent attempt to regard international relationships as merely forming part of a universal system of customary law. Motives which we regard as primary had to find expression in complicated methods, and in order to become operative had to wait for a convenient season. A definite conception had been promulgated of a European Commonwealth, regulated by rigid principles, and this conception was cherished as an ideal, however much it might be disregarded in actual practice. Practical issues had always to justify themselves by reference to this ideal system, so that it is hard to disentangle them accurately in terms of modern science. This system wore away gradually, and was replaced by the plain issue of a competition between nations, which is the starting point of modern history. This division of history is mainly concerned with the rise and fall of nations, and with an estimate of the contributions made by each to the stock of ideas or experiments which influenced the welfare of mankind. The growth of national feeling and its recognition as the dominant force in human affairs went side by side with a fuller recognition of the individual. The strength of national life depended upon the force of the individuals of whom the nation was composed. International competition implied a development of national sentiment, which needed the aid of each and all. As the individual citizen became conscious of increased importance, he was inclined to turn to criticism of the institutions by which he had previously been kept in a state of tutelage. The Church was the first to suffer from the results of this criticism, and modern history begins with a struggle for liberty on the ground which was the largest, the right of free self-realization as towards God. The conflict which ensued was long and bitter. The issue could not be restricted solely to the domain of religion, but rapidly invaded civil relations. The demands of the individual constantly increased, and every country had to readjust in some form or another its old institutions to meet the ever-growing pressure. Hence, the two main features of modern history are the development of nationalities and the growth of individual freedom. The interest which above all others is its own lies in tracing these processes, intimately connected as they are with one another. We delight to see how peoples, in proportion to their power of finding expression for their capabilities, became more able to enrich human life at large, not only by adapting in each case means to ends, but also by pursuing a common progressive purpose. Side by side with this increase of energy went an extension of the sphere with which European history was concerned. The discovery of the New World is a great event which stands on the threshold of modern history, and which has mightily influenced its course. New spheres of enterprise were opened for adventurous nations, and colonization led to an endless series of new discoveries. The growth of sea power altered the conditions on which national greatness depended. Intercourse with unknown peoples raised unexpected problems. Trade was gradually revolutionized, and economic questions of the utmost complexity were raised. These are obvious facts, but their bearing upon the sphere and scope of historical writing is frequently overlooked. It is no longer possible for the historian of modern times to content himself with a picturesque presentation of outward events. In fact, however much he may try to limit the ground which he intends to occupy, he finds himself drawn insensibly into a larger sphere. His subject reveals unsuspected relations with problems which afterwards became important. He perceives tendencies to have been at work which helped to produce definite results under the unforeseen conditions of a later age. He discovers illustrations, all the more valuable because they represent an unconscious process of forces destined to become powerful. His work expands indefinitely in spite of his efforts to curtail it, and he may sigh to find that the main outline before him insensibly loses itself in a multitude of necessary details. If he is to tell the truth, he cannot isolate one set of principles or tendencies, for he knows that many of equal importance were at work at the same time. He is bound to take them all into consideration, and to show their mutual action. What wonder that his book grows in spite of all his efforts to restrain it within definite limits. Indeed, history, unlike other branches of knowledge, cannot prescribe limitations for itself. It is not only that men need the experience of the past to help them in practical endeavors, to enable them to understand the position of actual questions with which they and their age are engaged. For this purpose, accurate facts are needed, not opinions, however plausible, which are unsustained by facts. At the same time, the variety of the matters with which history is bound to concern itself steadily increases. As more interest is taken in questions relating to social organization, researches are conducted in fields which before were neglected. It is useless for the science of history to plead established precedent for its methods, or to refuse to lend itself willingly to the demands made upon its resources. The writer of history has to struggle as he best may with multifarious requirements, which threatened to turn him from a man of letters into the compiler of an encyclopedia. This continual increase of curiosity, this widening of interest, introduces a succession of new subjects for historical research. Documents once disregarded as unimportant are found to yield information as to the silent growth of tendencies which gradually became influential. The mass of letters and papers, increasing at a rate that seems to be accelerated from year to year, offers a continual series of new suggestions. They not only supplement what was known before, but frequently require so much readjustment of previous judgments that a new presentation of the whole subject becomes necessary. This process goes on without a break, and it is hard in any branch of history to keep pace with the stock of monographs or illustrations of particular points, which research and industry are constantly producing. However much a writer may strive to know all that can be known, new knowledge is always flowing in. Modern history in this resembles the chief branches of natural science. Before the results of the last experiments can be tabulated and arranged in their relation to the whole knowledge of the subject, new experiments have been commenced which promise to carry the process still further. In sciences, however, which deal with nature, the object of research is fixed and stable. It is only man's power of observation that increases. But history deals with a subject which is constantly varying in itself, and which is regarded by each succeeding generation from a different point of view. We search the records of the past of mankind in order that we may learn wisdom for the present and hope for the future. We wish to discover tendencies which are permanent, ideas which promise to be fruitful, conceptions by which we may judge the course most likely to secure abiding results. We are bound to assume, as the scientific hypothesis on which history is to be written, a progress in human affairs. This progress must inevitably be towards some end, and we find it difficult to escape the temptation, while we keep that end in view, of treating certain events as great landmarks on the road. A mode of historical presentation thus comes into fashion based upon an inspiring assumption. But the present is always criticizing the past, and events which occur pass judgment on events which have occurred. Time is always revealing the weaknesses of past achievements, and suggesting doubts as to the methods by which they were won. Each generation, as it looks back, sees a change in the perspective, and cannot look with the same eyes as its predecessor. There are other reasons of a like kind which might further explain the exceeding difficulty of writing history of modern times on any consecutive plan. The possibility of effective and adequate condensation is almost abandoned, except for rudimentary purposes. The point of view of any individual writer influences not only his judgment of what he presents, but his principle of selection. And such is the wealth of matter with which the writer of modern history has to deal, that selection is imperative. In the vast and diversified area of modern history, the point of view determines the whole nature of the record, or else the whole work sinks to the level of a mass of details uninformed by any luminous idea. The writer who strives to avoid any tendency becomes dull, and the cult of impartiality paralyzes the judgment. The present work is an attempt to avoid this result on an intelligible system. Every period and every subject has features of its own which strike the mind of the student who has made that period or subject the field of his investigations. His impressions are not derived from previous conceptions of necessary relations between what he has studied and what went before or after. They are formed directly from the results of his own labors. Round some definite nucleus, carefully selected, these impressions can be gathered together, and the age can be presented as speaking for itself. No guide is so sure for a historian as an overmastering sense of the importance of events as they appeared to those who took part in them. There can be no other basis on which to found any truly sympathetic treatment. From this point of view, a series of monographs, conceived on a connected system instead of presenting a collection of fragments, possesses a definite unity of its own. The selection and arrangement of the subjects to be treated provides a general scheme of connection which readily explains itself. Each separate writer treats of a subject with which he is familiar, and is freed from any other responsibility than that of setting forth clearly the salient features of the period or subject entrusted to him. The reader has before him a series of presentations of the most important events and ideas. He may follow any line of investigation of his own, and may supply links of connection at his will. He may receive suggestions from different minds, and may pursue them. He is free from the domination of one intelligence, a domination which has its dangers, however great that intelligence may be, striving to express the multifarious experience of mankind in categories of its own creation. He is free at the same time from the aridity of a chronological table, a record of events strung round so slight a thread that no real connection is apparent. Each subject or period has a natural coherence of its own. If this be grasped, its relations to other divisions of the work will be readily apparent, and may be followed without difficulty. This is the main idea on which the method pursued in these volumes is founded. The mode of treatment adopted is not arbitrary or dictated by considerations of convenience. It springs from the nature of the subject and its difficulties. Specialization is absolutely necessary for the study of history, and it is impossible for any one master mind to coordinate in one product the results of all the special work that is being accomplished around it. Elements of interest and suggestiveness, which are of vital importance to the specialist, disappear before the abstract system which the compiler must, whatever may be the scale of his undertaking, frame for his own guidance. The task is too large. Its relations are too numerous and too indefinite for any one mind, however well stored, to appreciate them all. It is better to allow the subject matter to supply its own unifying principle than to create one which is inadequate or of mere temporary value. At all events, this work has been undertaken with the desire to solve a very difficult problem and to supply a very real need, so far as was possible under the conditions of its publication. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1, The Age of Discovery, by E.J. Payne, Part 1. Among the landmarks which divide the Middle Ages from modern times, the most conspicuous is the discovery of America by the Genoese Captain Cristoforo Colombo in 1492. We shall discuss in the next chapter the nature and consequences of this discovery. The present deals briefly with a series of facts and events which led up to and prepared for it, and with the circumstances in which it was made. For Colombo's voyage, the most daring and brilliant feat of seamanship on record, though inferior to some others in the labor and difficulty involved in it, was but a link in a long chain of maritime enterprise stretching backward from our own times through 30 centuries to the infancy of Mediterranean civilization. During this period, the progress of discovery was far from uniform. Its principal achievements belong to its earliest stage, having been made by the Phoenicians, Greeks, and Carthaginians before the Mediterranean peoples fell under the dominion of Rome. By that time, the coasts of southern Europe and Asia, and of northern Africa, together with one, at least, perhaps more, among the neighboring island groups in the Atlantic were known in their general configuration, and some progress had been made in the task of fixing their places on the sphere, though their geographical outlines had not been accurately ascertained, and the longitude of the united terra firma of Europe and Asia was greatly overestimated. In consequence of this excessive estimate, Greek geographers speculated on the possibility of more easily reaching the Far East by a western voyage from the Pillars of Hercules, and this suggestion was occasionally revived in the earlier days of the Roman Empire. Yet, from the foundation of that empire down to the 13th century of our era, such a voyage was never seriously contemplated, nor was anything substantial added to the maritime knowledge inherited by the Middle Ages from antiquity. About the beginning of the 12th century, maritime activity recommenced, and by the end of the 15th a degree of progress had been reached, which forced the idea of a westward voyage to the Far East into prominence, and ultimately brought it to the test of experience. These 4 centuries, the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th, constitute what is called the Age of Discovery. The 15th century marks its greatest development, and in the last decade of the century it enters on its final stage, consequent on the discovery of America. This period was an age of discovery in a wider sense than the word denotes when associated with maritime enterprise only. It beheld signal discoveries in the arts and sciences, the result of a renewed intellectual activity contrasting vividly with the stagnation or retrogression of the 10 centuries preceding. It witnessed the rise and development of Gothic architecture in connection with the foundation or rebuilding of cathedrals and monasteries, the beginnings of modern painting, sculpture, and music, the institution of universities, the revival of Greek philosophy and Roman law, and some premature strivings after freedom of thought in religion, sternly repressed at the time, but destined finally to triumph in the Reformation. All these movements were, in fact, signs of increased vitality and influence on the part of Roman Christianity, and this cause stimulated geographical discovery in more than one way. Various religious and military orders now assumed and vigorously exercised the function of spreading Christianity beyond the limits of the Roman Empire. By the end of the 10th century, the Danes, Norwegians, Swedes, Poles, and Hungarians had already been partly converted. During the 12th century, the borders of the Roman faith were greatly enlarged. Missionary enterprise was extended to the Pomeranians and other Slavonic peoples, the Finns, Livlanders, and Estonians. The Russians had already been Christianized by preachers of the Greek Church. Nestorians had penetrated Central Asia and converted a powerful Khan who himself became a priest, and whose fame rapidly overspread Christendom under the name of Presbyter or Prester John. Prester John was succeeded by a son or brother who bore the name of David. But Genghis Khan attacked him, and towards the end of the 12th century put an end to the Christian Khanate. In the 13th century, Roman missionaries sought to recover the ground thus lost, and Roman envoys made their way through Central Asia, though the Catholic faith never obtained in these eastern parts more than an imperfect reception and a precarious footing. Traders and other travelers brought the Far East into communication with Europe in other ways, and Marco Polo, a Venetian adventurer who had found employment at the great Khan's court, even compiled a handbook to the East for the use of European visitors. While inland discovery and the spread of Christianity were thus proceeding concurrently in the north of Europe and Central Asia, a process somewhat similar in principle but different in its aspect was going on in the south, where the Mediterranean Sea divided the Christian world from the powerful Saracens or Mohammedans of northern Africa. The conquests of this people of mixed race, but united in their fanatical propagation of the Neo-Arab religion, had been made when southern Europe, weak and divided, still bore the marks of the ruin which had befallen the Western Empire. The greater part of Spain had fallen into their hands, and they had invaded, though fruitlessly, France itself. Charles the Great had begun the process of restoring the Christian West to stability and influence, and under his successors Western Christendom recovered its balance. Yet the Saracen peoples still preponderated in maritime power. They long held in check the rising maritime power of Venice and Genoa. They overran Corsica, Sardinia, and the Balearic Islands. Nor was the domination of these vigorous peoples confined to the Mediterranean. In the Red Sea and on the east coast of Africa, frequented by them as far south as Madagascar, they had no rivals. Eastward from the Red Sea, they traded to, and in many places settled on, the coasts of India and the continental shores and islands of the Far East. That branch which held Barbary in Spain was not likely to leave unexplored the western coast of Africa and the Canary Islands. It was on this coast that the principal work achieved in the Age of Discovery had its beginning, and although maritime enterprise flourished at Constantinople and Venice, there can be little doubt that these beginnings are due to the Saracens. The Moors, or Saracens of northwest Africa, must have made great progress in shipbuilding and navigation to have been able to hold the Mediterranean against their Christian rivals. Masters of North Africa, they carried on a large caravan trade across the Sahara with the Negro tribes of the Sudan. It is certain that at the beginning of the Age of Discovery they were well acquainted with the dreary and barren Atlantic coast of the Sahara, and knew it to be terminated by the fertile and populous tract watered by the Senegal River, for this tract, marked Bilad Ghana, or Land of Wealth, appears on a map constructed by the Arab geographer Edrisi for Roger II, the Norman king of Sicily, about the year 1150. That they habitually, or indeed ever, visited it by sea is improbable, since it was more easily and safely accessible to them by land, and the blank seaboard of the Sahara offered nothing worthy of attention. The Italians and Portuguese, on the contrary, excluded from the African trade by land, saw in Bilad Ghana a country which it was their interest to reach, and which they could only reach by sea. Hence, the important events of the Age of Discovery begin with the coasting of the Atlantic margin of the Sahara, first by the Genoese in the 13th and 14th centuries, then by the Portuguese in the first half of the 15th, and with the slave-raiding expeditions of the latter people on the voyage to and in Bilad Ghana itself. The name Ghana became known to the Genoese and Portuguese as Guinea, and the Negroes who inhabited it, a pure black race easily distinguishable from the hybrid wanderers, half Berber and half black, of the western Sahara, were called Guineos. Hitherto, the Portuguese and Spaniards had purchased blacks from the Moors. By navigating the African coast, they hoped to procure them at first hand, and largely by the direct process of kidnapping. While we know nothing of any voyage made by the Moors to Bilad Ghana, and very little of the expeditions of the Genoese explorers who followed them, we possess tolerably full accounts of the Portuguese voyages from their beginning, and these accounts leave us in no doubt that the nature and object of the earliest series of expeditions were those above indicated. The slave traders of Barbary, until the capture of Ceuta by the Portuguese in 1415, may have occasionally supplemented their supply of slaves obtained through inland traffic by voyages to the Canary Islands, made for the purpose of carrying off the Guanche natives. Probably they also frequented the ports and roadsteads on the Barbary coast outside the straits. But the possession of Ceuta enabled the Portuguese to gain a command of the Atlantic which the Moors were not in a position to contest. Dom Henrique, Infante of Portugal, and third surviving son of King João I by Philippa of Lancaster, sister of Henry IV, King of England, became governor of Ceuta, in the capture of which he had taken part, and conceived the plan of forming a Greater Portugal by colonizing the Azores and the islands of the Madeira group, all recently discovered or rediscovered by the Genoese, and conquering the wealthy land which lay beyond the dreary shore of the Sahara. The latter part of this project, commenced by the Infante about 1426, involved an outlay which required to be compensated by making some pecuniary profit, and with a view to this Dom Henrique subsequently resolved to embark in the slave trade, the principal commerce carried on by the Moors over inland routes with the Sudan and Bilad Ghana. Having given his slave hunters a preliminary training by employing them in capturing guanches in the Canary Islands, he commissioned them in 1434 to pass Cape Bourgeois-Doyle and make similar raids on the seaboard of the Sahara. The hardy, hybrid wanderers of the desert proved more difficult game than the guanches. For the purpose of running them down, horses were shipped with the slave hunters, but the emissaries of the Infante still failed to secure the intended victims. Vainly, says the chronicler, did they explore the inlet of the Rio do Ouro and the remoter one of Angra de Sintra, to see if they could make capture of any men or hunt down any woman or boy, whereby the desire of their lord might be satisfied. In default of slaves, they loaded their vessels with the skins and oil of seals. This poor traffic was scarcely worth pursuing, and for several years, 1434 to 41, the project of conquering Bilad Ghana and annexing it to the Portuguese crown remained in abeyance. Yet Dom Henrique was not a mere slave trader. The capture of slaves was destined to subserve a greater purpose, the conversion of Bilad Ghana into a Christian dependency of Portugal, to be administered by the military order of Jesus Christ. In Portugal, this order had succeeded to the property and functions of the dissolved order of the Temple, and Dom Henrique was its governor. His project was in substance similar to that carried out by the Teutonic order in conquering and Christianizing the heathen Prussians, and the order of Christ corresponded in its function to the orders of Santiago and Alcântara, which were actively engaged in ridding Spain of the Moors. Dom Henrique's scheme represents the final effort of the crusading spirit, and the naval campaigns against the Muslim in the Indian seas, in which it culminated 40 years after Dom Henrique's death, may be described as the last crusade. We shall see that Albuquerque, the great leader of this crusade, who established the Portuguese dominion in the east on a secure footing, included in his plan the recovery of the holy places of Jerusalem. The same object was avowed by Colombo, who thought he had brought its attainment within measurable distance by the successful voyage in which he had sought to reach the far east by way of the west. A curious geographical illusion served as a background and supplement to this scheme. The Senegal River, which fertilizes Bilad Ghana and is the first considerable stream to the southward of the Pillars of Hercules, was believed by Arab geographers to flow from a lake near those in which the Nile originated, and was itself described as the Western Nile. The eastern branch of the true Nile flowed through the Christian kingdom of Abyssinia, and if the Western Nile could also be Christianized from its mouth to its supposed source, no insuperable task, for Bilad Ghana had not fallen under the sway of Islam, Christian Europe would join hands with Christian East Africa, the flank of the Mohammedan power would be turned, and European adventure would have unmolested access to the Red Sea and the ports of Arabia, India, and China. How far in this direction the Infante's imagination habitually travelled is uncertain. His immediate object was to subjugate and convert the not yet Islamized heathen in the northwest of Africa, beginning with the Senegal River, and to create here a great Portuguese dependency, the spiritualities of which were, with the consent of the Holy See, to be vested in the Order of Jesus Christ, and were destined to furnish a fund for the aggrandizement of the order and the furtherance of its objects. In recent times, Dom Henrique has been named Prince Henry the Navigator, a title founded on the supposition that his expeditions mainly aimed at the extension of nautical enterprise for its own sake, or had, for their conscious though remote object, the discovery of the sea route to India and the westward exploration of the Atlantic Ocean. It has even been stated that the town founded by him on the southernmost point of the sacred promontory, the westernmost angle of which bears the name of Cape St. Vincent, a town now represented by the little village of Sagres, was the seat of a school of scientific seamanship, and that his aim was to train up for the national service a continuous supply of intrepid and accomplished sailors, destined, in the third and fourth generation, to perform the memorable feats associated with the names of da Gama and Magalhães. All this must be dismissed as illusory, and the picturesque title The Navigator is calculated to mislead. There is nothing to show, or even to suggest, that Dom Henrique was ever further away from Portugal than Ceuta and its immediate neighbourhood, or that he had formed any plans for the extension of ocean navigation beyond a point long previously reached by the Genoese, or even thought of the route round the southernmost point of Africa as a practical route to India. A more truthful clue to the aims of his life occurs near the beginning of his last will, wherein, after invoking my Lord God and my Lady St. Mary, for that she is the Mother of Mercy, he beseeches my Lord St. Louis, to whom I have been dedicated from my birth, that he and all saints and angels will pray God to grant me salvation. The model of conduct and policy affected by Dom Henrique was the heroic and sainted French king who had flourished 2 centuries before. Louis, after ascertaining by disastrous experience the impracticability of driving the Saracens from the Holy Land in Egypt, had sought to convert the Sultanate of Tunis into a dependency of France, as the first step in recovering northern Africa for Christendom. In some respects, the plan of Dom Henrique was easier of achievement than that of Louis. Islam having not yet overspread below Ghana, it would be far less difficult to conquer and convert its undisciplined savages to the gospel than to drive a wedge into the heart of Mohammedan North Africa by the conquest of Tunis. Both schemes were late offshoots of the crusading spirit. Dom Henrique's plan was among its last manifestations. As in the case of the later crusades, this plan was largely inspired by political objects. The Vila do Infante on the sacred promontory was destined to be the maritime centre of the united empire of peninsular Portugal and Greater Portugal, the latter comprising the Madeira group and the Azores, together with Bilad Ghana and whatever else the Infante might annex to the ancient dominion of Portugal and Algarve. It was a sacred spot, for hither the Christians of Valencia had fled 7 centuries before from the terrible Abd-ur-Rahman Adahil, carrying with them the body of St. Vincent, from whose last burial place the westernmost promontory of Europe thenceforth took its name. In 1441, 26 years after the capture of Ceuta, and the year after Terceira, the first among the Azores to be discovered, had been reached, a sudden impetus was given to the Infante's project. Antão Gonçalves had sailed to the Rio Douro for sealskins and oil. Having secured his cargo, he landed with 9 armed men on the shore of the inlet, and after a desperate struggle with a solitary naked African, succeeded in wounding and capturing him. To this feat he added that of cutting off a female slave from her party, and securing her also. Shortly afterwards, Nuno Tristão, a knight highly esteemed by Dom Henrique, arrived at the Rio do Ouro with a caravel, intending to explore the coast beyond Angra de Sintra in search of captives. Fired by the exploit of Gonçalves, Tristão landed, marked down a party of natives, and after killing several, captured 10 men, women, and children, including a personage who ranked as a chief. After exploring the coast, with no further success, as far as Cape Branco, Tristão followed Gonçalves to Portugal, where they joyfully presented to the Infante the long-desired first fruit of his projects. Chroniclers dwell complacently on the joy experienced by the Infante, commensurate not to the value of the slaves actually taken, but to the hope of future captures, and on his pious rapture at the prospect of saving the souls of so many African heathen. Dom Henrique now sought and obtained from the Pope a special indulgence for all who should fight under the banner of the Order of Christ for the destruction and confusion of the Moors and other enemies of Christ, and for the exaltation of the Catholic faith. He further procured from his brother, Dom Pedro, regent of the kingdom, an exclusive right of navigation on the West African coast, and the surrender of the whole of the royalties due to the crown on the profit of these voyages. A new stimulus was given to the enterprise by the discovery that captives of rank could be held to ransom and exchanged for several slaves. In the following year, 1442, Gonçalves obtained 10 slaves in exchange for 2 captured chiefs, and brought back a little gold dust and some ostrich eggs. In the next year, Tristão passed in his caravel beyond Cape Branco, and reached the island of Arguin. Fortune favoured him in an unusual degree, for he returned with his caravan laden with captives to its full capacity. The success of the enterprise was now assured, and in the next year it was prosecuted on a more extensive scale. The people of Lagos, the port where the captured slaves were landed, roused by the prospect of still greater gains, made preparations for seeking them, by way of joint stock enterprise on a larger scale than heretofore. The Infante licensed an expedition consisting of 6 caravels, the command being given to Lanzarote, receiver of the royal customs at Lagos, and presented each with a banner emblazoned with the cross of the Order of Christ to be hoisted as its flag. Lanzarote and his companions raided the coast as far as Cape Branco, shouting Santiago, São Jorge, Portugal as their war cry, and ruthlessly slaying all who resisted, whether men, women, or children. They brought back to Lagos no less than 235 captives. The receiver of customs was raised by the Infante to the rank of knight, and the wretched captives were sold and dispersed throughout the kingdom. Large tracts, both of Portugal and Spain, remained waste or half cultivated as a result of the Moorish wars, and the grantees of these lands eagerly purchased the human chattels now imported in increasing numbers. The project of Dom Henrique had now made an important advance. Its ultimate success appeared certain, and the Infante resolved that a direct effort should be made to reach Bilad Gana itself, through which the Western Nile rolled its waters from the highlands of Abyssinia and the Christian realm of Prester John. A certain equerry was commanded to go with a caravel straight for Guinea, and to reach it without fail. He passed Cape Branco, but was unable to resist the temptation of a profitable capture on his route. Landing on one of the islands near the bank of Arguin, he and his men were surprised by a large party of natives, who put off from the mainland in canoes and killed most of the raiders, including their commander. 5 only returned to Portugal. Diniz Dias, an adventurer of Lisbon, claimed about the same time to have passed the Senegal River, to have sailed along the 34 leagues of coast which separated from Cape Verde, and on the strength of having on his way picked up a few natives in canoes, to have been the first to bring back real Guinea Negroes for the Portuguese slave market. How far his claim to this distinction is sustainable is left an open question by the authorities. The wave of African enterprise was now steadily gaining strength. The Infante readily licensed all intending adventurers, and the coast, long unfrequented by the European sailor, swarmed with caravels. In 1445, 26 vessels, 14 of which belonged to Lagos, left that port under the command of the experienced Lanzarote, specially commissioned to avenge the Infante's unfortunate equerry, who had fallen as a proto-martyr on the African shore, carrying the cross and blazoned banner of the Order of Christ. 6 of these fulfilled the Infante's direction to push on to the river of Nile and land in Bilad Ghana. The palm trees and other rich vegetation, the beautiful tropical birds which flitted round their caravels, the strange kinds of fish observed in the waters, gave promise of the approaching goal. And at length the voyagers beheld the sea discoloured by the muddy waters of the Senegal to a distance of 2 leagues from land. Scooping these up in their hands and finding them fresh, they knew that their object was attained, sought the river's mouth, anchored outside the bar, launched their boats, captured a few hapless negroes, and returned to Dom Henrique, picking up more captives on the way, with the welcome intelligence that his desires were at length accomplished, that the river of Nile had been reached, and the way open to the kingdom of Prester John. In the 19th year of his efforts to reach Bilad Ghana, the Infante thus saw them at length crowned with success, and his licenses pursued the trade thus opened up so vigorously that in 1448, 7 years after the capture of the first natives, and 3 years after the Senegal had been reached, not less than 927 African slaves had been brought to the Portuguese markets, the greater part of whom, it is unctually observed by Zurara, were converted to the true way of salvation. The rich field of commerce thus entered upon was rapidly developed by the continued exploration of the coast. We have seen that even before the Infante's emissaries anchored at the mouth of the Senegal, a navigator standing further out to sea claimed to have passed it and reached Cape Verde. The year in which the Senegal River was actually reached, 1445, was marked by another important advance. The Venetian captain Cadamosto and the Genoese Antonio de Nola, both in the Infante's employ, passed beyond Cape Verde and reached the Gambia River. The Infante began also in this year the colonization of São Miguel, which had been reached in the previous year, and was the second among the Azores Islands in order of discovery. In 1446, Cadamosto and Antonio de Nola not only discovered the 4 Cape Verde Islands, Boa Vista, Santiago, São Felipe, and São Cristóvão, but passed Cabo Roxo, far beyond the Gambia River, and coasted the shore to an equal distance beyond Cabo Roxo, discovering the rivers Santana, São Domingos, and Rio Grande. From the coast south of Cape Verde, new wonders were brought back to Portugal. The Infante's eyes were gladdened by beholding tusks of the African elephant and the living African lion. How far southward along the coast the Infante's licenses had actually sailed at the time of his death, 1460, is uncertain. Could the distances reported by them, as expressed in nautical leagues, be accepted as trustworthy evidence, they must have passed the Bisagos and Delos Islands, and here reached the latitude of Sierra Leone, only 8 degrees north of the equator. But the estimates given in the chronicle, founded only on dead reckoning, are in excess of actual geographical distances. We doubt whether before Dom Henrique's death Portuguese seamen had passed the 10th parallel of north latitude, and it is known that in his last years the complete discovery and colonization of the Azores group chiefly occupied his attention. Dom Henrique's will, which specifies churches founded by him in each of the Azores, in Madeira, Porto Santo, and Deserta, as well as in various towns of Portugal and on the opposite coast of Morocco, speaks of the great dependency of Guinea, which he had secured for the Portuguese crown in general terms only. He looked on it as a certain source in the future of large ecclesiastical revenues. These, following a common practice of the age, were settled by him, with the Pope's assent, on the military and religious order of which he was governor. Guinea was to be parcelled into parishes, each having a stipendiary vicar or chaplain, charged for ever with the duty of saying 1 weekly mass of St. Mary for the Infante's soul. we find nothing about the circumnavigation of Africa or the extension of the enterprise to the Indian Ocean. Down to his death, he probably expected that a junction with the Christians of Abyssinia and the East would be ultimately effected by ascending the Western Nile or Senegal River to its sources, which were universally supposed to be near those of the Egyptian Nile. This expectation, however, he associated with the remote future. His present policy was to secure Guinea as a dependency for Portugal and the rich appanage for the Order of Christ by the construction of forts, the establishment of parochial settlements, and the foundation of churches. The economic character of the Infante's enterprise was felt, even in his lifetime, to be so little in accordance with the character which history demands for its heroes, that a contemporary chronicle of the Guinea expeditions, compiled by one Cerveira, is known to have been suppressed and replaced by the garbled work of Zurara, whose object it was to write the Infante's panegyric as a great soldier and eminent Christian, and as the patriotic founder of the Greater Portugal, which posterity would never cease to associate with his name. As the enterprise assumed larger proportions, the pretense that the Negro was captured and shipped to Portugal for the salvation of his soul was abandoned. Even more valuable for commercial purposes than Negro slaves were the gold and ivory in which the tribes south of the Gambia River abounded. The Portuguese, who were now expert slave raiders, found that the reward of their enterprise was best secured by disposing of their prey to the chiefs of other tribes, who were ready to give gold and ivory in exchange. The Guinea trade, which assumed this character almost exclusively soon after Dom Henrique's death, was now farmed out to the highest bidders. Afonso V, in 1469, granted it to one Fernão Gomes for 5 years, at an annual rent of 500 cruzados, on condition that the grantee should in each year discover 100 leagues of coast, or 500 leagues altogether during the term. Pursuant to these conditions, Gomes pushed the task of exploration vigorously forward. His sailors rounded Cape Palmas, the southwestern extremity of North Africa, whence the coast trends to the northeast past the Ivory Coast, and reached what has ever since been known as the Gold Coast, in a special sense, the land of the Fantee having as a background the mountains of Ashanti. And here, a few years later, João II founded the fort of São Jorge da Mina, the first great permanent fortress of the Portuguese on the Guinea coast. Before the death of Afonso V, 1481, his subjects had coasted along the kingdoms of Dahomey and Benin, passed the delta of the Niger, crossed the Bight of Biafra, where the coast at length bends to southward, discovered the island of Fernando Po, followed the southward trending coastline past Cape Lopes, and reached Cape St. Catherine, 2 degrees south of the equator. These explorations proved that the general outline of southern Africa had been correctly traced on Italian charts dating from the preceding century, and the last steps in the process of exploration, which finally verified this outline, were taken with extraordinary rapidity. In 1484, Diego Cão reached the mouth of the Congo, sailed a short way up the river, and brought back with him 4 natives, who quickly acquired enough Portuguese to communicate important information regarding their own country and the coast beyond it. Returning with them in 1485, he proceeded some distance to the southward, but made no extensive discoveries. Nor was it until the following year that Bartolomeu Dias, charged by João II with the task of following the continent to its southern extremity, passed from the mouth of the Congo 2 degrees beyond the southern tropic, and reached the Sierra Parda, near Angra Pequena. From this point, he resolved to stand out to sea, instead of following the shore. Strong westerly gales drove him back towards it, and he at length reached Mossel Bay, named by him Baía dos Vaqueiros, from the herdsmen who pastured their flocks on its shore. He was now on the southern coast of Africa, having circumnavigated the Cape of Good Hope unawares. From this point, Dias followed the coast past Algoa Bay as far as the Great Fish River. Its trend being now unmistakably to the northeast, he knew that he had accomplished his task. Returning towards the cape, to which he gave the name Cabo Tormentoso, or Cape Tempestuous, he rounded it in the reverse direction to that which he had at first intended, and returned to Portugal. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1, The Age of Discovery, by E.J. Payne. Part 2. As the Portuguese exploration of the African coast proceeded during 60 years, the objects with which it was pursued were almost completely transformed, and it illustrates, perhaps more aptly than any other episode in European history, the transition from the ideas of the crusading age to those of the age of dominant commerce and colonization. Dom Henrique's conception of a greater Portugal, including the island groups of the Atlantic and Bilad-Ghana on the Senegal River, certainly recalls, and was probably founded on, the Mohammedan dominion which included southern Spain, the Balearic Islands, and northern Africa, and which St. Louis proposed to replace by a Christian dominion equally comprehensive. To this strictly medieval conception, the Infante added some dim idea of a junction with the Christian sovereign of Abyssinia to be effected by ascending the Western Nile. Beyond this point, we have no reason to conclude that his imagination ever wandered. The transformation began after his death. The new dominion called Guinea was ascertained by a rapidly extending process of exploration to be of enormous size. This modest province, as it had seemed in prospect, assumed the proportions and character of a vast and hitherto unknown continent. 26 years of discovery after the Infante's death revealed 3 times the length of coast which had been made known in the course of a considerably longer period during his lifetime. And the Portuguese sailors had now been brought within measurable distance of the Red Sea and Persian Gulf, of India, China, and the Spice Islands. Europe's commerce with the East, an object far exceeding in importance the conquest of Guinea, was evidently within the grasp of Portugal. 10 years elapsed, and the transcendent effort of seamanship had to be made before actual possession was taken of the prize. Meanwhile, the geographical knowledge attained during these 26 years wrought like a ferment in the minds of European observers. It was felt that the little kingdom of Portugal had effected something like a revolution in the intellectual world, and the ideas inspired by this change, while the existence of the New World, called afterwards America, was as yet unsuspected, are admirably expressed in an epistle addressed to João II by Angiolo Poliziano, professor of Greek and Latin literature at Florence. The foremost scholar of the Renaissance tenders to the Portuguese king the thanks of cultivated Europe. Not only have the Pillars of Hercules been left behind, and a raging ocean subdued, but the interrupted continuity of the habitable world has been restored, and a continent long abandoned to savagery, representing 1/3 of the habitable world, has been recovered for Christianity and civilization. What new commodities and economic advantages, what accessions to knowledge, what confirmation of ancient history, heretofore rejected as incredible, may now be expected? New lands, new seas, new worlds, alii mundi. Even new constellations have been dragged from secular darkness into the light of day. Portugal stands forth the trustee, the guardian of a second world, mundus alter, holding in the hollow of her hand a vast series of lands, ports, seas, and islands, revealed by the industry of her sons and the enterprise of her kings. The purpose of Politian's epistle is to suggest that the story of this momentous acquisition should be adequately written while the memorials of it are yet fresh and complete, and to this end he offers his own services. Its significance for ourselves lies in the fact that his admiration is couched in terms which would apply with equal or greater propriety to the impending discovery of the western continent. The existence of America was as yet unsuspected, and the mental fermentation produced in Europe by the Portuguese voyages quickly led to its discovery. To cosmographers, this fermentation irresistibly suggested the revival of an idea evolved 1800 years previously by Greek geographers from the consideration of the recently ascertained sphericity of the earth and the approximate dimensions of its known continental areas. A few days' sail with a fair wind, it had been long ago contended, would suffice to carry a ship from the shores of Spain by a westward course to the eastern shores of Asia. The argument had never been wholly lost sight of, and the revival of science in the 13th century had once more brought it into prominence. Roger Bacon had given it a conspicuous place in his speculations as to the distribution of land and ocean over the globe. One is even tempted to think that those adventurous Genoese who, in 1281, passed the Straits of Gibraltar with 2 vessels, intending to make their way to the Indies, and were never again heard of, prematurely sought to bring it to the test of experience. But the better opinion is that they merely proposed to circumnavigate South Africa. As the African coast was progressively explored by the Portuguese and laid down on the chart, the realization of the idea of reaching the east by way of the west became a practical matter. While Gomes was pushing forward the exploration of southern Guinea, a canon of Lisbon, on a visit to Florence, consulted Toscanelli, the most celebrated of Italian physicists, on the feasibility of such a voyage, and brought back to Afonso V a verbal opinion favorable to it. And this opinion was shortly confirmed by a letter and a chart, on which the proposed westward course was laid down. 12 years were yet to pass before Dias reached the Cape of Good Hope. The time for testing the scheme had not fully come. But as the Portuguese ships drew nearer to their goal, the western voyage more and more attracted attention, and the idea gained countenance through the extension of maritime enterprise further and further into the unknown westward expanses of the Atlantic Ocean, pursuant to the development of a greater Portugal, according to Dom Henrique's design. Before his death, the Infante had provided for colonization and church building in each island of the Azores group. Beyond the Azores, medieval imaginative cartographers dotted the unknown Atlantic with numerous islands, some of which were distinguished by positive names. Scholars pondered over Pliny's account, based on a legend stated at length in Plato's Timaeus, of the great island Atlantis, believed to have formerly existed far to the westward of Mount Atlas, from which both island and ocean derived their familiar name. Later legends described various existing islands as having been actually reached in historical times. Arab sailors had discovered the Isle of Sheep. Welsh emigrants had peopled a distant land in the west. 7 bishops, fleeing before the Mohammedan invaders, had sailed westward from the Spanish peninsula and founded Christian communities on an island which thenceforward bore the name of the Isle of the 7 Cities. St. Brendan, an Irish missionary, had reached another rich and fertile island, traditionally named from its discoverer. Another island, believed to lie not far to westward of the Irish coast, bore the name Brazil. Far to the northwest, a perfectly truthful historical tradition embodied in the sagas of Iceland and repeated by geographers, placed the new land or new isle discovered in the 10th century by Northmen from Iceland and by them named Vineland, from the small indigenous American grape. All the Azores Islands had been colonized in the Infante's lifetime. As after his death the Guinea coast was revealed in ever-lengthening extent, other adventurers dared to sail further and further westward into the unknown expanses of the Atlantic. The name commonly given among the Portuguese seamen to the object of such voyages was Antilha, a word by some antiquaries derived from the Arabic, though more probably a compound Portuguese word meaning opposite island, or island in the distance, and denoting any land expected to be descried on the horizon. Year by year, vessels from Lisbon scoured the sea beyond the Azores in search of Antilha or Antilhas. In 1486, the year in which Dias reached the Cape of Good Hope, Fernão Dolmos, Lord of Terceira, procured from João II a grant of Antilha to his own use, conditionally upon its discovery by him within 2 years. The terms in which it was on this occasion described clearly illustrate the contemporary idea concerning it, a great isle or isles or continental coast. The possibility of reaching Eastern Asia with its continental coast and numerous islands by a western passage was no doubt present to the minds of those who framed this grant. But Antilha was by no means conceived of as part of the Asiatic coast, or as one of the adjacent islands. It was believed to lie nearly midway between Europe and Asia, and would form the voyager's halfway station on his passage to and fro. Hence, its discovery was looked forward to as the first step in the achievement of the westward passage. The description of it as a great isle or isles or continental coast perhaps connects it with the new land or Vineland of the Northmen, which was represented as a continental shore bordering the northern expanses of the Atlantic, with islands of its own adjacent to it. Some such conception of the halfway land was probably present to the mind of John Cabot, who reached Labrador and Newfoundland by taking a northward route, passing by or near to Iceland, the maritime base of the Northmen's discovery of Vineland. The more usual conception of Antilha was that of a large solitary island in the midst of the Atlantic in more southern latitudes, and it had been so indicated on the chart sent by Toscanelli for the guidance of Portuguese explorers in 1474. Similar notions were entertained as to the islands of St. Brendan and Brazil by the seamen of Bristol, who, during these years, were scouring the Atlantic further to the northward with not less eagerness than those of Lisbon. The general object of all these voyages was the same. It was to find some convenient halfway island as an outpost of further exploration in the direction of the Far East, and a station in the new commercial route about to be established. Year by year, sailors from Bristol sailed from Dingle Bay on the southwest coast of Ireland in search of Brazil Island, pursuing the same plan as that of the Portuguese, who sailed from Lisbon in quest of the Antilha or Antilhas. No record exists of the course taken in these voyages, but we can have little doubt that after sailing for some distance due west, the course was changed, and a zigzag mode of exploration was adopted, which could lead to nothing but failure. The explorer, ever haunted by the suspicion that he had left Antilha behind him, would at length change his course and look out in the reverse direction. It is easy to see that the first condition of a westward voyage, which was to produce a positive discovery, was definitively to abandon this fruitless method and to sail due west from the Old World. Colombo was the first to reach America because he was the first to take this view of the conditions of his task. His plan, early determined on and tenaciously adhered to, was to abandon Antilha and Brazil, and to assume that between the Azores and the eastern shores and islands of Asia there were no lands to be discovered, and that there was accordingly nothing to be done but to cross the trackless Atlantic by as direct a course as possible. This perfectly accurate forecast, and the firmness with which he adhered to the plan founded upon it, rank among the most conspicuous indications of Colombo's greatness. The execution of such a plan involved great preparations. 3 ships, provisioned for 12 months, represented Colombo's estimate of what was necessary. And whatever powers should accept his offer to sail with such an equipment for the eastern shores and islands of Asia was destined to acquire the substantial sovereignty of the new continent, whose existence remained as yet unsuspected. Both Cristoforo and Bartolomeo Colombo had been from their youth in the maritime service of Portugal, and Cristoforo had married a Portuguese wife. In early life, he had found constant employment in the Guinea voyages, having also sailed to Bristol, and from Bristol far beyond Iceland. He knew the entire field of Atlantic navigation, from the Arctic Circle to the equator. It was natural that his first proposal for making a westward passage to the east should be made to the King of Portugal. It was equally natural that the proposal should be rejected. The circumnavigation of Africa was nearly accomplished. Of this route to the wealthy east, the Portuguese would enjoy a practical monopoly, and it could be effectively defended. Contemporary explorations in the western Atlantic left doubtful the question whether any land, island, or continent existed in this direction within practical sailing distance. Even if the westward passage were successfully accomplished, it was manifest that Portugal would be unable to monopolize it, and that the discovery would ultimately inure for the benefit of the stronger maritime nations of Western Europe. Considerations of this kind sufficed to ensure the rejection of Colombo's proposals by the prudent counsellors of Afonso V. But the projector always remembered his repulse with bitter resentment, and mockingly remarked, in after years, that the Almighty had rendered Afonso blind and deaf to the miracle about to be wrought by him through the agency of the King and Queen of Castile. Having failed in the land of his adoption, Colombo carried his project to the republic of which he was born a citizen, where it met with no better reception. The interest of Genoa was to keep the oriental trade in its existing overland channels, and the same consideration prevailed with the rival city of Venice, to whose signoria the projector made his next application. It was now clear that the project would only be taken up by some power which had no vested interest in maintaining the existing state of commercial intercourse, some power on the western seaboard of Europe, for which the establishment of the proposed route would open up a new field of enterprise. Such powers were Spain, England, and France, and Colombo astutely bethought himself of applying simultaneously to the two former, and playing them off against each other until one of them definitely accepted his proposal. He carried his plan in person to Spain, and commissioned his brother Bartolomeo to lay it before Henry VII of England. Accidents, delays, and circumstances of various kinds put off for 4 years longer the momentous issue, which of these two powers would accept the plan and obtain the inheritance of the unknown New World. Fortune inclined the balance in favor of Spain. When a message at length arrived, summoning Colombo to a conference with the King of England, he had already come to a substantial agreement, though he had not yet concluded all the terms of his bargain with Ferdinand and Isabella. Bartolomeu Dias, at this juncture, had just returned from his cruise on the southernmost shore of Africa. On April 17, 1492, the contract was signed, which secured to Colombo not merely the usual rewards of maritime enterprise accorded to adventurers in Portuguese practice, but some additional advantages of a personal nature, including the dignity of admiral and viceroy in the islands and continental provinces to be acquired by him for the Castilian crown. On August the 3rd, he sailed from Palos. On September the 6th, he quitted the roadstead of Gomera, and 3 days later the breeze sprang up, which carried his 3 caravels successfully across the Atlantic. At this point, it will be convenient to glance for a moment at the existing state of geographical knowledge, which had become considerably augmented during the 15th century. With one vast deduction, namely, the northern and northeastern coasts of Europe and Asia, from the North Cape of Norway eastward as far as northern China, including northern Russia and Siberia, the Old World had now been completely revealed. To Europeans, indeed, the contour of southeastern Africa remained unascertained. Its true shape, nevertheless, must have been known to the Arab seamen who navigated the Indian Ocean. Many of these were also well acquainted with the eastern archipelago, known to Europeans only as passengers or overland travelers, as far as a point near the western end of New Guinea. Greenland was known, and in northern and western Europe, the discovery of Vineland by Norse adventurers 500 years previously was still a familiar tradition. From the point of view of scientific geography, all this amounted to little. Not more than 1/4 of the Earth's surface had been laid down on the map. Colombo's first expedition did no more than determine the breadth of the Atlantic and the latitude of the northern tropic, and proved that a numerous group of islands, from which the proximity of a continental shore, or terra firma, might fairly be inferred, existed on the other side. His subsequent voyages changed this inference into certainty, but the fact that the terra firma here encountered was a continent hitherto unknown, though its northern parts had been reached by the Northmen 5 centuries before, was never ascertained by him, and to the day of his death, 14 years later, he believed himself to have merely reached the eastern parts of Asia. In fact, he was nearly at the opposite meridian, and a hemisphere raised its immense dome between. Colombo's 5 weeks' voyage, nevertheless, proved the great turning point in man's slowly progressing knowledge of the globe. 18 years after his death, the general figure of the New World had been ascertained, its southernmost point rounded, the Pacific crossed, and the first furrow plowed by a ship's keel around the sphere. Small as was his own actual contribution to geographical knowledge, it was his energy and enterprise, and his alone, which rapidly forced on a conception of geography sufficiently accurate to last with little improvement to the time of Cooke, nearly 3 centuries later. The consequences of this voyage must ever render all its details and circumstances matters of exceptional interest, but it is impossible here to enter into them. On October the 12th, 1492, Colombo landed on one of the Bahama Islands from his ship's boat, wearing the costume of Admiral of Castile, and holding aloft the Castilian banner. And in the course of a 3-months' cruise, he visited Cuba and Haiti, and gained a general notion of the West Indian archipelago. The tidings of his voyage were joyfully received, both in Spain and at Rome, and a petition was preferred to Pope Alexander VI for a confirmation to the Spanish crown of the district comprising the newly found islands, subject only to the rights of any Christian communities which might happen to be included in it. In answer to this, 2 separate bulls were issued. One simply contained the confirmation desired. The other was framed in similar terms, but limited the area of Spanish enterprise to a meridian line to be drawn 100 leagues west of the Azores and the Cape Verde Islands. The last, often singled out as a prominent illustration of Romish arrogance, was in fact only a suggestion intended to prevent disputes, probably due to some official of the papal chancery. It was never acted on by the parties, and was withdrawn in the same year by the Pope himself. For, by a 3rd bull, dated September 25th, 1493, and superseding previous ones, the entire field of oceanic enterprise was expressly declared to be open to both nations, on the understanding that Spain should approach it by the westward passage only, and not infringe Portugal's monopoly of the African coast. The parties, thus remitted to their original rights, fixed as the boundary of their areas of enterprise a meridian of their own selection, 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands, and intended to mark a midway line between the Azores, the westernmost of Portugal's possessions, and the new islands in the West Indies, supposed to be the easternmost parts of the Spanish acquisitions. The action of the Holy See in assuming to partition the globe between the sovereigns of Spain and Portugal has often been ridiculed. Such ridicule, it will be seen, is misplaced, and the papal claim to universal dominion, in its practical bearings, represented nothing more than a simple counterclaim against the more ancient and equally extravagant pretensions of the successors of Mohammed. A second voyage made by Colombo in 1493, a third in 1498, and a fourth in 1502, added something, but not much, to the sum of his discoveries. And his administration as a governor of the new Spanish acquisitions was only remarkable for demonstrating his utter incapacity for the post. Naturally enough, his conception of his duties, and of the purpose which the new possessions of Spain were destined to serve, was based on the policy of the Portuguese on the coast of Guinea. Gold, and slaves as a means to gold, and as the only product immediately procurable and readily exchangeable for gold, were the only commodities worth carrying to Europe. And the scantier the supply of the former, the greater was the necessity for pushing the quest of the latter. The true riches of the Indies, Colombo wrote, are the Indians. The wretched natives, unable to procure the small quantity of gold demanded of them as a poll tax, were provoked to resistance, and then captured and shipped by him in great numbers to Europe, to be sold in the market of Seville. But the feeble and intractable Indians proved of little value as laborers, and it was at length ordered that this revolting traffic must cease. The Spanish adventurers who accompanied him frustrated his plans and procured his recall, and at his death in 1506, 14 years after his unique nautical achievement, the first seaman in Europe who might in half that time have revealed the whole American coast, had only added to the map the West Indian archipelago and the coasts of Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Darien, and Paria in Venezuela. In a few years, his name was almost forgotten, and by a strange freak of fortune, one Americo Vespucci, a man of mercantile pursuits who happened more than once to visit the New World and wrote accounts of his adventures, was credited by an ignorant public with Colombo's discovery, and from him the new continent received its name. Meanwhile, the success of Colombo's first and second voyages urged on the Portuguese the necessity of prosecuting to its conclusion their own national enterprise. Dom Manuel the Fortunate now succeeded to the throne, 1495, and Vasco da Gama, a young seaman who had been selected by João II after the return of Dias to command the expedition which was to complete the work of 60 years by carrying the Portuguese flag round the newly discovered southern cape to the shores of India, was commissioned to undertake the task. A voyage from Lisbon to India was by far the greatest feat of seamanship ever attempted. Even its first portion, the voyage to the Cape of Good Hope, which it was proposed to make as directly as possible from the Cape Verde Islands across the open ocean, avoiding the circuitous route by the Guinea coast and the mouth of the Congo, was a far greater undertaking than the voyage of Colombo. The discoverer of America had but to sail 36 days, with a fair wind, to traverse the 2,600 miles between Gomera and the Bahamas. The distance from the Cape Verde Islands to the Cape was 3,770 miles. It was impossible to make the voyage by great circle sailing. Contrary winds and currents made it necessary to shape a course curving to the extent of almost half a circle, the direct line forming the chord of the arc, and 93 days elapsed after da Gama had left the Cape Verde Islands before he reached the coast of South Africa. Leaving Lisbon on July the 8th, 1497, and the island of Santiago, the southernmost of the Cape Verde group, on August the 3rd, he first sighted land on November the 4th, and on the 8th anchored in the Bay of Santa Helena, in the land of the Hottentots, where he remained 8 days, careening his ships and taking in wood. Quitting his anchorage on the 16th, he doubled the Cape on the 22nd, and 3 days later reached Mossel Bay, where he remained 13 days. Resuming his course on December the 8th, he 8 days afterwards passed the mouth of the Great Fish River, the last point reached by Dias, and was now in waters never before traversed by European vessels. Struggling against the Agulhas current, which had baffled his predecessor, he, on Christmas Day, reached the roadstead which from that circumstance obtained the name of Port Natal. After making halts in the Bay of Lourenço Marques and at the mouth of the Quiliman River, da Gama once more stood out to sea, and on March the 2nd, 1498, anchored in the roadstead of Mozambique. He had now effected the desired junction of the west with the east, for the Mohammedan population here spoke the Arabic language, and through his own interpreters he could freely communicate with them. From this point, da Gama's task was easy. He had entered a field of navigation known in all its parts from remote times, and familiar ground to resident Mohammedan seamen and traders, who received him amicably and furnished him with pilots. From Mozambique he proceeded to Mombasa, where he fell in with non-Mohammedan residents, supposed by him to be Christians, but in reality Banyans of India. A still larger Christian population of the same nation was found in the port of Malindi. Here the adventurers were furnished with a Christian pilot, who conducted them safely across the Indian Ocean to Calicut, off which place da Gama anchored on May 20th, 10 months and 12 days after leaving Lisbon. Calicut was the great emporium of Arab trade. It was the chief among the many ports of the Malabar coast, whence Europe drew its supplies of pepper and ginger. Here Mohammedan merchants purchased cinnamon brought from Ceylon, and spices from the Molucca Islands, which they carried to the port of Jeddah in Arabia, and then to the port of Tor in the Sinaitic Peninsula, whence they were carried overland to Cairo. Here they were shipped down the Nile to Rosetta, and the last stage of transport was performed on camels to Alexandria, where they were purchased by European merchants. At all these places duties had to be paid, in consequence of which the cost of the merchandise was quadrupled, and large profits could be reaped by merchants who carried them directly from the east to western Europe. There was another trade route to Europe by way of the Persian Gulf, and so through Syria to Aleppo and Beirut. Although frequent wars were waged between the native princes of the Malabar coast, they all maintained a good understanding with the Muslim sailors and traders, and many of the latter permanently resided on the Malabar coast and in the Far East. The arrival of the Portuguese was not altogether unexpected. Their intention of penetrating the Indian Ocean was well known, and on his arrival da Gama pretended to be in search of some missing vessels of his squadron. Having landed to inquire concerning them, he asked permission to trade, which was granted. Meanwhile, the Muslim residents intrigued with the native prince, entitled the Samori or Zamorin, hoping to deal the Portuguese a crushing blow on the very threshold of their undertaking. Representing the newcomers as mere marauders, they so far succeeded as to induce the Zamorin to detain da Gama and some of his companions as prisoners. He barely himself escaped assassination, but a good understanding was at length restored, and the Portuguese commander, after taking in a valuable cargo of pepper, ginger, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmegs, besides rubies and other precious stones, sailed on his return voyage on August 29th, 1498, and in September 1499, at length, made his triumphal entry into Lisbon. Besides the merchandise, which he secured, he brought back precise information concerning the coasts of India as far as Bengal, Ceylon, Malacca, Pegu, and Sumatra. Thus was the way open for Europe's maritime invasion of the East, a process in modern history perhaps of even greater importance than the European occupation of the New World. Ever since da Gama's great voyage, Southern and Eastern Asia, comprising then as now the most populous nations on the globe, have been gradually falling under the sway of the European powers, who have first appropriated their foreign trade, making permanent settlements on their coasts in order to secure it, then advanced to controlling their administration and usurping their government, and in some varying degree have succeeded in the more difficult task of gradually changing their habits of life and thought. In all this, Europeans have been following in the footsteps of the Mohammedans of Western Asia and Northern Africa, and these had inherited their commercial sphere from remote antiquity. Greek tradition even ascribed the invention of ocean navigation to the aboriginal Erythreans, who had plowed the Red Sea long before Phoenicians and Greeks ventured to cross the Mediterranean. An ancient ethnology distinguished these from the Semitic adventurers who, in historical times, had colonized the islands on the southern coast of Arabia, and not only traded by sea along this coast in its entire length, but frequented the adjacent shores of Africa, and regularly crossed the mouth of the Persian Gulf with the monsoon in search of the commodities of Western India. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1, The Age of Discovery by E.J. Payne. Part 3. The establishment of Islam gave a new and powerful stimulus to all Arabian enterprise. By the end of the 15th century, there existed from the Red Sea to Japan a valuable and well-organized commerce, mainly in the hands of Arabian or other Muslim seamen and merchants. For the effect of the propagation of Islam had been to bring to the field of Asiatic trade a crowd of adventurers of many nations, many of whom were Turks of Anatolia or Europe. Others were Greeks, Albanians, Circassians, and other Levantines of European descent who had abandoned the Christian faith for gain and had brought to the Muslim sailors and merchants of the Eastern Ocean the knowledge and experience of the Mediterranean peoples. These were generally known in India and the Far East as Rooms, Arabic Rumi, a Greek, and Muslim opponents found in the East by the Portuguese thus included not only true Arabs, whether of Arabia, Africa, or India, generally known as Moors, but large numbers of Turks and Rooms, whose European experience and connection greatly aided the Moors in their resistance to the European maritime invasion. The course of trade in these seas was not exclusively from west to east and back again. From very early times, a maritime commerce had been carried on in the reverse direction, and the meeting place of the two trades was the port of Calicut. Hither came, once a year, for only during the summer were the Chinese seas navigable for Chinese vessels, a large trading fleet from the ports of China. The huge Chinese junks, with their fixed sails of matted reeds, never lowered, even in harbor, and mainly propelled by oars of immense length, and having on board gardens of growing vegetables and large chambers for the ship's officers and their families, so that each was, as it were, a floating town, were objects of curious interest to the Arabian sailors. The largest were reputed to carry 1,000 persons, and each was attended by 3 smaller craft for the purpose of loading and unloading. It was natural for the Arabs, who had already secured a part of the Indian coasting trade, to push their way towards the Far East and to claim a share in the trade of China and the Spice Islands. They found a convenient station in the port of Malacca, which in their hands quickly became the second great emporium of the Eastern trade. Nor did they rest here. Making their way to the ports of China itself, they were amicably received and allowed to form settlements of their own. Many such settlements, each having its resident magistrate and Sheikh-ul-Islam, existed hard by the chief Chinese ports, and others were scattered through the eastern archipelago. Malacca became the western outpost of the Far Eastern trade thus developed. Hither were brought the cloves of the Moluccas, the mace and nutmeg of Banda, the sandalwood of Timor, the camphire of Borneo, and many other spices, drugs, dyes, and perfumes from Java, Siam, China, and the Philippine Islands, all of which could be purchased here more cheaply of the resident Arab merchants than of those of Calicut, who obtained them in the ancient course of trade from the Chinese fleet. Hence, the sailors of Africa and Arabia, at the arrival of the Portuguese, already resorted directly to Malacca for the produce of the Far East, and Calicut became chiefly a market for the cinnamon of Ceylon and the ginger, pepper, and miscellaneous commodities of Malabar itself. The ports of Arabia and the Arab settlements in eastern Africa were the inlets through which the produce of India and the Far East were finally dispersed, and large quantities found their way through Suez, Jeddah, Muscat, and Hormuz to the markets of Europe. It thus appears that the area of the eastern trade naturally fell into 2 divisions, the mouth of the Persian Gulf making the partition. Eastward of this lay the area of export, westward the area of import. Hence the fact that the Portuguese, having rounded southern Africa, made straight for Calicut, the outpost of the exporting area. The ideas and expectations with which they approached this immense and unique field of enterprise were tinged with the arrogance of prolonged success. It was necessary, as a means to making themselves masters of the Eastern trade, before all else, not only to prove themselves masters of the Asiatic seas, but to be able to defy resistance on land, and to hold, by military force, whatever positions it might be desirable to occupy. For these purposes, such demonstrations of force as had availed them on the African coast were insufficient. Society in the East rested everywhere on a military basis. The native Asiatic princes universally possessed numerous and not ill-equipped armies, though ill-supplied, or not at all, with firearms. By sea, the Arabs and Rooms were more formidable. Wherever maritime trade exists, it must defend itself against pirates, and piracy was rife on all the Indian and Chinese shores. Hence, the larger vessels, both on the Malabar coast and on that of China, were usually manned with fighting men, and those of the Arabs and Rooms occasionally carried large guns. The Oriental fleets, if assembled in one place, would have immensely outnumbered the ships capable of being sent against them by Portugal. But in regard to construction, equipment, and the art of navigation, the Portuguese had greatly the advantage. Even the Arabs knew nothing of the art of using a vessel mainly as a military machine, much less of maneuvering and combined action for attack, defense, pursuit, and cooperation with troops on land. Eastern vessels, indeed, were scarcely capable of being so employed. The hard woods used in constructing them forbade the use of iron nails, and their heavy planks were rudely made fast with cocoa-nut cordage and wooden pins. Steering gear and ground tackle were of a rudimentary sort. Even a moderate gale rendered the ship scarcely manageable, and the guns were useless except at close quarters. The Portuguese, who inherited the naval experience of 2,000 years, had become, through their African voyages, the best seamen in Europe, possessed ships of the newest type, and attacked the Arabian vessels with the confidence begotten of their maritime successes against the Barbary Moors. The treachery experienced by da Gama from the Zamorin of Calicut made it still more necessary for the Portuguese to be strong enough to punish, as well as to invade the enemy. And when Pedro Álvares Cabral sailed in 1500 in command of the second expedition to India, his vessels were formidably armed with artillery. By way of demonstrating his strength, Cabral, shortly after his arrival, captured a large Moorish vessel as it passed the roadstead and presented her to the Zamorin. Suspecting the Moors of obstructing him in procuring lading for his fleet, he attacked and captured a Moorish vessel in the roadstead itself. In reprisal, the Moors on shore destroyed the Portuguese factory and massacred its inhabitants. Cabral seized and destroyed 10 large Moorish ships and bombarded the town. He then sailed for Cochin, burning 2 more ships of Calicut on the way. Cochin, the seat of a Raja hostile to the Zamorin, was also a port frequented by the Moors, and a few of them resided there permanently. Cabral was amicably received, completing his lading, and promised the Raja to add Calicut to his dominions, his design in this being to gain the Raja's assistance in conquering Calicut for the Portuguese. Being now ready to return, Cabral declined invitations from the Rajas of Cannanore and Quilon, and sailed for Europe. Having encountered a storm, he put into Cannanore, where the Raja promised free trade to the Portuguese, and sent on board an envoy with presents for the Portuguese king. Before his return, João de Nueva had sailed from Lisbon for India with 4 ships and 400 men. In view of the hostile attitude of the Zamorin, de Nueva made for Cannanore, where he learned that the Indian king was ready to attack him with 40 ships. Leaving his factors at Cannanore, de Nueva sailed at once to attack the enemy in their own waters, and inflicted on them a signal defeat. Successful though the Portuguese had been, the tidings of this continued hostility on the part of the Rajah who dominated the principal emporium of India gave rise at home to grave misgivings. Some counseled the abandonment of an enterprise to which the strength of a small European power seemed unequal. Even if the resistance of Calicut were broken, what would be the situation when Turkey and Egypt should combine with the Arabs to drive Portugal from the precarious lodgment she had acquired? And if the mere threshold of the East had proved so hard to win, how much harder would it be to strike into the heart of the field and attack the Muslim in the strong positions of the Far East, with the countless millions of China at their back? Against such arguments, the honor of a Christian nation, the lust of territorial aggrandizement, and above all, the greed of gold, prevailed in the end. 20 ships were dispatched, in 3 squadrons, under the general command of the first adventurer, Vasco da Gama, and other commanders followed in rapid succession. The original plan of campaign was still adhered to. Whatever the cost, the Moors must be dislodged from Calicut, the resistance of the native king broken, and the control of the trade transferred to the Portuguese, whose king the Zamorin must acknowledge as his sovereign. Beaten at every point in fair fight, the Zamorin maintained his ground by fraud and treachery. The stream of wealth still poured into Portugal through Cochin and Cananor, immensely augmented by the spoils of captured Moorish vessels, but the Zamorin still held his ground. In an interval during which the Portuguese forces were weakened by the withdrawal of returning ships, he attacked and destroyed Cochin. The Portuguese, having retaken it, restored its prince and built a strong fort for themselves. The infuriated Rajah, having roused such of his neighbors as were amenable to his appeal, seized a similar opportunity and assailed Cochin with 50,000 men. In a campaign of 5 months, he was defeated and slain by the Portuguese under Duarte Pacheco, who earned the title of the Portuguese Achilles. But his successor maintained the same attitude and dispatched an embassy to the Sultan of Egypt, asking for aid in resisting the invaders. The Sultan sent word to the Pope, threatening to destroy the holy places at Jerusalem if the Portuguese persisted in their invasion of India. The only effect of this empty menace was to stimulate the Portuguese king to renewed efforts on a larger scale. The crisis of the struggle was approaching, and in view of this, a more comprehensive scheme was adopted. Abandoning the attempt to reduce the obstinate resistance of a single prince, it was determined to attack the Muslim maritime system in all its parts, and to establish a new emporium on the Malabar coast as the commercial and naval center of the new Portuguese Eastern Empire. Already the Moorish traders in search of the produce of the Far East had begun to avoid the Malabar coast, and to make their way from the Arabian and African ports by a new route to Malacca. It was resolved to seize this key of the Far East without delay, and to gain possession of the Moorish settlements on the African coast and the Arabian ports of Hormuz and Aden. By exacting heavy duties at these places, the whole trade would gradually be diverted, and the Portuguese would ultimately control the Red Sea itself. The chief African settlements were seized with little difficulty by Francisco de Almeida, and the rest of the program was successfully carried out by Afonso de Albuquerque between 1509 and 1515. The excellent natural harbor of Goa had already been chosen as the new seat of the Portuguese dominions. The town, built by the Muslim 50 years previously, had lately fallen, together with the adjacent country, under the sway of the powerful Adil Khan, and it was well known that here the Muslim enemy intended to concentrate their forces with the view of driving the Portuguese from the Indian seas. A Muslim pirate, who foresaw the issue of the contest, allied himself with the Portuguese, on the terms that he should be appointed Guazil, or Port Admiral of Goa, and farmer of the large demesne lands which the Conquest would annex to the Portuguese crown. And, on March the 4th, 1510, Albuquerque entered Goa, and received the keys of the fortress. The dispossessed Hindu inhabitants welcomed the Portuguese as deliverers, and although Adil Khan forced his way again into the town, compelling the Portuguese to evacuate, it was recaptured by Albuquerque on November 25th and strongly fortified. Many Portuguese received grants of land and married native women. The confiscated estates of the Moorish mosques and Hindu temples were annexed to the great church of St. Catherine. A mint was set up, the new coinage having on one side the cross of the Order of Christ, on the other Manuel's device of a sphere, lately adopted by him to signalize the vast accession which his dominions had now received. Hindus and Moors returned to the settlement, acknowledging the Portuguese supremacy, and Goa thus became the most thriving port of the Malabar coast. Albuquerque followed up this success by sailing in person from Malacca, where he arrived in June 1511. A few Portuguese had already been allowed to settle there for the purpose of trade. They had been treacherously attacked by the Moors and their property confiscated, and although a few effected their escape, several were still held prisoners. Mohammed, the Sultan of Malacca, having refused Albuquerque's demand for their liberation and the restitution of their property, Albuquerque assaulted and sacked the town, capturing hundreds of guns, erected a fortress, set up a mint, and built a church dedicated to the Virgin. The native princes of the adjoining mainland and islands hastened to offer their friendship and urged the Portuguese commander to make his footing secure. In this, he completely succeeded, for although repeated attempts were made to dislodge the Portuguese, the settlement was successfully defended and became, as was foreseen, a base from which all the Muslim settlements in the Far East were gradually reduced to subjection. The news of the capture of Malacca was in due time communicated to the court of Rome. A public thanksgiving was appointed, marked by processions in which the Pope figured in person. Later came an embassy from Portugal, headed by Tristão da Cunha, under whom Albuquerque had seen his first service in the East. The presents of gold, jewels, and oriental embroidery, an earnest of the future wealth to be drawn by the Holy See from the East, were borne in triumphal procession. They were followed by richly caparisoned Persian horses, leopards, a panther, and a gigantic elephant, which knelt thrice before the Holy Father. And in reply to an address, Leo X delivered a Latin oration, in which he praised the maintenance of peace by the Christian powers, and spoke hopefully of the union of their forces against the Muslim. Meanwhile, Albuquerque, having almost swept the Turkish and Arab ships from the Indian Sea, was preparing to carry the war into their own waters. Early in 1513, he sailed from Goa with 20 vessels, and after an unsuccessful attack on Aden, entered the Red Sea. His successes had filled his mind with the wildest expectations. By an alliance with the Christian sovereign of Abyssinia, he dreamed of establishing himself on the Upper Nile, cutting a canal through the mountains separating it from the Red Sea, diverting the river, and thus turning into a desert the most flourishing of the Muslim countries. Another project was to land a force in the harbor of Yembo, plunder the temple of Medina, and carry away Muhammad's coffin, to be held until the holy places of Jerusalem should be surrendered in exchange for it. A fiery cross, seen over the African coast as he waited for a wind, was hailed as an omen of success. But prudence in the affairs of Goa suggested his return, and after a very limited reconnaissance of the Red Sea coasts, he returned to India. The voyage confirmed his belief in the capture and fortification of Aden as the necessary means of effecting a junction with Abyssinia at the port of Massowa. This once accomplished, Suez, Jeddah, and Mecca itself would be practically at the invaders' mercy. At another important point, Albuquerque strengthened the Portuguese position. Before succeeding to the chief command, he had set up a small Portuguese factory at the ancient port of Hormuz, near the entrance of the Persian Gulf. From this, the Portuguese had advanced to obtaining control of the customs payable on Persian exports to India. Albuquerque now obtained the surrender of the fort of Hormuz, with the command of the entire import trade from India to Persia, as well as through Mesopotamia to Aleppo and Beirut on the Mediterranean. At the time of his death, he was preparing an expedition for the conquest of Aden, the only thing which seemed still undone, in order to give Portugal complete control of the eastern seas, being, in his own words, the closing of the gates of the straits. He died at Goa, habited as a commendador of the Order of Santiago. By his will, he desired that his bones should be carried to Portugal. This was strenuously opposed by the settlers of Goa, who believed their city to be only safe so long as the bones of the great commander remained among them. Nor was it until 50 years later, when the Portuguese dominion seemed absolutely safe from attack, that they were, at length, removed to Lisbon. During these 50 years, the main features of his scheme had been carried out. Unmolested access to all the trading stations in the Far East was obtained, and of many the Portuguese were in uncontrolled possession. In other places they shared the trade with those whom they had hoped to expel. Albuquerque's scheme for seizing and holding the Red Sea was abandoned, and the culmination of the Portuguese successes in the East was followed by the rapid decline of their power. We must now recur to the situation of other European powers at the time of Dom Manuel's succession to the throne in 1495. Not merely were the Spaniards by this time actively preparing for the exploration and effective occupation of their newly acquired transatlantic islands, but the Englishmen, who had so long been prosecuting westward discovery, and whose king, Henry VII, had barely missed the prize which had fallen to the lot of Spain, now bestirred themselves once more. Bristol was at this time one of the most considerable ports in Europe. Its merchants and seamen vied with those of Genoa and Venice, and skilled navigators from those great ports here found ready employment. Doubtless in 1495 or earlier, the news of Colombo's success in a quest which Bristol men had long made an interest of their own roused its merchants to activity, and John Cabot, a citizen of Venice, though of Genoese extraction, became the chosen instrument of their designs. Cabot's 3 sons, Louis, Sebastian, and Sanctus, had apparently all been educated to his own calling, and on March 5, 1496, Henry VII granted a petition preferred by the father and sons, praying the sanction of the crown to a voyage contemplated by them in search of unknown countries, understood or believed to exist beyond the ocean in northern latitudes. Having regard to the large commerce carried on between Bristol and Iceland, and to the continuity of Icelandic tradition embodied in the sagas, we entertain no doubt that the intention was to seek the new land, new isle, or Vineland of the Northmen. And this conclusion is borne out by the course actually taken when the voyage was begun. Pursuant to this petition, still preserved in the Public Record Office, the Privy Seal was, on the same day, affixed to the first charter authorizing its holders to hoist the English flag on shores hitherto unknown to Christian people, and to acquire the sovereignty of them for the English crown. This charter, and the voyage made pursuant to it, were put forward in a later generation, and are still sometimes regarded as the root of England's title to her American possessions, and the date of the letters patent, March 5, 1496, has not ineptly been styled the birthday of the British Empire. It is stipulated that the grantees who are authorized to enter the northern, western, and eastern seas, but not the southern, shall, after each voyage, return to the port of Bristol, that they shall then and there pay to the crown, in money or merchandise, 1/5 of their net profits, that they shall be allowed to import their goods free of customs, and that no English subject shall frequent the continents, islands, villages, towns, castles, and places generally frequented by them without their license. While the Cabot grant disregards the Pope's supposed partition of the globe between Portugal and Spain, it forbids, by implication, any intrusion into those southern seas in which each of these powers had already acquired territory by actual occupation. Columbus' discoveries were, as yet, limited to the chain of islands separating the Caribbean Sea from the Atlantic. The Portuguese had not, as yet, set foot on American soil. The voyage of Cabot, which had no practical results and was soon well nigh forgotten, will be briefly noticed in our next chapter. Englishmen, eminently practical, saw in the intelligence brought back by him no promise of a profitable commerce, or indeed of commerce at all, nor did English colonial ideas take a definite shape until nearly a century later. Meanwhile, the Spanish monarchs, anxious to ascertain the extent of their transoceanic possessions and to secure them from intrusion, licensed Vicente Yañez Pinzon, who had commanded a vessel under Colombo in his first voyage, to prosecute the discovery of the supposed coast of Eastern Asia. Pinzon was directed to avoid interference with the private rights acquired by Colombo, and to visit only the coast to southward of the Orinoco, the limit of Colombo's explorations. Starting from the Cape Verde Islands on November 14, 1499, and having on board Americo Vespucci, through whose narrative the voyage became well known, though the name of the captain who conducted it was suppressed, Pinzon stood to the southwest and struck the coast of Brazil near Cape St. Augustine in the state of Pernambuco. Sailing northward along the coast, he rounded Cape San Roque, the northwestern promontory of South America, coasted along the northeastern shore of Brazil and the coasts of Guyana and Venezuela, passing the mouth of the Amazon River, the rivers of Guyana and the Orinoco, and reached the Gulf of Paria, whence he made his way back to Europe, bringing with him 30 Indian captives and a quantity of strange vegetable products, including various dyewoods, whence the coast ultimately obtained its permanent name of Brazil. When these new discoveries were laid down on the chart, it became manifest that a considerable part of them were to the east of the 370 leagues line, agreed on in 1494 as the boundary between the Spanish and Portuguese areas of enterprise. And by a singular accident, these very coasts were reached in the last year of the 15th century by Pedro Álvares Cabral, the commander of the second Portuguese expedition to India and the Far East. Like da Gama himself, Cabral proposed to cross from the Cape Verde Islands to the Cape of Good Hope, athwart the open sea, making, for the reason already given in our description of da Gama's voyage, an immense circuit to the westward. In so doing, he lost sight, as might be anticipated, of one of his ships. While seeking her, he lost his course, and unexpectedly descried land. It was the Brazilian coast, the mountain range called Pascoal in the state of Bahia, to the south of the spot where Pinzon had landed 3 months previously. Having discovered a safe harbor, named by him Porto Seguro, Cabral proceeded on his voyage to the Cape and India. Thus was America discovered for the second time, and independently of the enterprise of Colombo. The discovery was rapidly followed up. In May 1501, Manuel dispatched 3 vessels commissioned to explore from Porto Seguro southwards, as far as the coast within the Portuguese line might extend. They returned in September 1502, having discovered it as far south as 32 degrees of south latitude. Adding this coast to what had already been discovered by Colombo and others in the Caribbean Sea, it will be seen that at the time of Colombo's death in 1506, and in the course of 14 years from his first voyage, about 7,000 miles of the Atlantic coast of America had been revealed. As a mere matter of measurement, this fell short of the length of coastline which Portuguese enterprise had added to, or rather had accurately traced on, the map of Africa since the year 1426. But its geographical importance and general significance were far greater, for it became more and more doubtful whether this immense coast could possibly be the eastern shore of Asia. Colombo himself, in writing of the lands reached by him, occasionally referred to them as constituting another world, orbis, or a new world. The former expression had been commonly employed in late Roman times to denote regions separated or apparently separated by the ocean from the continent of Europe, such as the British Islands were and the Scandinavian peninsula was supposed to be. The latter expression came into general use. It was employed by Vespucci in the narrative of his voyages, which has circulated in manuscript with a view to his own promotion in the maritime profession, a narrative which fell into the hands of an obscure printer, one Waldtsmüller of Saint-Die in Lorraine, and was embodied in a brief outline of geography compiled by him and printed in 1507. Half in jest, half seriously, Waldtsmüller proposed to denominate the New World from the seamen whom he supposed to be its discoverer, and gave it the name America. By similar steps proceeded the final stage of the Great Discovery, in which the New World was revealed in something nearly approximating to its real extent, and its discontinuity with Asia proved everywhere except in the northernmost parts of the Pacific. From the Caribbean Sea, Spanish explorers advanced northwards to the Gulf of Mexico, circumnavigated Cuba, reached the peninsula of Florida and the mouth of the Mississippi, proved the continuity of these northern shores with the America of the South, and showed them to be probably continuous with the new land of the Northmen which had been revisited by Cabot, and subsequently by the Portuguese navigator Corte Real. This probability was strengthened by the voyage of the Florentine seaman Giovanni da Verrazzano, commissioned for the purpose by Francis I of France in 1524, in circumstances to be mentioned presently. Before this, not only had the Pacific been reached by crossing the continent in more than one place, but Magalhães had discovered and passed the strait which bears his name. Juan Diaz de Solis in 1515 reached the Plate River, where he and several companions were killed in a kidnapping raid on the natives. Probably he supposed himself to have reached the southern extremity of the continent. Shortly afterwards, the estuary was examined by a more famous captain, who ascertained its real geographical character. Fernão de Magalhães, a skillful Portuguese seaman who had long been employed in the Portuguese trade to the Far East, having been refused an increase of pay to which he considered himself fairly entitled, quitted the service of Manuel, and sought to revenge himself by persuading Charles V that the Spice Islands were within the hemisphere assigned to Spain by the Treaty of 1494. He undertook to demonstrate this and to conduct Spanish vessels thither by a route round the southern Cape of America, and on September 20th, 1519, he sailed from San Lucar for this purpose. The enormous estuary of the Plate River had to be completely explored in order to ascertain that it was not, in fact, the passage of which he was in search, and more than a year elapsed before this intrepid navigator found himself past the 50th parallel of latitude, painfully coasting the barren and apparently interminable coast of Patagonia. Nearly 2 months elapsed before he reached the strait which bears his name. On November 27, 1520, having occupied 20 days in threading the strait, he reached the Pacific, and 14 months afterwards he was slowly nearing the Ladrones, after accomplishing the greatest feat of continuous seamanship the world has ever known. Magalhães was fated not to complete his task. He fell by the spear of a native at Zebu, one of the Philippine Islands, on April 27, 1521, and his vessel, the Victoria, was brought home on September the 8th, 1522, after making the first circumnavigation of the globe in a voyage which occupied 3 years less 14 days. The feat which Colombo proposed to accomplish, a voyage to the Far East by a westward passage across the Atlantic, was at length achieved 30 years after its projector made the first attempt to perform it, and 24 after he stumbled unexpectedly on the vast continent which barred the way. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Whitman. Chapter 2, The New World, by E.J. Payne. The story of the Age of Discovery naturally merges in that of the New World, the principal fruit of the strenuous labors to which that age owes its name. The history, in the wider sense, of the New World begins in the remotest ages, for the habits of life and thought displayed among its aborigines at the time of the discovery, and its indigenous languages, which stand nearer to the origin of speech than any group of languages in the Old World, carry the ethnologist back to a stage far more archaic than is indicated in any other quarter of the globe. Its history, insofar as history is a mere record of specific facts and events known to have taken place in particular districts in a definite succession, and admitting of being distinctly connected with particular peoples and personages, is extremely limited. Its modern historical period, in fact, coincides very nearly with that of the Old World's modern history, a circumstance partly due to the fact that its advanced peoples, though by no means devoid of the historical instinct, possessed but limited means of keeping historical records, and partly to the circumstance that their history, such as it was, consisted in changes of ascendancy happening in comparatively quick succession, in the course of which the memory of events connected with past dominations soon lapsed into oblivion, or dwelt but faintly and briefly in the remembrance of those peoples who happened to be dominant at the Spanish conquest. Although the general series of American migrations, beginning with the entry of man into the New World from the Old in the remote age when Asia and America, afterwards parted by the shallow Strait of Bering, were continuous, as passed out of knowledge, it may be assumed to have proceeded on the principle of the stronger tribe expelling the weaker from districts yielding the more ample supplies of food. There is good reason to conclude that the peoples and tribes of low stature, who still occur sporadically in various parts of America, represent the earliest immigrants. At the discovery, tribes and nations of tall stature, great physical strength and endurance, and a certain degree of advancement in the arts of life were dominant in all the districts most favorable for human habitation, and it is possible, in some measure, to trace the movements by which their migrations had proceeded, and the steps by which they acquired dominion over lower or less powerful peoples in whose midst they settled. Foremost among these dominant peoples stand the Nahuatlaca, or Mexicans, who had their chief seat at Mexico on the plateau of Anahuac, and the Aymara Quichua, or Peruvians, whose center of dominion was at Cusco in the Andes. On the subjugation of these two peoples, the Spanish-American Empire was founded. Next in importance, but of lower grade, come the Caribs of Venezuela and the West Indian archipelago, the first ethnological group encountered by Colombo, and the only one known to him. The Tupi-Guarani of Brazil, who had conquered and occupied most of the shore which fell to the lot of Portugal. The Iroquois, who held the district colonized by France. And the Algonquins, who occupied with less power of resistance to invasion that colonized by England. It is remarkable that all these nations appear once to have been maritime and fishing peoples, to have multiplied and developed their advancement in the immediate neighborhood of the sea, and thence to have penetrated and settled various tracts of the interior. We trace them to 3 maritime districts, all extremely favorable to practice in fishing, navigation, and exploration. 1. The Nahuatlaca, Iroquois, and Algonquins to British Columbia. 2. The Aymara Quichua and the Tupi-Guarani to the ancient Argentine Sea, a vast body of salt water which at no very remote period filled the great plain of Argentina, and to the chain of great lakes which once existed to the north of it. 3. The Caribs to the Orinoco, whence they spread by a natural advance to the West Indian archipelago, and probably to the valley of the Mississippi, where one branch of them, at no very remote period before the discovery, perhaps founded large agricultural pueblos, still traceable in the earthworks, which in many places lined the banks of that great river and its tributaries, and threw up the animal mounds, which are among the most curious monuments of ancient America. The Nahuatlaca, or civilized people, Nahua, meaning rule of life, Tlacatl, or the plural, Tlaca, meaning man, appear to have originally dwelt at no great distance from the Iroquois and Algonquins, on the North American coast opposite Vancouver Island, where their peculiar advancement had its first development. With them, the history, in the ordinary sense, of Aboriginal America begins. The Nahuatlaca alone, among American peoples, possessed a true, though inaccurate, chronology, and kept painted records of contemporary and past events. Pinturas preserved at Texcoco variously assigned the years 387 and 439 of the Christian era as the date of the earliest migration to the south from maritime lands far to the north of California. A more probable date, about AD 780, was furnished to the earliest Spanish enquirers as the time when the first swarm of the Acuhuaque, or strongmen, arrived in Anahuac from Acuhuacan, their previous seat northward of Jalisco, founded the pueblos of Tollan and Tollancinco, and entered the Mexican Valley, where they settled at Culhuacan and Cohuatlichan, and built on an island in the lake a few huts, which later grew into the Pueblo of Mexico. By a long subsequent immigration were founded the tectonic pueblos in the southwestern corner of the lake, to which Mexico was once tributary, and on whose subjugation by Mexico the dominion founded by the conquistadores was established about a century before the conquest. The tectonic pueblos, 5 in number, the principal one being Azcapotzalco, subjugated a rival confederacy on the opposite shore, headed by Texcoco, about 1406. In this conquest, they were materially assisted by the people of 2 villages, Tenochtitlan and Tlatelolco, founded on the island of Mexico nearly a century before by a wandering tribe of non-Nahuatlacan origin, to whom the tectonics had given the name of Azteca, or Crane people. Over these lake villages, after the Texcoocans had been subdued by their aid, the tectonics maintained a relentless tyranny, which at length produced a revolt, in the course of which the Mexican villagers obtained a complete victory. The Texcoocans, who rose against their tectonic conquerors shortly afterwards, 1431, regained their liberty, and the 2 Mexican pueblos entered into an alliance with Texcoco, in which Tlacopan, a tectonic pueblo which had remained neutral during the struggle, was also included. This confederacy conquered and considerably enlarged the dominion acquired by the tectonic confederacy, and held in subjection a large and populous tract extending from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and containing all the best parts of the southern extremity of North America, where it narrows towards the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. One important district only was excluded from it. This was a highland tract held by Tlaxcalan, Huetzocinco, and Chiloyan, pueblos of the Nahuatlaca, founded in early times and never subjugated either by the tectonics or by the confederated pueblos who succeeded to their dominion. At the Spanish conquest, Chiloyan, the largest and most prosperous of the 3, was in alliance with the Lake Pueblos, and there is little doubt that Tlaxcalan and Huetzocinco would have been admitted to the same status but for the Mexican rule of life, which demanded war every 20 days, ostensibly as a means of procuring sacrifices for the sun and other gods, but really to provide the material for the cannibal feasts by which each sacrifice was terminated. Had peace been made between the pueblos of the lake and those of the highlands, both groups must have had recourse to distant frontiers for the means of fulfilling what was universally regarded by the Netwatlatka as an imperative obligation. Human sacrifice, indeed, was understood to be necessary to the cosmic order, for without it the sun, who was conceived as a god of animal nature, subsisting by food and drink, would not merely cease to yield his warmth, but would perish out of the heavens. The importance of the New World to Europe in the first century after the discovery chiefly rested on the fact that it was found to be a huge storehouse of gold and silver. To a large extent, its resources in this respect had already been worked by the Aborigines. Gold is the only metal which occurs in its native or unmixed state, and is largely found in the debris of those rocks which are most exposed to atmospheric action. It therefore early attracts the attention of savages, who easily apply it to purposes both of use and ornament. And more elaborate working in gold is one of the first arts of advanced life. Silver attracts attention and acquires value from its similarity in most qualities to gold. In Mexico, both metals were regarded as of directly divine origin. The Toltecs, or people of Toyon, were reputed the earliest workers in gold and silver, and as this pueblo was understood to have been founded by a Netwatlacan tribe at least as early as AD 780, these metals had been sought and wrought in the Mexican district for at least 700 years. There is no reason for concluding that after being manufactured, they were largely, or indeed at all, exported. Hence the immense accumulations of metallic wealth which were found in the Mexican district, accumulations greedily seized by the conquistadores and poured through Spanish channels into the mints of Europe, where the stock of gold had probably not been substantially increased since the fall of the Roman Empire. Still, larger accessions to the mineral wealth of Europe followed the discovery and conquest of Peru, especially after the Spaniards became masters of the mines of Potosi and of New Granada, where an almost savage people had laid up great quantities of the precious metals in the forms of utensils and rude works of art. And from the discovery and conquest of these richly endowed countries, and the plunder of their stored-up wealth, date the serious efforts of European nations other than Spain and Portugal to acquire territory in the New World. 25 years passed between Colombo's discovery and the first intelligence of Mexico. During this period, Spanish America was limited to the 4 greater Antilles, Hispaniola, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Jamaica. On the northern shore of the South American continent, in what is now Venezuela, attempts had been made to effect a lodgment, but in vain. This district, and indeed the continent generally, was long regarded as a mere field for slave raiding, the captives being sold in Hispaniola and Cuba. The smaller islands, and the other adjacent continental coasts, remained unconquered and uncolonized. Much as on the opposite side of the Atlantic, the Canaries and the Madeira group were parceled into feudal estates and parishes, while the neighboring shore of Africa remained unattempted. The Spaniards, wholly new to their task, had to gain experience as colonists in a savage land. Often their settlements were founded on ill-chosen sites. When Isabella, Colombo's first colony in Hispaniola, had to be abandoned, San Domingo was founded on the opposite side of the island, 1494. The site of this, again, was changed by Ovando, the successor of Colombo, after his removal from the administration, 1502, And the same thing happened at Santiago de los Caballeros. Of the 18 towns founded in the early years of colonization, a century later, only 10 survived. A few towns were founded in Puerto Rico by Ovando. Cuba was colonized by Diego Velázquez, and Jamaica by Juan de Esquivel. But the settlements in both were few and unprosperous, Santiago de Cuba having in the course of a few years become almost deserted. Sugar was the only crop yielding profits. Gold was procured in the smallest quantities. The best investment was to take over horned cattle, turn them loose to breed, and hunt the savage herd for its hides and tallow, which were shipped for sale to Europe. By such means, and by mercilessly tasking the Indians as laborers in field and mine, many emigrants in time became rich men, and looked eagerly round for new and wider fields of adventure. Slave raiding on the continental coasts was a favorite employment, and a certain quantity of gold was readily bartered for trifles by the natives, wherever the Spaniards landed. And by these pursuits, the Cuban colonists at length reached the coast pueblos of Yucatan, which were comparatively recent outposts of Nahuatlacan advancement. Velázquez, the governor of Cuba in 1518, sent a squadron of vessels to reconnoiter this coast more fully. Grijalva, who commanded, traced the shoreline as far as the Tierra Caliente of Mexico, and reached Veracruz, then, as now, the port of Mexico. Here, Carib seamen shipped the surplus tributes and manufactured products of the Lake Pueblos for barter in the southern parts of their extensive field of navigation. From Veracruz, Grijalva coasted northwards as far as the Panuco River. Many large pueblos were descried in the distance. The names of Mexico and of Motecuzoma, its Tlatohuani, speaker in the sense of commander or supreme chief, first fell on Spanish ears, and the description of the Great Lake Pueblo was listened to with more interest because, in these parts, the exploring party obtained by barter an immense quantity of gold. Here, at length, signs of civilized life were found. Large hopes of wealth, whether by commerce or plunder, were excited, and on the return of the expedition, Velázquez ordered a new one to proceed thither without delay. His design was simply to prosecute the remunerative trade which Grijalva had begun. Others formed bolder schemes, and his secretary and treasurer, probably in collusion with the schemers, persuaded him to entrust the command to Hernán Cortés, who had conceived the plan of employing the whole military force of Santiago de Cuba at his disposal in invading Mexico and subjugating it at one blow. This Cortés accomplished only by fortune's favor, for he knew nothing of the imminent peril he was rashly encountering, and his force barely escaped annihilation. The landing of Cortés and his safe progress through a difficult country to the frontier of Tlaxcalan were facilitated by the circumstance that the people of the country, who had groaned for the greater part of a century under the cruel tyranny of Mexico, welcomed him everywhere as a deliverer. The coast tribes mistook him for the ancient Toltec god Quetzalcoatl. The Tlaxcaltecs, who had never beheld a friendly force on their borders, at first mistook him for an ally of the Mexicans. But on learning the true aspect of affairs, they joined him as allies. Thus Cortés, from the territory of Tlaxcalan as his base, conducted his campaign against the Lake Pueblos with the help of auxiliaries who possessed a complete knowledge of the country and a military experience gained by a century's constant fighting. At first, he posed as a friendly emissary of the great European monarch, his master. Having on these terms obtained admittance to Mexico for himself and his armed force, he seized the Tlatohuani's person, put him in chains, and assumed the government. These proceedings naturally led to a rising on the part of the Mexican warriors, who attacked the Spaniards and drove them from the pueblo with great loss, taking many prisoners and sacrificing them to the Nahuatlacan gods. Driven ignominiously from Mexico and chased by an infuriated enemy through and out of the valley, Cortés retired by a circuitous route to Tlaxcalan and laid his plans anew. Having refreshed his troops and renewed his supplies, he built 2 brigantines for action on the lake, launched them from Texcoco, which he occupied with little difficulty, assaulted Mexico by water, gained possession of its streets and buildings by slow degrees, and at length broke the resolute resistance of its warriors and razed its clay-built edifices to the ground. He had won for the Castilian crown the dominion of the Confederated Lake Pueblos, a tract of country extending from the Pacific to the Mexican Gulf, 800 miles in length on the Pacific shore, and somewhat less on the other, comprising many large towns and above 500 agricultural villages, and the seat of the most advanced communities of the New World. This conquest was no barren victory over mere barbarians. Though no ethnologist would concede to the Nahuatlacan polity the title of a civilization, it possessed the foundations on which all civilization is built: a numerous and docile peasantry, an organized system of labor, and physical elements adequate to wealth production. In these circumstances, a unique social state had been evolved, to which the nearest analog in the Old World is the gross barbarism of Ashanti or Dahomey. It was lower than these in that, except man himself, there were no animals kept for labor, nor were any kept for food except for man and the dog. In other respects, the arts of life were better developed, and to the superficial observation of the conquistadores, the large territory dominated by the Lake Pueblos had an aspect sufficiently civilized to justify them in giving it the name of New Spain. What was of most importance in the eye of the European invaders, it possessed stores of the precious metals which had been accumulating in the hands of dominant tribes for 7 centuries. Immense quantities of treasure steadily poured henceforth into Spain, and America assumed an entirely new aspect for the nations of Western Europe. Almost from the first, Spain perceived that other European powers would dispute with her, and perhaps one day wrest from her, the possession of the rich New World which accident had given to her. The conquest of Mexico nearly corresponded with the opening of a period of hostility between Spain and France, which lasted, though with considerable intermissions, from 1521 to 1556. Cortés, who entered Mexico in the former year, dispatched at the end of 1522 2 vessels to Spain laden with Mexican treasure. Giovanni de Verrazzano, a Florentine in the French service, captured these near the Azores. At about the same time, took a large vessel homeward bound from Hispaniola, laden with treasure, pearls, sugar, and hides. Enriched by these prizes, he gave large complimentary presents to the French king and high admiral, and general amazement was felt at the wealth which was pouring into Spain from its transatlantic possessions. "The emperor," Francis exclaimed, "can carry on the war against me by means of the riches he draws from the West Indies alone." Of the immense inheritance obtained by Spain in America, the only parts actually reduced to possession by the Spanish monarch were the 4 great Antilles and those portions of the continent which had been settled by the Nahuatlaca. Southward, the shores from Yucatan as far as the Plate River had been explored by Spain and Portugal, and all that seemed to remain to the future adventurer was the North American shore from the Mexican Gulf to Newfoundland. Jocosely, refusing to acknowledge the claim of the peninsular powers to make a bipartite decision of the spheres between them until they should produced the will of Adam, constituting them his universal heirs. Francis commissioned the successful Florentine captain to reconnoiter the whole shore, from Florida to Newfoundland. This being done, he intimated to Europe that he claimed it, by right of discovery, as the share of France in the great American heritage. He called it New France, a term familiar in French ears since the beginning of the 13th century as the title of the Latin Empire of Constantinople, and now less inappropriately applied by transfer to the New World. The commission thus entrusted to and accomplished by Verrazzano was masked under the pretense of seeking a northwest passage to the Far East. But its real object was to lay a foundation for the claim of France to the whole of America north of Mexico, put forward in the belief, which ultimately proved well warranted, that this tract would, like Mexico, prove rich in the precious metals. Having completed the voyage by which his name is chiefly remembered, Verrazzano resumed the profitable practice of plundering the Spanish homeward-bound ships, and took some prizes between Spain and the Canaries. On his return, he fell in with a squadron of Spanish war vessels, surrendered to them after a severe engagement, and in 1527 was hanged as a pirate at Colmenar de Arenas. France strenuously maintained, and sought by repeated efforts to substantiate, the right to North America which Verrazzano's coasting voyage was supposed to have acquired. In periods of war, no attempts at possession were made, but in the intervals of peace, expeditions were undertaken to the Gulf of St. Lawrence, with the view of exploring the passage to the Far East of which it was imagined to be the beginning. Cartier made 2 voyages for this purpose, in 1534 and 1535. And in 1540, he sailed up the great river of Canada and selected a site for the colony which, in 1542, Roberval attempted to establish. Cartier brought to France news of the 2 principal native nations of North America, nations on which later French settlers bestowed the names Iroquois and Algonquin, each being a purely French word embodying a peculiarity in the sound of their respective languages. The Algonquins, who were the earlier immigrants, were partially cultivators of the soil, but chiefly relied for subsistence on hunting and fishing. The more advanced Iroquois, who appear to have driven the Algonquins from the choicest parts of their territory, had nearly reached the stage in which agriculture is the main source of subsistence, though they were accomplished hunters and formidable warriors, and their compact territory was parceled out among 5 tribes, who formed the confederation so well known in later history as the 5 Nations. Though Roberval's attempt failed, the example thus set was followed in a later generation in other latitudes, and other nations were encouraged to imitate it. Meanwhile, the aspect of American enterprise was greatly modified, and the effect produced by the discovery of the treasures of Mexico greatly enhanced by the discovery and conquest of Peru, the richest district of the New World hitherto revealed. Here again, we are struck by the comparatively modern date of the aboriginal dominion which the Spanish adventurers found established along the coast and in the valleys of the Andes. This dominion, of which the center was at Cusco, was very much more extensive than that of the federated Mexican pueblos. Unlike the Nahuatlaca, the Peruvian people had no reckoning of years, nor can the date of any fact in Peruvian history anterior to the conquest be accurately ascertained. All that we know is that the settlement of the nation or people who then dominated the Sierra and the coast from Cusco, where the traditions of their arrival were still fresh, was of comparatively modern date. They called themselves Inca, or People of the Sun, Inti. They were probably an offshoot from a large group of warlike tribes, in which the Tupi-Guarani were included, long settled on the margins of the vanished Argentine Sea and of a chain of great lakes to the north of it, where they subsisted by fishing and hunting. From this district they ascended to the Sierra, where the Huanaco and the Vicuña, two small cognate species of the camel genus, furnished abundant food and material for clothing. These they domesticated as the Llama and Paco, both being Quichua words implying subjugation. They propagated by art the pulse and food routes of the Cordillera and established many permanent pueblos in and near the Great Lake Basin of Titicaca, the earliest seat of Peruvian advancement. From this district they advanced northwards and occupied a canton almost impregnably situated in the midst of immense mountains and deep gorges known to geographers as the Cusco district. In historical times, they had separated into two branches, speaking two languages, evidently divergent forms of a single original, called by Spanish grammarians as Aymara and Quichua, names which it has been found convenient to use as ethnical terms for peoples who spoke them. Tradition carried back the history of the Aymara Quichua in Cusco and its neighborhood about 300 years, during which 11 Apu Capac Incas, or head chiefs of the Inca people, were enumerated. But it was generally considered, and is almost conclusively shown by balancing evidence, that not much more than a century had elapsed since they made their first conquest beyond the limited Cusco district, and that only the last 5 of the Apu Capac Incas, Huiracocha Inca, Pachacutec Inca, Tupac Inca Yapanqui, Huayna Capac Inca, and Tupac Atahualpa, all forming a chain of succession from father to son, had ruled over an extensive territory. The great expansion took place in the time of the Pachacutec Inca, and is traceable to an invasion by an alliance of tribes from the north who had long dominated Middle Peru and now sought to conquer the Cusco district and the valley of Lake Titicaca. Under Pachacutec, this invasion was repelled. The allies were defeated at Yahuarpampa, and the war was carried into the enemy's country. The dominion of the invading tribes now fell almost at one blow into the hands of the chiefs of Cusco. These victories were rapidly followed by the conquest of the northern or Quito district, now forming the Republic of Ecuador, and of the coast alleys, where a remarkable and superior advancement, founded on fishing and agriculture, had existed probably from an earlier date than that of the stronger tribes of the Sierra. The Spaniards, who obtained information of the Inca people and their dominion soon after crossing the Isthmus of Panama, reconnoitered the Peruvian coast in 1525 during the head chieftaincy of Huayna Capac. But this chief had died, and a civil war, in which the succession was contested between his two sons, Tupac Cusihualpa, the son makes joy, commonly known by the epithet Huascar, the chosen one, and Tupac Atahualpa, the son makes good fortune, had been terminated in favor of the latter when Pizarro invaded the country in 1532 with a party of 183 soldiers. Everywhere, large accumulations of treasure were found, for gold and silver had been mined both in the coast pueblos and in the Sierra from remote times, and the whole of the produce still remained largely accumulated in the numerous burial places of a people who preserved with almost Egyptian care the corpses of the dead, depositing with them the gold and silver which had belonged to them when alive. The facilities for marching, which a century of well-organized aboriginal rule had established from one end of the dominion to the other, and in several places between the coast and the mountains, made Pizarro's progress easy. So soon as the supreme chief had been seized and imprisoned or put to death, the submission of his followers and the subjugation of his territory quickly followed. But It was an easier task for the vile and sordid adventurers who invaded Peru to destroy the tyranny of its aboriginal conquerors and sack its pueblos than for the Spanish government to assert the authority of the crown and provide the Inca dominion with a suitably organized administration. After much bloodshed, extending over many years, this was at length accomplished. The lands which had belonged to the Inca, the sun, or the native chiefs, and the peasantry were, with their peasant inhabitants, chiefly serfs attached to the soil, granted by the crown to gentlemen immigrants, and held on similar terms to those annexed to the commands of the military orders, the name command, indeed, becoming the technical term for estates so held. Here, as in Mexico, churches were built and endowed, diocesan organizations were established, and the difficult work of converting the Indians was begun and earnestly carried on by a devoted clergy. Superior courts of justice were constituted, and law was administered in the village by alcaldes. The aboriginal population, freed from the grinding tyranny of their old masters, increased and throve. New mines, especially of silver, were discovered and wrought. Both Peru and Mexico gradually assumed the resemblance of civilized life, and their prosperity testified to the benefits conferred on them by conquest which, however unjustifiable on abstract grounds, in both cases redeemed the populations affected by them from cruel and oppressive governments and bloody and senseless religions. After the conquest of Peru, the treasure sent by America to Spain was trebled. The silver mines of Europe were practically abandoned, and before long, Europe's entire gold supply was obtained from the New World. In these circumstances, the naval enterprise not only of the enemies, but of the political rivals of Spain was stimulated to assume the form of piracy, and in this connection a peculiar cause came into operation about this time, which had a strongly modifying effect on the destinies of the New World. Both Charles V and his son and successor in Spain, Philip II, had constituted themselves the champions of the Catholic Church, and they freely employed the gold of America in the pursuit of intrigues favorable to their policy in every European country. Hence, to cut off the supply at its source became the universal policy of Protestantism, now struggling for life throughout Western Europe. The persecution of the Huguenots drove large numbers of fresh Protestants to join the roving captains who harnessed Spanish commerce, and their efforts, begun in time of war, were continued in time of peace. Thus did the French wars with Spain develop into a general war on the part of the Protestants of Western Europe against Spain as the new champion of the papacy and the author of the Inquisition. In the New World, this movement resulted in the plundering of Spanish vessels, attacks on the Spanish ports with the object of holding them to ransom, and finally attempts, unsuccessful at first, but effectual when experience in colonization had once been gained, to found new European communities in the teeth of all opposition on the soil of a continent which the Spaniards regarded as most justly their own, and as before all things entrusted to them for the diffusion and the ultimate extension over the whole globe of the Catholic faith. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Cooke. Chapter 2, The New World, by E. J. Payne. Part 2. Here at length we reach a point of view from which the general bearing of the New World on the parallel growth of European economics and politics on the one hand, and of religious theory, philosophical thought, and scientific advancement on the other, might be brought under observation. Our remarks must be confined to the latter group of topics. For during the period covered by this chapter, the political system of Europe was not sensibly disturbed, while the economic changes produced by the discovery and conquest of the New World were as yet imperfectly developed. But the sudden shattering of the old geography produced by the discovery reacted at once in a marked way on European habits of thought. Religion is man's earliest philosophy, and what affects his habits of thought and alters his intellectual points of view cannot but modify his religious conceptions. The discovery of the New World and its prospective employment as a place for the planting of new communities of European origin greatly contributed to substitute for the medieval law of religious intolerance the modern principle of toleration. In the Old World, the former theory had hitherto enjoyed general acceptance, and it rested on a logical basis. There was scriptural warranty for the doctrine that the Supreme Being was a jealous God, visiting the sins of men not only upon their descendants to the third and fourth generation, but also upon the nation to which such men belonged. And it followed that to believe or conceive of him or to worship him otherwise than in accordance with the revelation graciously made by him for the guidance of man was something more than an offense against himself. It was an intolerable wrong to society, for it exposed the pious many to the penalty incurred by an impious minority. Plague and pestilence, famine and destruction and war were brought on a nation by religious apostasy, and it was therefore not merely lawful, but a national duty to stamp out apostasy in its beginnings. The history of Christendom down to the discovery of America is in the main one long series of more or less successful applications of this perfectly intelligible principle to the general conduct of human affairs. Had it not been for the New World, the Old World might perhaps to this day have been governed in accordance with it. But the New World was virgin soil. All Christendom, with the approbation even of Jew and Ismailite, would readily have united in the opinion that this gross aboriginal idolatries should be extinguished and the worship of the one God introduced into it in whatever form. And in the plantation or creation of new Christian communities in America, the reason for intolerance as a necessary social principle no longer existed. Each colony, and colonies in this practically vacant continent could be planted at considerable distances from each other, could now settle its religious principles for itself, for it did so at its own risk. In this way the Old World found the solution of what in France and elsewhere had, by the middle of the 16th century, become a serious social and political difficulty. In France, in Germany, in England, the nation was coming to be divided into two hostile camps, Catholic and Protestant. Was the one half in each case to be extinguished by the other in an internecine war? The banishment of the weaker party by migration, and already expatriation was substituted for the death penalty in the case of greater moral crimes than heresy, was a wise and merciful alternative. The French Protestants, who felt that the course of God's dealings with man must, on the whole, be in their favor, were the first to think of a new career, in a new world perhaps revealed for the purpose as the beginning of a better order of things, if not as the fulfillment of the destiny of the Reformed faith. And, as the triumph of the Catholic party in France became more and more probable, Protestant leaders cast anxious eyes toward the American shores as a possible place of refuge for their people, should they be worsted in the struggle. An attempt of this nature was made, with the sanction and help of Coligny, the head of the Protestant party, by Nicolas Durand, better known by his assumed name of Villegagnon, a knight of the Maltese order who had served in the expedition of Charles V against Algiers, and who also distinguished himself as an author and an amateur theologian. Durand had reside in Nantes, where the propriety of providing a transatlantic refuge for Protestants and the capabilities of the Brazilian coast, now frequently visited for commercial purposes by French seamen, were matters of common discussion. He resolved to be the first to carry such a scheme into effect, and he found ample support among the partisans of the Reformed religion, including Coligny, through whose influence he obtained a large pecuniary grant from the French king. In May 1555 he sailed with 2 ships for the coast of South Brazil, where he settled on an island still known as Ilha de Valgahalho, near the mouth of the Bay of Rio de Janeiro, 2 miles from the mainland. Durand named the country he proposed to occupy Antarctic France. The voyage was understood to mark, and did in fact mark, a new era in history. It was the actual beginning of the movement which brought to the New World, as a place where they might worship God in their own way, the Puritans of New England, the Quakers of Pennsylvania, and the Catholics of Maryland. Scholars called it the expedition of the Idionautes, and a French pedant, after the fashion of the time, celebrated its departure in an indifferent Greek epigram. God looked down, he said, from heaven, and saw that the corrupt Christians of Europe had utterly forgotten both himself and his Son. He therefore resolved to transfer the Christian mysteries to a new world, and to destroy the sinful old world to which they had been entrusted in vain. Preoccupied with the task of establishing themselves in India and the Far East, the Portuguese had for 30 years after the discovery of Brazil done almost nothing by way of reducing this district into possession. A few ships frequented the coast for the purpose of trading with the natives and setting ashore criminals to take their chance of being adopted or eaten by them. The success of Madeira as a sugar-growing island suggested the extension of this form of enterprise in Brazil, to which attention had been drawn by recent discoveries of gold. And the soil, as in Madeira, was granted out in hereditary captaincies, each grantee receiving exclusive rights over 50 leagues of seaboard. Martim Alfonso de Souza, afterwards viceroy in India, obtained the first of the fiefs, and took possession in 1531. 11 others followed, and in 1549 the direction of the whole colony was vested in a governor-general, whose seat was fixed at Bahia. The Portuguese settlements were in north and middle Brazil, and by choosing an insular site far to the south, Durand expected to escape disturbance. His first care was to build a fort and mount his guns. He announced his arrival to the Church of Geneva, by whom 2 pastors were duly ordained and sent out with the next batch of emigrants. Durand began by sharing with these ministers the conduct of divine worship, and specimens of his extemporaneous prayers, in the course of which he gave thanks to God for mercifully visiting the mainland with the depopulating pestilence, whereby the enemies of the elect were destroyed, and the Lord's path made straight, have come down to us. He devoted to theological studies the abundant leisure left him by his administration. Convinced by the arguments of Cyprian and Clement, he ordered that water should be mingled with the sacramental wine, directed salt and oil to be poured into the baptismal font, and forbade the second marriage of a pastor, fortifying himself in the position he thus assumed by argumentative appeals to Holy Scriptures. When he at last publicly announced his adherence to the doctrine of transubstantiation, a breach between him and his Calvinist flock was inevitable. Only one among them, a voluble doctor of the Sorbonne, whom he associated with himself in the office of the pulpit, supported his pretensions. When the scandalized colonists absented themselves from public worship, he proceeded to severe disciplinary measures, and in the end they quitted the island, threw themselves on the kindness of the savages of the mainland, and made their way to trading vessels in which they sailed for Europe. Thus the Idionaut colony, the first Protestant community in the New World, ended in a ludicrous failure. As the struggle between the Catholics and Protestants of France became more and more desperate, the idea of founding a Protestant colony in America was revived, and it was now resolved to use for this purpose the immense tract which Verrazano's voyage was understood to have acquired for the French crown. Coligny, with the assent of Charles IX, equipped 2 vessels, which he dispatched on February 18, 1562, under the command of Jean Ribault, to found the first colony attempted in North America since the return of Roberval in 1540. After exploring the coast, Ribault chose Port Royal Sound, in the present state of South Carolina, as the most promising site for a colony, began the construction of a fort, to which he gave the name Charles Fort, for the protection of those whom he intended to leave behind, and returned to Europe. Their supplies being exhausted, the colonizing party fell into dissensions, mutinied against the rigorous discipline enforced by their captain, and assassinated him. No reinforcements arriving from Europe, they built a pinnace, intending to return, put to sea, suffered indescribable hardships, and put back again, more dead than alive, towards the American shore. They were picked up by a homeward bound English bark, one of whose crew had been with Ribault on the outward voyage. Some were landed in France, while those who were not too exhausted to continue the voyage were taken on to England, where the liveliest interest was, by this time, felt in the question of North American colonization. How this revived interest arose may now be briefly explained. The history of English enterprise in connection with the New World goes back in substance to the period of the discovery itself. Even before this, Bristol seamen had sought for the mystical St. Brandan's in the expanses of the Atlantic. Possibly the ancient connection of that port with Iceland had brought the Norse sagas to their ears, and the quest pursued by them was, in substance, the search for Vineland or New England. John Cabot, having obtained on March 5, 1496, the patent referred to in an earlier page, evidently sailed in quest of the new land or new island of the Northmen, and between that date and August 1497, when he returned to Bristol, reached and investigated the shores of Labrador and Newfoundland, which represent the coast called by the Northmen Helluland or Stony Land. A voyage was attempted by him to the new land in 1498, but not accomplished, and thenceforward English interest in the continent of America relaxed, although the Newfoundland waters were increasingly frequented by fishermen of other nations, so that the voyage of 1496-97 was practically forgotten, when, nearly 60 years afterwards, Englishmen began once more to turn their attention to America. From the untroubled early years of Henry VIII, when America, as yet wholly savage, and its discovery received conspicuous notice in a serious philosophical drama, to the marriage of Philip and Mary, when it stood forth in the eyes of Europe as the source of more wealth than the world had ever seen, the New World is scarcely mentioned in English literature, though the continental press teemed with accounts of it and allusions to it. But an old dramaticist's picture of the new continent, as it presented itself to English eyes about 1515, becomes all the more striking through its isolation. The play, or interlude, is entitled The Four Elements. The leading personage, named Experience, discourses at some length on the great ocean, quote, "so great that never man could tell it, since the world began, till now these 20 year," end quote, and the new continent lately found beyond it, a continent, quote, "so large of room," end quote, as to be, quote, "much longer than all Christendom," end quote, for its coasts had been traced above 5,000 miles. The inhabitants from the south, where they, quote, "go naked alway," end quote, to the north, where they are clad in the skins of beasts, are everywhere savages, living in woods and caves, and knowing nothing of God and the devil, of heaven and hell, but worshipping the sun for his great light. The fisheries, the timber, and the copper of America are named as its chief sources of wealth. and the speaker laments in stanzas perfectly rhythmical, though the accent is somewhat forced, that England should have missed the opportunity of discovering and colonizing this vast country. Oh, what a great thing had been then, if that they that be Englishmen might have been the first of all that there should have taken possession, and made first building and habitation a memory perpetual. And also what an honorable thing, both to the realm and to the king, to have had his dominion extending there into so far a ground, which the noble king of late memory, the most wise prince, the 7th Harry, had caused first to be found. Nor is this all that England has lost. Hers would have been the privilege of introducing civilization and preaching the gospel in this dark continent, of leading its brute-like tribes, quote, to know of men the manner, and also to know God their Maker, end quote. This task, it is evidently felt, would more fittingly have fallen to the lot of England than of Castile and Portugal. The American coast was doubtless occasionally sighted from English vessels, but it was only gazed on as a curious spectacle. The northern shore, the only part accessible to English adventurers without encroaching on the transatlantic possessions of a friendly power, yielded little or nothing to commerce which could not be obtained with less trouble in Europe itself. During these 60 years, which saw no break in the friendly relations between England and Spain, many English merchants resided in that latter country, who must have heard with astonishment, and probably a certain envy, of the rich treasure districts which exploration revealed in quick succession, and occasionally visited them, or some of them, in person. Not until the marriage of the English queen with the Spanish heir apparent was it ever suggested that England should aspire to share in the wealth which was the fortune of events that had poured into the lap of Spain. About this time Mexico and Potosi shone forth with tempting luster in the eyes of Europe. These districts were mere patches on a map of a continent which probably contained gold and silver in all its parts, and which had been designed by nature to be the treasure house of the world. 9/10 of it remained unexplored. The events of the Franco-Spanish Wars had proved the Spaniards incapable of excluding it from other nations whose seamen were better than their own, and English seamen, then as now, acknowledged no superiors. Other Mexicos and Potosies doubtless awaited the first adventurer bold enough to strike the blow that should secure them. Why should England again neglect her opportunity? It was not, however, exactly in this aspect that the suggestion of America for the English was first put forward. The writer who earned the credit of it, one Richard Eden, Hakluyt's precursor, who to book learning added a keen personal interest in sailors and sailors' tales, was a clerk to Philip's English Treasury. Possibly he owned this post to a volume published by him in the year preceding that of Philip's marriage, containing a translation of a somewhat meager account of the New World compiled by a German geographer. The object of this volume, in his own words, was to persuade Englishmen to, quote, make attempts in the New World to the glory of God and to the commodity of our country, end quote, and the sole inducement held out was America's wealth in the precious metals. Only a few years had elapsed since the produce of the mines of Potosi were first registered in the books of the Spanish king. Had Englishmen, writes Eden, been awake to their interests, quote, that rich treasury called Peru Laria, the bullion warehouse of Seville, might long since have been in the Tower of London, end quote. At this date, Edward VI, a Protestant, with whom Spain's papal title to the New World was not likely to find recognition, was on the throne. His future marriage remained undecided, but it was anticipated that he would intermarry with a French princess, and that England and France, henceforth in strict alliance, would continue the process of despoiling Spain, which France alone had so successfully begun. By the death of Edward and the succession of Mary, the political outlook was changed. On July 19, 1554, Philip of Spain arrived in England and in the next week was married to Mary at Winchester. He brought with him immense quantities of gold and silver borne on the backs of 100 horses. Eden's regretful comment was now misplaced, for the contents of, quote, that rich treasury called perularia, end quote, were actually on their way to the Tower of London. On October 2nd there arrived at the Tower 50,000 pounds sterling in silver, destined to form the nucleus of Philip's English treasury, in which Eden had obtained a clerkship. He watched the entry of the newly married sovereigns into the metropolis, and his former vision, in a modified shape, now floated before him as a consequence of the match. An ancient commercial alliance was now forfeited by a dynastic one. Spain and England must surely henceforth deal with the New World as partners. Eden now resolved to translate the first portion of the Decades of Peter Martyr, which contained a lively and popular account in a series of Latin letters, written in the fashion of the day, of American history from the discovery to the conquest of Mexico. Other matter of a similar description filled up his volume, and in the preface he eloquently urges English sailors and merchants to quit the well-worn tracks of traditional commerce and adventure boldly to the coasts of Florida and Newfoundland. Although such ideas were doubtless widely entertained, the short reign of Mary afforded no scope for realizing them, and the new Anglo-Spanish connection left in the New World but a single and fleeting trace. A South American official, when planning a town in a remote valley of the Argentine Andes, named it Londres, or London, in honor of the union of Philip and Mary. This was the first place in America named after an English city. Its existence was of short duration. The Indians expelled the colonists who were fain to choose another site. The only noteworthy fact during this reign, bearing upon the present subject, was that a remarkable maritime project was disastrously proved to be impracticable. Its aim was the discovery of a northeastern passage to the Far East, answering to the southeastern passage that was now commonly made by the Portuguese round the Cape of Good Hope. Shortly before Edward's death, Sir Hugh Willoughby sailed for this purpose with 3 vessels. Winter came suddenly on. Willoughby laid up his ships in a harbor of Russian Lapland, where he and the crews of 2 of his vessels were frozen to death, while Chancellor, the captain of the 3rd, with difficulty reached the White Sea, landed at Archangel, and returned by Moscow. This disaster stopped further search for the passage. Seamen and traders henceforth turned in the opposite direction and speculated on the discovery of a northwest passage. Elizabeth had been on the throne 18 years when Frobisher, a Yorkshireman, who had constituted himself the pioneer of this project, obtained the means of bringing it to the test, and commenced a fruitless search which lasted 2 centuries and a half for a passage first proved in our own generation to have a geographical existence, but to be nautically impossible. Frobisher's voyages did little towards effecting their ostensible purpose. Led astray by the quest of the precious metals, he loaded the ships with immense quantities of a deceptive pyrites, which contained a small portion of gold, but far less than enough to pay the cost of extracting it, and the scheme, which had degenerated into a mere mining adventure, was quietly abandoned. Meanwhile, the attention of Western Europe was still concentrated on Florida, a term denoting all the North American continent as far northward as the Newfoundland fishery, and bestowed on it by its discoverer, Ponce de Leon, who reached it on Easter Day, Pascua Florida, 1513. Eden's preface conveys the impression that the Spaniards had neglected this vast tract of the continent. Nothing, however, could be less true. The most strenuous efforts had been made to penetrate it, in the confident expectation that it would prove as rich in treasure as Mexico itself. And Pamphilo de Narvaez, chiefly known to fame by his feudal mission to arrest the campaign of Cortes, had landed here in 1528 with the object of emulating that supremely fortunate adventurer's exploits. Repulsed and forced back to the coast, he took refuge in his ships and perished in a storm. 5 only of his 300 men regained Mexico, where they published the exciting news that Florida was simply the richest country in the world. This statement was probably made in irony rather than in seriousness, yet it was not without foundation in fact, for the Appalachian Mountains contained mines of gold and silver which are profitably worked to this day. By the conquest of Peru, adventure to Florida received for the second time a powerful stimulus. Hernan de Soto, a lieutenant of Pizarro, who had been appointed governor of Cuba, undertook to annex it to the Spanish dominions, 1538. His ill-fated expedition, commenced in the next year, forms a well-known episode in American history. During 4 years, de Soto persevered in a series of zigzag marches through a sparsely peopled country containing no pueblos larger than the average village of hunting tribes, and showing no trace whatever of either gold or silver. In descending the Mississippi, he sickened and died. The miserable remnant of his troops sailed from its mouth to the Panuco River in Mexico, bringing back tidings of a failure most disheartening, because the result of a more protracted effort than that of Narvaez. In 1549, some friars of the Dominican order, elsewhere so successful in dealing with the American aborigines, landed in Florida only to be at once set upon and massacred. By this time the Indians knew the general character and aims of the newcomers who styled themselves Christians, and dealt with them accordingly. Outside Spain, it was generally thought that Providence had prescribed limits to Spanish conquest, and reserved the northern continent for some other European people, obviously either the French or the English. Hence, when in 1558 a Protestant princess succeeded to the English throne, she found the policy which she was expected to pursue in this direction defined for her in public opinion. Here was Florida, the "richest country in the world," still without any owner, or even any pretender to its ownership, though 60 years had passed since Colombo discovered the continent of which it formed a large and prominent part. A whole generation had passed away since the heroic period of Spanish-American history, the conquest of Mexico and Peru, and that period had evidently closed. Clearly Providence forbade Spain to cherish the hope of succeeding in any further attempts to subjugate Florida. France, though as ambitious as ever, was hopelessly entangled in civil broils. Everyone expected Elizabeth, who was in truth no bigot, to found colonies in this vast and fertile tract so near to England and so easily reached from it, where perhaps her Catholic and her Protestant subjects might settle in peace, each group respectively occupying some large and well-defined district of its own. The name itself, bandied about for half a century, had by this time become a household word which was without humorous suggestions. Satirists travestied it as Stolida, or land of simpletons, and Sorida, or land of muckworms. Pirates, arrested on suspicion and examined, mockingly avowed themselves bound for Florida. In France, experiences of a certain kind, unedifying transactions of gallantry in the base sense of the word, were called adventures of Florida. The world was eagerly expecting the impending revelation which should disclose the future fate of the temperate regions of North America. To the pretensions of France, the fortune of events soon gave a negative answer. Nothing daunted by the failure of Ribault's party, Coligny in 1565 dispatched René Londinier, a captain who had served under Ribley, to make a second effort. Londinier chose as the site of his settlement the mouth of the river called Ribleu by the River of May, St. John's River, from its discovery by him on the first day of that month in 1562. And here he arrived in the midsummer of 1564 with a strong and well-armed party, built a fort, and began exploring the country. Most of the intending settlers had been pirates, whom, in the close proximity of St. Domingo and Jamaica, it was impossible to keep from resuming their old trade. Others joined an Indian chief and followed him to war with the neighboring tribe in the hope of plunder. The stores of Fort Caroline were soon exhausted, and but for the timely relief obtained from John Hawkins, who passed the Florida coast on his homeward way, the immigrants must have starved, or have returned to Europe, or have been dispersed among the wild aborigines. In the next year, 1565, the Spaniards destroyed what was in effect a mere den of pirates, and built the fort of St. Augustine to protect their own settlements and commerce, as well as the still unspoiled treasures of Appalachia, and to prevent the heretics of France from gaining a foothold on American soil. And in a few years, 1572, the massacre of St. Bartholomew put an end to the Huguenot designs on Florida. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan B. Oman, Williamsburg, Virginia. Chapter 2, The New World by E.J. Payne, Part 3. At this point, where France retires for a time from the stage, leaving England to enter upon it and open the drama of Anglo-American history, we drop the thread of events to resume our survey of the effect produced by the discovery and unveiling of the New World on European ideas and intellectual habits. The complete revolution in geography, which now suddenly revealed to man his gross ignorance in the most elementary field of knowledge, the earth beneath his feet, had a wider effect. It shook the existing systems of science, though it had not as yet the effect of shattering it, much less replacing it by something more nearly in accordance with the truth of things. It produced in many, over and above the suspicion already long harbored in logical minds that neither the accepted doctrine and practice of the Catholic Church, nor any modification of it likely to meet with acceptance in its place, could possibly represent the true construction of God's will revealed in Scripture, that sense of general intellectual insecurity which is best named skepticism. Caron's future motto, Que sais-je, became the leading motive in intellectual conduct. It is impossible to attempt here to trace this movement in its entirety. We can but select 3 writers belonging to 3 successive generations, and all prominent among their contemporaries as pioneers of new paths of thought, and all of whom avowedly derived much of their inspiration from the events briefly noticed above. All 3 were laymen, a fact not in itself devoid of significance. The writings of ecclesiastics during this period, even in the case of distinguished humanists such as Bembo and Erasmus, show scarcely a trace of the same influence. The control of thought was passing away from the Church. All 3, too, were lawyers, and 2 of them were Lord Chancellors of England. Sir Thomas More, born 10 years before the voyage of Colombo, wrote and published his Utopia in 1516, soon after the Pacific had been first descried from the mountain in Darien, and while the Spaniards in the Antilles were gathering the information which led to the conquest of Mexico and Peru, both as yet unknown. This admirable classic of the Renaissance, too keen in its satire and too refined in its feeling to have any practical effect commensurate with the acceptance which it instantly won among cultivated and thoughtful contemporaries, was avowedly suggested by the discovery and settlement of the new Western world. What possibilities of discovery, not merely in the realm of geography, but in that of social organization, morals, and politics, were laid open by this amazing revelation of a strange world of oceans, islands, and continents, covering 1/3 of the sphere. The extent of America to the westward, with all that lay beyond, was as yet unknown, and More was not exceeding the limits of these possibilities when he described a traveler who had accompanied Vespucci on his last voyage as remaining in South America with a few companions and making their way westward home by shore and sea, thus anticipating the circumnavigation of the globe, which a few more years were to see achieved. The traveler's name is Hytholadius, or expert in nonsense, and none among the countries visited by him so strongly arrest his attention as the island of Utopia, or Nowhere, where the traditional absurdities dominant in the old world are unknown, and society is constituted on a humane and reasonable basis. Utopia is an aristocratic republic, in which the officers of government elected annually are presided over by a chief magistrate elected for life. Everyone is engaged in agriculture, and drones are banished from the hive. It is an accepted principle that every man has a natural right to so much of the earth as is necessary for his subsistence, and may lawfully dispossess of his land any possessor who leaves it untilled. Even the generous imagination of More did not rise to the conception of a state of society in which slavery was unknown, and the laboring population of Utopia are still slaves. Not that they are held as private property, for private property is unknown. Whatever is valuable is held, as it were, on lease from the community, on condition of making such use of it as shall inure to the public benefit. The family is patriarchally governed. There is no coinage. Gold and silver are not used as ornaments, but are only applied to the basest purposes, and precious stones serve only to adorn children. The energies of the Utopians, released from the empty employments of the old world life, are concentrated on the development of learning and science. Many of them worship the heavenly bodies and the distinguished dead, but the majority are theists. Their priests are chosen by popular election. They have few and excellent laws, but no professional lawyers. They detest war, but are well armed and fight intrepidly when necessary, though by preference they employ a neighboring nation of herdsmen as mercenaries. The temples of the Utopians are private buildings, and there is no worship of images. No living thing is offered in sacrifice, though incense is burned, and wax candles are lighted during the service of God, and vocal and instrumental music is practiced in connection with it. But in all religious matters there is absolute toleration. There is indeed a limited exception in favor of the immortality of the soul, and a future state of rewards and punishments, belief in both of which is thought to be essential to good citizenship. Yet even those who reject these doctrines are tolerated on the principle that a man cannot make himself believe that which he might desire to believe, but which his reason compels him to reject. These, however, are regarded as base and sordid natures, and excluded from public offices and honors. The attitude of the Utopian towards Christianity, of which they hear for the first time from Hythlodaeus, is described as favorable. What chiefly disposes them to receive it is its original doctrine of community of goods. Before the strangers quit Utopia, many of the inhabitants have embraced Christianity and received baptism. The question of the Christian priesthood presents a difficulty. All the European travelers are laymen. How, then, can the Utopian Christians obtain the services of duly qualified pastors? They settle this question for themselves. Applying the established principle of popular election, they hold that one so chosen could effectually do all things pertaining to the priestly office, notwithstanding the lack of authority derived through the successors of St. Peter. Although Christianity is thus permitted and even encouraged, its professors are forbidden to be unduly zealous for its propagation. A Christian convert who condemns other religions as profane and declares their adherents doomed to everlasting punishment is found guilty of sedition and banished. The Utopia, it will be seen, is no mere academic imitation of Plato's Republic. Specifically, the New World has little to do with its details. It was the mere possibilities suggested by the New World which occasioned this remarkable picture of a state of society diametrically opposed to the aspect of contemporary Europe. More's romance lost its hold on public attention as soon as headstrong enthusiasts on the continent endeavored to realize some of its fundamental principles. But at a later date, through the founders of New Jersey and Pennsylvania, it had some ultimate effect on, as it took its motive from, the New World, which was beginning to stir European minds to their depths at the time when it was written. From More, we turn to a writer of a later generation, remarkable for the freedom and independence of his mental attitude toward contemporary ideas and institutions, who avows in more than one place that the New World profoundly modified his habits of thought. No close reader of Montaigne will dispute that the contemplation of the New World in connection with the events which happened after its discovery greatly contributed to give him that large grasp of things, that mental habit of charity and comprehensiveness, something of which passed from him to Bacon and to Shakespeare, both diligent students of his writings. Michel de Montaigne, a French advocate and country gentleman, who may be called the Plato of modern philosophical literature, was born in 1533, when Pizarro was overrunning Peru. During his life, the New World was growing ever larger in the eyes of mankind, and as it drew him to itself by a species of intellectual gravitation, it detached him from the standing ground of his time and raised him in a corresponding degree far above it. The facts of aboriginal American history and ethnology, narrated by the conquistadors and by other travelers, sank deeply into his mind, and his knowledge of the New World was not mere book learning. As a counselor of Bordeaux, he often came in contact with merchants and seamen who were familiar with America, but his chief source of information was a man in his own services, who had lived 10 or 12 years in Brazil, whom he described as a plain, ignorant fellow, but from whom he seems never to have been weary of learning at first hand. Before Colombo's voyage, the savage or brute man had been a little known in Europe, and was in fact as much a myth as the unicorn or the griffin. When Montaigne wrote, he had become as well known as the Moor, the Berber, or the Guinea Negro, and the spectacle of a new transatlantic continent scarcely less extensive than the aggregate of those old world countries of which Europe possessed any definite knowledge, and peopled by men scarcely above the state of nature, seized the French philosopher with a strange fascination. By its contrast with European life, it suggested some startling reflections. What if civilization, after all, were a morbid and unnatural growth? What if the condition of man in America were that for which the Creator designed him? What if those omnipotent powers, law, and custom, as at present constituted, were impudent usurpers, destined one day to decline under the influence of right reason, and to give place, if not to the original rule of beneficent nature, at least to something essentially very different from the systems which now passed under their names? Montaigne put 3 questions very pointedly. In the Tupiguari of Brazil, as described by one who had known them long and intimately, he recognized nothing of the character associated with the word barbarous and savage. They were rather a people permanently enjoying the fabled golden age of ancient poetry, strangers to the toils, diseases, social inequalities, vices, and trickeries which chiefly make up civilized life, dwelling together in vast common houses, though the institutions of the family were strictly preserved, and enjoying with little or no labor and no fear for the future all the reasonable commodities and advantages of human life, while knowing nothing of its superfluities, refined in their tastes for poetry, specimens of which were recited to him by his domestic informant, and which appeared to him anacreontic in their grace and beauty, and employed chiefly in the chase, the universal pleasure of the human race, even in the highest state of refinement. This they carried perhaps a stage too far. They hunted their neighboring tribesmen for his flesh, and like others among the more advanced American peoples, were cannibals, a name which Montaigne used as the title of the laudatory tractate here quoted. What of that? Civilized man, says the philosopher, who practically enforces servitude on 9/10 of the human race, consumes the flesh and blood of his fellow man alive. Is it not worse to eat one's fellow man alive than it is to eat him dead? These Americans torture their prisoners, it is true. Worse tortures are inflicted in civilized Europe in the sacred names of justice and religion. We Europeans regard these our fellow men with contempt and aversion. Are we, in the sight of God, much better than they? Have we done, are we doing by our fellow man at home according to the light which is or should be within us? Montaigne was perhaps only half serious. Yet such views commended themselves more or less to perfectly serious thinkers in other European countries, and they accorded with a feeling which had long been gaining ground of revolt against the hollow pageantry, the rigid social and political forms, the grasping at an empty show of power and dignity which marked medieval life, and of expectation advancing toward more of simplicity, sincerity, and accordance with truth and nature. These views affected men's religious conceptions and had something to do with the Protestant and Puritan views of religious duty and theory. They were more amply represented in the Quakerism of a later age, and while they originated in the Old World, they had their freest and fullest development, as will appear later in this history, in the New. Held in check in Europe, where power tenaciously clung to the machinery of feudalism, they fermented in and began to permeate social strata on which that machinery rested with crushing weight, and produced those revolutionary and socialistic doctrines which have so largely affected modern European society, but have found less favor in America. The immigrant in the New World was conscious of breathing different air. In this spacious continent Much seemed trifling and even ridiculous, which had commanded his respect and even devotion at home. Much of the burden of the past seemed to fall from his shoulders. Industry ensured subsistence even to the poorest. Security of subsistence led by an easy transition to competence and often to affluence. In all these stages, a general sense of independence was fostered, felt in different degrees in different parts, but common to some extent to the Spanish landowner among his Indian serfs, the sugar planter among his slaves, the missionary among the converts he was reclaiming from savagery, and the peasant wrestling with the forest and turning it into an expanse of fertile fields. The political tie which bound the immigrant to the European power commanding his allegiance was scarcely felt. The merchant made large profits, capital earned high interest. There was everywhere a large measure of freedom in local government. Even in Spanish America, the European distinction between the noble and the plebeian was never introduced, nor could the courts of justice exercise the jurisdiction of the Hidiguera. Such a condition of things necessarily had its reaction on the mother countries, and Europe almost from the first felt that reaction in however slight a degree. In one respect, the medieval constitution of Europe received from the New World, in the period immediately subsequent to the discovery, a decided accession of strength. The conquest and settlement of Spanish and Portuguese America opened an immense field of operation to the Catholic Church, and this field was forthwith entered upon with extraordinary vigor and success. During the 16th century, Rome was gaining in the New World more than she was losing in the Old. In Mexico, in Peru, in New Granada, foundations already existed from which the missionary had but to sweep away and effete superstructure to erect a loftier and more durable one. The aborigines were deeply imbued with religious ideas and trained from childhood to regular habits of worship and ritual. The houses of the gods, numerous and often magnificent, were held in deep veneration and endowed with extensive estates. The superiority of the great Dios of the Spaniards, a title understood by the Indians to be the proper name of a deity to whose worship the people of Europe were especially devoted, had been abundantly manifested in the military successes of his votaries. Conversion was insisted on by the conquerors, and as the image of the old deities were destroyed, their shrines defaced, and their rites forbidden, compliance was dictated by the very spirit of aboriginal paganism. In Mexico, where the ancient rites demanded human sacrifices in vast numbers and in cruel and repulsive form, their abolition was effected with comparative ease. In Peru, where human sacrifice was chiefly limited to infant victims who were simply strangled and buried, the Indians were more firmly attached to their old religion, and a serious obstacle to its abandonment lay in their devotion to the practice of ancestor worship. Long after the mass of them had accepted the doctrine and practice of Christianity, they secretly offered sacrifice to the desiccated bodies of the dead, and a rigorous and prolonged inquisition had to be organized and carried into effect before the idolatry of Peru was extirpated. Meanwhile, the settlement of the Church proceeded on the general lines recognized in Europe. But in America, as in the Spanish districts conquered from the Moors, the Holy See forbore some of its prescriptive rights in favor of the crown. Notwithstanding the ordinances of the Lateran Council, Alexander VI, in 1501, granted to the crown all titles and first-fruits of the Indies. The consideration for this temporalization of property, which of right belonged to the Church, was the conquest of territory from infidels and their conversion to Christianity. The right of patronage in all sees and benefices was also vested by the Pope in the Spanish sovereign, as fully as had been done in the case of the Kingdom of Granada, subject only to the condition that it should remain in the crown inalienably. The crown was further appointed the Pope's legate in America. The limits of dioceses were at first laid down by the popes, but even this right, together with the powers of dividing and consolidating them, was granted to the crown, and no American bishop could return to Europe without the viceroy's license. The Church in America held its own councils under the direction of the metropolitans of Mexico and Lima, and no appeal in ecclesiastical matters was carried to Rome. The crown obtained the income of vacant sees, a part of which was assigned to the defense of the coasts against heretic pirates.
These concessions were amply justified by the immense revenue which poured into Rome from Spanish America in the form of donations, of proceeds of bulls for the Holy Crusade, and of the sale of indulgences and dispensations.
What the Holy See bestowed with one hand, it received back in larger measure with the other. Outside the limits of settled life, the work of evangelization was vigorously pursued by Franciscan, Dominican, and Augustinian friars, who from the first flocked to the New World in all its parts. But the chief share in this labor was borne by the newly founded Company of Jesus. Among the exigencies which led to its establishment may certainly be reckoned the need of adequately grappling with the task of preaching Christianity in America, as well as in India and the Far East, and the numerous reductions in the savage districts of North and South America abundantly testify to the devotion and energy of the Jesuit fathers. At first, the regular clergy greatly outnumbered the secular. In many cases they received by dispensation valuable benefices, and being in all respects better educated and trained than the secular clergy, they more easily acquired the American languages. The surplus incomes of these regularized benefices were remitted to the superiors of their incumbents in Europe, and were ultimately applied to the foundation of houses of the several orders in the New World. The Franciscan, Augustinian, and Jesuit colleges in Peru were in effect the chief centers of European civilization, and the Jesuits have left a durable monument of their zeal in the Republic of Paraguay. To those members of these orders who engaged in missionary work, the ethnologist and historian are greatly indebted. But for their labors, the deeply interesting history and folklore of Mexico and Peru would have been inadequately preserved, and the language of many tribes outside the pale of settled life must have perished. Together with the fine churches attached to the mission settlements, the cathedral and parish churches of Spanish America, often built on the sites of ancient temples, form a unique series of historical monuments, entirely built by native labor and largely by voluntary contributions from native sources. They were, to a great extent, served by pastors of Indian or partly Indian descent, a class whom it was the policy of Spain to foster, and through which her control of her vast American dominions was in some measure maintained. What was the effect of the New World in the realm of learning and science? Here, on the whole, the New World, at least in the first 80 years of its history, figures rather as a consequence than a cause. At Montaigne's death, Francis Bacon, designing to reconstruct the system of the sciences, was meditating and elaborating the great series of books and tractates which his views were given to the world. In many of his writings, it is clear that America, with its physical features, its plants and animals, and its aboriginal race, was largely the subject of his meditations, and that the vast array of facts associated with it enlarged and modified his opinions and forecasts. To some extent, Bacon was the scholar of Montaigne, whose conception of America as the middle one of 3 island continents which once lay westward of the Old World, the vanished Atlantis which gave its name to the Atlantic, the new-found America beyond it, and a third still undiscovered but probably soon to be revealed in the unknown expanses of the Pacific, and called by Bacon New Atlantis, as bearing the same geographical relation to the New World which the earlier Atlantis had borne to the Old, underlies his noble philosophical romance bearing that name as its title. Bacon's habit of thought and study had induced in him a broader and profounder conception of the New World than that presented in the pages of his French predecessor. The phenomena of society which chiefly attracted Montaigne was for him only a secondary interest. Thirsting to know the causes of things, he aspired to comprehend nature in her entirety, to penetrate her secret, and to interpret her message.
And the New World lent him opportune and unexpected help.
The configuration of sea and land surfaces, the mountains, the tides and winds, the animals and plants of the New World, opened for the first time an enormous field of physical inquiry. The New World, for example, threw new light on the distribution of terrestrial and maritime areas. Like the continents of the Old World, Europe and Asia for the purpose of this comparison counting as one, both North and South America broadened out towards the north and tapered toward the south, the alternative principle of termination by variously shaped peninsulas being found here also to recur. What, Bacon asked, was the shape of that supposed continent lying south of the Strait of Magellan and commonly called Terra Australis? The conflicting or according phenomena of the tides in different places, the waterspouts, the refrigeration of the air by icebergs on the Canadian coast, the balmy breezes blowing to seaward from Florida, the trade winds which had lent Europe wings to carry her across the Atlantic, the constantly westerly or anti-trade winds blowing toward the Portuguese shore, from which it was sometimes said Colombo had inferred the existence of a western continent generating them, the comparatively cold climate of North America, the frozen expanse of Labrador being in the latitude of Britain, and the contradictory phenomena of the Peruvian coast, which lay almost under the equator, while its ocean breezes blowing hardest at the full moons were said to produce a climate like that of southern Europe. The strange inequalities of temperature experienced in different parts of the Peruvian Cordilleras, the alleged phenomenon that the peaks of the Andes remain destitute of snow, while it thickly covers their lower elevations, with the effects produced on man by their attenuated air, not so much cold as keen, piercing the eyes and purging the stomach. Such inquiries as these, never previously formulated, make Bacon the founder of modern physical geography. American man in his physical and ethnological aspect strongly attracted Bacon's attention. Was the extraordinary longevity of the Brazilian and Virginian tribes, who remained manly vigor to the age of 120 years, connected with their practice of painting their skin?
What
Was the cause of a similar phenomenon in Peru? Was it true, as some allege, that the fearful morbus gallicus, then for the first time raging in Europe, and supposed, though erroneously, to have been imported from America, had its origin in the loathsome practice of cannibalism? What was the effect on American man of maize as his staple diet? In America, where flint was scarce, fire was universally kindled by the wooden drill. The American Prometheus, then, in Bacon's word, had no intelligence with the European, and the arts of life must have originated independently in the New World, an inference somewhat boldly made from a single pair of facts, but which accorded, though Bacon knew it not, with the traditions of Mexico and Peru, and is amply confirmed by our own well-informed age, by everything known as the general progress of the American aborigines, by an effort of judgment for which the materials scarcely existed, and which had certainly never been made before his time. Bacon mentally arrayed against each other the polished nations of Europe and the barbarous or savage ones of America, and asked himself the reasons of the contrast. Was it to be sought in soil, in the sky, in the physical constitution of man? These suggestions he answered negatively. The differences, he concluded, lay solely in the fact that the American peoples, for some as yet unknown reason, had made less progress in the arts of life. We know the reason to be nature's parsimony in furnishing the Western continent with animals capable of labor and amenable to domestication. Here another question presented itself to this prince among thinkers. Was the project of planting the civilization of Europe among the American savages, a project widely entertained in Western Europe, a feasible one? Bacon answered this also in the negative. Nor is it doubtful that, having regard to the contemporary idea of planting, Bacon was right. The idea of teaching the Indians to live virtuously and to know of men the manner and also to know God their Maker was not yet obsolete, and the Spaniards, according to their lights, were vigorously prosecuting the task in Mexico and elsewhere. It had been reserved for a later age, in most respects more advanced, to acquiesce in a system of colonization which dispossessed the aboriginal owners of the soil, and deals with them as with vermin to be hunted down or stamped out, or deported to holes and corners of land, to dwindle and die out under the effects of poverty, chagrin, and vices introduced by their civilized conquerors. From the Discovery to the time when European nations adopted a commercial policy and a commercial morality, from Colombo to Penn, those of the natives who submitted to European rule were regarded as men, to be civilized and Christianized, and ultimately to be blended in one race with their European brethren. Bacon discountenanced this view so far as concerned the savages of Florida, or northeastern America, and the foundation of English colonies there on a corresponding footing. He bade Englishmen throw aside ideas which, to his thinking, savored less of reality than of an antiquated romances like the Amadis de Gaul, and take up Caesar's commentaries. If Englishmen must perforce colonize, he pointed out to them, as the proper field of colonial enterprise, the adjacent island of Ireland, whose aboriginal peoples were sunk in a barbarism more shameful than American savagery, because of their immediate proximity to and close relations with one of the most civilized nations of the globe. These instances by no means represent the full influence exercised by the New World on the most powerful mind of modern times, and through him on ages which have realized his ideas without adding anything to their transcendent scope and penetration. There can be little doubt that Bacon's whole scheme for the reconstitution of knowledge on a broader basis and firmer foundation, in accordance with the truth of things and without regard to the routine of scholastic tradition, and with such fullness that, in his own words, the crystalline globe of the understanding could faithfully reflect all that the material globe or external world offers to his apprehension, was suggested to him by the facts briefly sketched in the foregoing pages. Truth, he wrote, was not the daughter of authority, but of time. America was certainly the greatest birth of time. Bacon applied these words to the philosophic system of which he was the founder. The discovery of America gave the human intellect what is known to mechanics as a dead lift. It dispelled a secular illusion. It destroyed the old blind reverence for antiquity, which Spencer might well have depicted as a sightless monster, stifling mankind in its serpentine embraces. Truth, to borrow from Milton an allegory worthy of Bacon, had been hewn like the body of Osiris into 1,000 pieces. Philosophy, like Isis, the disconsolate spouse, wandered over the earth in quest of them, and the time would come when they would be gathered limb to limb and molded into an immortal feature of loveliness and perfection. What grounds of hope, to use Bacon's phrase, for that glorious reunion, or rather, what certain auguries of its ultimate attainment? He gathered from the new cosmography his writings abundantly testify. His own vast survey of knowledge attained, or that ought to be attained, he modestly described as a coasting voyage or perigeus of the new intellectual world. He loved to compare his own conjectures and anticipations of the boundless results which he knew his methods destined to achieve in the hands of posterity with the faint indications which had inspired Colombo to attempt the Mirabilis Navigatio, that daring 6 weeks' voyage westward across the Atlantic. Feebly, indeed, and through the darkness of night, he says, blew the breeze of hope from the shores of the new continent of knowledge and power toward him, as from his lonely elevation he eagerly watched for those cheering signals which he knew would sooner or later greet the patient eye of expectant philosophy, though he himself might not be destined to behold them. Those signals, he wrote, must one day come, unless his own faith in the future should prove vain, and men were content to remain intellectual abjects. Humanity had waited long ages for the accomplishment of Seneca's prophecy, a prophecy which, in every mouth at the discovery of which Bacon, like all his contemporaries, hailed the discovery as the destined fulfillment. Veniet annis secula seris, quibus oceanus viculum rerum, laxet et igneus patiet tellus, tifius novus detegat orbis, nec sic terris ultimat tule. Possibly he had pondered over a less-known passage in the prose writings of the same author, who predicts that the time shall come when knowledge shall be vastly increased and men shall look back with amazement at the ignorance of the Greeks and Romans. There was confirmation of such hopes in Holy Scripture. The anticipation of the Chaldean seer that in the latest times many should run to and fro and knowledge be increased, he interpreted as foreshadowing the opening of 5/6 of the globe, hitherto closed to man's travel, study, and reinvigorated powers of reasoning. Into the future of history, in the narrow sense of the world, Bacon ventured only by one memorable forecast, since abundantly verified and more abundantly by momentous events of quite recent occurrence. He prophesied that the great inheritances of the East and the West, both at the time ready to slip from the feeble grasp of Spain, must alike fall to those who command the ocean, to that Anglo-Saxon race of which he will remain to all time one of the most illustrious representatives. End of Section 8. Recording by Nathan B. Oman, Williamsburg, Virginia.
Section 9 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. I have a YouTube channel under the same name, MorganScorpion. Chapter 3, The Ottoman Conquest, by J.B. Bury, Part 1. In the middle of the 14th century, two powers which had recently sprung into unexpected prominence were closing in upon Constantinople from the west and from the east. But in the race for the stronghold on the Bosphorus, the competitor, which might have seemed to have the best chances of winning, suddenly fell out. With the death of Stephen Dushan, 1356, the ill-consolidated empire of Servia collapsed. His successors were ciphers, whereas Orkhan, the Sultan of the Ottomans, handed down a well-disciplined state built on a strong foundation to a line of eminent princes. Under him the Ottoman Turks won, 1358, their first foothold on European soil by the occupation of the fortress of Gallipoli, somewhat less than a century before Mohammed II captured Constantinople. It was not long before Orkhan's son Murad I had crept round and conquered the eastern half of the Balkan Peninsula, cutting off Constantinople from Christian Europe. For the first time since the days of Darius and Xerxes, Thrace passed under the sway of an Asiatic power. Often as the hosts of Sassanid kings and Saracen caliphs had lined the shores of the dividing straits. If the conquest had resembled in character the old Persian conquest, if the inhabitants had been required only to pay tribute to a distant ruler and receive his garrison in their cities, the lot of these lands would have been light. But they were taken into full possession by their new lords, and Oriental nomads of an alien and intolerant religion were planted as the dominant race amid the Christian population. The circumstance that the Ottomans were nomads, they were a clan of the Turkish tribe of Oghuz, gave their empire its significance in the history of mankind. In the perpetual struggle between the herdsmen and the tillers of the soil which had been waged from remote ages on the continents of Europe and Asia, the advance of the Ottomans was a decisive victory for the children of the steppes. This feature of their conquest is of no less fundamental importance than its aspect as a victory for Islam. How the Ottomans were caught in the tide of the Mongol invasion and their power almost ruined, how they recovered under the prudent guidance of Mohammed I, how the wave of conquest once more rolled on under Murad II, until a seal was set upon their European empire by the capture of Constantinople, all this has been told by Gibbon. The story is here taken up in 1453. For a moment it was not clear whether the new lord of Constantinople would be content with a suzerainty over the neighbouring lands which had once been provinces of the Roman Empire, or would reduce them to the condition of provinces of the Ottoman realm. The princes of the Peloponnese, the despot of Servia, the lords of some of the island states of the Aegean, forthwith offered their submission. Mohammed soon showed that he would not acquiesce in a system of vassal states paying him tribute as overlord, but aimed at compassing the complete and immediate subjection of the Balkan Peninsula. A typical Oriental conqueror, he was driven on by the true instinct that it would be fatal to stand still or abandon aggression. He believed that it was the destiny of his people to spread the religion of the Prophet over the whole earth, and the task of his life was to further the accomplishment of this end. His next successors worked with varying vigour in the same direction, and the Ottomans throve so long as they conquered. But it was constant success in war that quickened and strengthened the frame of their state, and the honour in which limits were set to territorial advance marks the beginning of a rapid decline. The nature of their institution, as we shall see, demanded war. Mohammed first turned his arms against Servia. This step was determined by Servia's geographical position, lying on the road to Hungary. For Mohammed saw that Hungary was the only country, John Hunyadi the only leader, that he had seriously to fear. The two Western powers which had the greatest interest at stake in the East and were most gravely affected by the change of masters at Constantinople were Venice and Genoa. The Genoese were accustomed to dealings with the Ottomans. They were the first Christian power west of the Adriatic that had made a treaty with them, and they had not scrupled to use the alliance of the infidels against their fellow Christians. The Genoese colony of Galata sent the keys of their walled town to Mohammed on the fall of the city, and the Sultan, though he slighted their walls, granted them a favourable capitulation, securing their liberties and commercial rights. But Genoa was feeble and indifferent, and feeling herself unequal to new efforts, she transferred, before the fatal year was over, her Pontic settlements to the Genoese Bank of St. George, into whose hands the administration of Corsica passed about the same time. But the financial resources of the bank did not suffice for the task of supporting these colonies, and Genoese trade declined. Venice, on the other hand, was not indifferent, and her first thought was, not to recover the bulwark of Christendom from the hands of the Moslem, but to preserve her own commercial privileges under the rule of the infidel sovereign. She sent an envoy to Mohammed, and a treaty, which formed the basis of all subsequent negotiations, was presently concluded. By it she secured freedom of trade for her merchants, and the privilege of protecting Venetian settlers on Turkish soil by means of her own officers. Hungary, then, was the only power that Mohammed, secure on the side of Venice, had immediately to fear. In the first month of 1454, the young and worthless King Ladislaus had assembled a diet at Buda and carried extraordinary measures for organising an army against the Turks. John Hunyadi, appointed commander-in-chief, had a host ready to take the field in spring, when George Brankovic, the despot of Servia, arrived, suppliant, for help, with the news that the Turk was advancing against his kingdom. Hunyadi crossed the Danube and raided Turkish territory, while Mohammed beleaguered the Servian forces of Ostrovica and Smederevo. He took Ostrovica, but Smedra, a stronghold of capital strategic importance for operations against Servia, Hungary, and Wallachia, was saved by the arrival of the Magyar general, and Mohammed retreated. A large detachment of the retreating army encountered Hunyadi near Kusavat. No regular battle was fought. A panic seized the Turks, and they were routed with slaughter. Hunyadi completed his campaign by descending the Danube and reducing the Ottoman fortress of Vidin to ashes. In the following year, 1455, Mohammed, who claimed Servia through his stepmother, a Servian princess, won a foothold in the south of the country by the capture of Novo Brdo, with its important gold and silver mines, and he spent the next winter in making large and elaborate preparations for besieging Belgrade by land and water. The siege lasted 3 weeks in July 1456, and hardly has a more brilliant feat been achieved in the course of the struggles between Europe and the Ottoman Turks than the relief of Belgrade by John Hunyadi and his Magyar army. It was the second time that he had saved this bulwark at the gates of Hungary. Pope Calixtus III had sent an able legate, Juan de Carvajal, to rally the people round the general in the holy cause, but it is a Minorite brother, John of Capistrano, who shares with Hunyadi the glory of the triumph. The eloquence of this preacher, inspired with zeal against the misbeliever, could still move men's hearts to some faint semblance of that crusading fervour which had once strung Europe to madness. The greater part of the host which was collected was a tattered, undisciplined rabble, but infinite patience and energy overcame all difficulties. With a few vessels, Hunyadi broke through the chain of barks by which Mohammed had barred the Save, and entered the besieged city. Though the defenders were far inferior in number and equipment, yet by valour and cunning they defeated all the efforts of the enemy, and at last forced the whole army to retreat in confusion, and with tremendous losses, amounting to more than 50,000 killed and wounded, 300 guns, and 27 war-boats. In the first hour of delight, the victors overrated the importance of their achievement. They fancied that the Turk was almost crushed, and that but little was wanting to drive him from Europe. It could be done, wrote Hunyadi in a letter to the Pope, if Christendom were to rise up against him. But there was no chance of such a rising, and in a few days Christendom lost her ablest champion, Hunyadi himself. August 1456. Hungary, crippled by domestic feuds, without a leader in whom men trusted, receiving no support from Germany in consequence of the hatred between King Ladislaus and the Emperor, could not follow up her victory. Presently Ladislaus died, and Hunyadi's son, Matthias Corvinus, a lad of 16 years, came to the throne, January 1458. Meanwhile, Muhammad was taking measures for the subjection of Servia. He was helped by its domestic circumstances. After a struggle for the succession to the crown, the government devolved upon a woman, Helena, the widow of the desperate George's youngest son, and she took the strange impolitic step of placing the country under the protection and overlordship of Pope Calixtus, who had vowed his energies to the abolition of the Turks. But this act alienated the boyars, who liked the interference of the Catholic no better, or even less, than the rule of the infidel. In 1457, Mahmud Pasha, Beglerbeg, or governor of Rumelia, had overcome all Servia. In 1458, Muhammad came himself, captured Semendra by treachery, and received the voluntary submission of many of the boyars. It is said that 200,000 inhabitants were carried from the land, whether to be trained for military service or to be settled in other parts of the empire. On the death of Hunyadi, only a single great warrior was left to fight for the cause of Christendom, standing almost alone like a strong wall, said Pope Calixtus. But it was as much as his strength could compass to defend his own land. This was George Castriotes, the Albanian, whom we are accustomed to designate as Skanderbeg, a name which always reminds us that he had been brought up in the faith of Islam and held high office under Murad II before he returned to his own religion and his own people. Beneath the supremacy of his masterful and daring spirit, the Albanian folk, which in the regions of northern Epirus preserved the old Illyrian language, was raised into transient greatness. For a brief space, an united Albanian nation lifted up its voice amid the roar of the world's tide, and admiring Europe applauded. In the warfare on the Illyrian hillsides, Skanderbeg was almost invariably successful, and a defeat which he suffered at the Albanese fortress of Belgrade, through an indiscreet concession, 1456, was avenged in the following year by a great victory over Muhammad's able general Hamza, who was himself taken prisoner. Muhammad was glad to make a truce for a year, and Skanderbeg was persuaded to cross over, a second Alexander of Epirus, to Apulia, to help the Spanish Ferdinand of Naples to drive out the French, 1461. On the Albanian chief's return, new discomfitures forced Muhammad, intent on more pressing enterprises, to seek a permanent peace, and the Sultan acknowledged Skanderbeg as the absolute sovereign of Albania, April 1463. But the peace was broken before the year was out. It was the Albanian who violated the contract, under the importunate pressure of the Pope and the Venetian Republic. He reopened hostilities by a raid into Macedonia, and in 1464 he won a crushing victory over a Turkish army under Balaban, an Albanian renegade. His success decided Muhammad to take the field himself, at the head of a mighty host, and lay siege to Konya, the Albanian capital, 1465. The last exploit of the hero was to render this expedition fruitless. Failing to storm the place, Muhammad retreated, leaving Balaban to starve it out. But before he left the country, he massacred some thousands of Albanian families, whom he discovered in their refuge in the valley of Tidna. Having no forces sufficient to relieve Konya, Skanderbeg visited Rome, hoping to obtain effectual help from Pope Paul II. He obtained a little money and much goodwill. On his return to Albania he found that some Venetian troops had come to his aid, and he was now able to act. But fortune relieved Croia. A chance blow wounded Balaban mortally, and the blockading army immediately retreated, leaving Albania in a state of terrible devastation. The athlete of Christendom, as Skanderbeg was called, died a year later at Alessio, recommending his son and his country to the protection of Venice, January 1467. For Venice his death was a serious event, as he was the buffer between the Ottoman power and her possessions on the lower Adriatic, such as Skodra and Durazzo. Henceforward she would have to do her own work here. Bosnia, which had borne its part in the fatal Battle of Kosovo Field, 1389, was inevitably drawn into the vortex. The catastrophe of this land received a peculiar character from its religious condition. The mass of the people, high and low, was firmly devoted to the Paterine or Bogomilian tenets, which Catholics and Greeks branded as Manichaeanism. It is one of that series of religions which range from Armenia to Aquitaine, including Albigensians at one extremity and Paulicians at the other, all apparently descended from the ancient heresies of adoptionism. But the Catholics were eager to crush the heresy. Franciscan missionaries worked with all their might in the land, and some of the kings embraced Catholicism. In 1412 the Bogomils threatened to Turkize, and in 1415 they executed the threat, fighting at Usera against Hungary. When King Stephen Thomas embraced Catholicism, 1446, the Pope and the King of Hungary hoped that the false doctrines would be extirpated. In the south of the Bosnian kingdom was the large vassal state, practically independent, which had grown up out of the lordship of Klum. The voivode of this country was Stephen Vukcic, and in 1448 he received from the emperor the title of Duke Herzog of St. Sabas, whence the complex of his lands derived the name of Herzegovina, the duchy. His daughter married Stephen the king, but Stephen the Duke remained true to the national faith. He seems to have entered into a sort of vassal relation to Mohammed, for, when he makes peace with his neighbour Ragusa in 1454, we find him undertaking not to attack it, save at the command of the great ruler, the Sultan of Turkey. On the fall of Constantinople the Bosnian king offered tribute, but Hunyadi's feat at Belgrade and the success of Skanderbeg in the south raised up King Stephen's drooping hopes and heartened him to refuse the payment, 1456. Before, however, any results ensued from his change of attitude, he made peace again, 1458. His object was to have his hands free for laying hold of Servia. In the Diet of Segedin, the Hungarian king agreed that the despot's son, Stephen Tomasevich, should become despot of Servia and actual ruler of the little northern strip of Servia that was not in Turkish power. The position here depended entirely on holding the key fortress of Semendra. But the inhabitants of this place were reluctant to submit to the Bosnian prince imposed upon them, and when in the next year Mohammed appeared with an army, they opened their gates to him. A cry of mortification at the fall of this bulwark arose in Hungary and Italy, and the disaster was attributed to the corruption and cowardice of Stephen Tomasevich. The Hungarian king Matthias Corvinus never forgave him, but the evidence seems to show that the surrender was the act of the inhabitants of the town, done in his despite. 2 years later King Stephen Thomas died, hampered in his struggle with the Turk by his feuds with his vassal and father-in-law, the ruler of Herzegovina, and with the ban of Croatia, and above all by the estrangement in religion between himself and his folk. The storm broke upon his son Stephen, who, having apparently convinced Pope Pius II of his innocence in the loss of Semandra, was crowned by the Pope's legate and reconciled with the Hungarian monarch. Meanwhile the anti-national policy of the kings was producing its effect. The oppressive measures adopted by them, at the instigation of the Pope and Hungary, towards the Patarines, alienated many of that sect, who fled into Turkey, or remaining in the country acted as spies for the Sultan, while some actually embraced Islam. Mohammed resolved to reduce Bosnia to complete subjection. When he sent an embassy to demand tribute, King Stephen, taking the envoy into a treasure chamber, said, "Here is the tribute, but I have no mind to send it to the Sultan." "It is a fine treasure to keep," replied the envoy, "but I know not whether it will bring you luck. I fear the reverse." When, however, Stephen failed to gain any aid from Venice or from Ragusa, itself trembling at the danger of a Turkish attack, and heard of the equipment of a great Turkish army, he repented his boldness, and sent to Mohammed to offer the tribute and ask for a truce for 15 years. His ambassadors found the Sultan at Hadrianople. The historian of the Bosnian War, Michael Konstantinovich, who was in the service of the Turks, was there at the time, and, hidden behind a chest, he overheard the conversation of 2 pashas who were in the confidence of King Mohammed. They arranged that the demands of the Bosnian king should be granted, and the envoys dismissed on the Saturday, but on the following Wednesday the army was to start and overwhelm Bosnia before any aid from Hungary or elsewhere could reach it. So it came to pass, and though Michael privately informed the Bosnian ambassadors of the perfidious intentions of the Sultan, they would not believe him. Having occupied the district of Podrinja, Mohammed attacked the royal residence, the mighty fortress of Bobovat, and here again the special condition of Bosnia affected the course of events. The defender, Prince Radak, was secretly a Patarine, though he had feigned to accept Catholicism, and he betrayed the town to the Turk. The Turk rewarded him by decapitation, a strange policy on the part of a conqueror whose interest it was to encourage such treacheries. Jashur, in the west of the land, capitulated, and the king, who had fled to Cluj, surrendered to Mahmud Pasha, receiving from him a written guarantee for his life and freedom. The lands directly under the Bosnian crown were soon subdued, Stephen commanding the captains of his castles to yield, and Mohammed marched southward to subdue the duchy and Ragusa. But in this difficult country he made little way, and on failing to take the capital, Blagaj, he abandoned the enterprise. It was the Sultan's policy to put to death all rulers whom he dethroned, and, in order to release him from the obligation of keeping a promise which he had not authorized, a learned Persian mufti with his own hand beheaded the Bosnian king. It is said that Mohammed carried off 30,000 boys to be made into Janissaries, besides 100,000 other captives. The Catholics who were left fled from the country, and to prevent its utter dispeoplement, Mohammed gave the Franciscans a safeguard, allowing the Christians free exercise of their religion. Henceforward, the Franciscan influence was predominant. King Matthias Corvinus made a vigorous attempt to rescue Bosnia, and in the year 1463 he drove many of the Ottoman garrisons out. But he had not made timely preparations for encountering the return of Mohammed, who in the next spring, 1464, came to recover Jadshur, the most important stronghold of all. The hard-pressed place was relieved by a Hungarian force, but at the end of the year Matthias, who was besieging another fort, was constrained by Mahmud Pasha to retreat. Nothing more was done for Bosnia. A strip in the north, with a few fortresses including Jadshur, remained in the power of Hungary, and gave the title of King of Bosnia to the Voivode of Transylvania, but the land as a whole had passed under Muslim rule. Herzegovina was made fully subject nearly 20 years later, 1483. All the Slavonic powers of the Balkan Peninsula were thus gathered into the Asiatic Empire, except the tributary Republic of Ragusa and a part of the Principality of Montenegro, whose recesses offered a refuge to many of those who saved themselves from the wreckage of the neighbouring countries. Stephen Kunojević, the maker of Montenegro, had spent his life in defending his country against Muhammad's father, Murad, and had fought hand in hand with Skanderbeg. He died in 1466. His son Ivan the Black continued the struggle with indomitable spirit, though the waves seemed to be closing over his head, when to the south of him Albania was thrown open to the Turk by the death of Kastriotes, and Bosnia was conquered in the north. When the Venetians abandoned Skodra to Muhammad, 1479, the very key of Montenegro seemed to have been surrendered. And so desperate appeared the outlook that Ivan burned Zabuljak, the city which his father had founded, near the upper end of the Lake of Skodra, and went up to lofty Setanje, which has ever since remained the capital of the only Slavonic princes of the peninsula who never bowed the knee to Asiatic lords. Ivan the Black was more than a heroic patriot. To him belongs the distinction of having established at Obod the first Slavonic printing press, from which the earliest books in Cyrillic character were issued, 1493. Meanwhile Greece had been conquered, except for a few forts which still remained to Venice. The Duchy of Athens, which had passed in the previous century to the Florentine merchant family of the Acciajuoli, was won. The last duke, Franco, surrendered the Acropolis to Omar, son of Turakan, in 1456. When Muhammad visited the city, 2 years later, he was amazed at the beauty of its buildings and the handsome quays of the Piraeus, and cried, "Islam owes a debt to the son of Turakan." Subsequently, Franco was privately strangled, on account of a plot of some Athenians to restore him. But on the whole, Athens had reason to be pleased with the change from the rule of Catholic princes to that of the unbelievers. The administration of justice and the collection of the tribute were assigned to local officers, and the only new burden was the tribute of children. The Peloponnesus was misgoverned by the 2 brothers of the last Roman emperor, Thomas and Demetrius, worthless and greedy despots, whose rule was worse than the worst Turkish tyranny. Thomas, notorious for his cruelty, resided at Patras and oppressed the western part of the peninsula. Demetrius, distinguished by his luxury, ruled over the east, and his seat was in the rocky fortress of Mistra, at the foot of Mount Taygetus, 3 miles west of Sparta. The court officials, who were the ministers of their oppression, were detested throughout the land, which was further distracted by the hatred between the Greek inhabitants and the Albanian shepherds who had come down and settled here in the previous century, after the fall of the Servian Empire. The invasion of the Turks in 1452 had desolated the land and given the Albanian herds a wider range. The Greek peasants overcrowded the towns, and the most thriving traders began to emigrate. The Albanians deemed that the right moment had come for making the Morea an Albanian state. Perhaps they were encouraged by the fame and success of Skanderbeg. But there was no Skanderbeg among them to unite and keep them together, and they could not agree upon a leader of their own race. And they selected Manuel Cantas Cousenus, a noble of the family which had given an emperor to the East Roman throne, who was now ruling informally over the hillsmen of Maina in Taygetus. He adopted the Albanian name of Gin, and placed himself at the head of the insurgents. By themselves the despots would have been unable to hold out in their strong places, but they appealed to Muhammad, to whom after the fall of Constantinople they had become tributary, and when the governor of Thessaly marched into the peninsula, the rebels sued for peace, 1454. The Albanians received favourable terms, for it was Ottoman policy to preserve them as a make-weight to the Greeks. But the Morea was far from being tranquillized. 4 years later Muhammad in person led an army thither to restore order, and captured and garrisoned the Acro, Corinth. The enmity of the two brothers Palaeologus led to new miseries. They took up arms against one another. Thomas, posing as the champion of Christendom against the Turks, and Muhammad decided that an end must be made of Greek rule in the Peloponnese. In 1460 he descended for the second time, and he did not hold his hand when policy urged cruelty. Thus, when the indwellers of Leondari, a place on the northern extremity of Taygetus overlooking the megalopolis, abandoned their town and took refuge in the hills in the citadel of Gardiki, an ill-omened place where 37 years before Turkhan had built pyramids of Albanian heads, 1423. Muhammad followed the luckless people to this sequestered fort, and on their surrender they were all gathered together and slain, 6,000 of them. At Kalavrita, a renegade Albanian chief who had been in Turkish service was sawn in two. Here and elsewhere thousands were reduced to slavery. Demetrius had submitted without a blow at Mistra. Thomas fled to Corfu and ended his life at Rome as a pensioner of the Pope. It was thus that the Morea became perhaps the most miserable province in the Turkish realm. Nor can there be any doubt but that Muhammad deliberately intended this to be its fate. He unpeopled and desolated it, so that it might present no allurements to a foreign invader, and have no spirit to be restless. 6 maritime places still belonged to Venice: Argos, Nauplia, and Thermesi in the east, and Coron, Modon, and Navarino in the west, to which we must add Aegina. The little town of Monemvasia, which Frankish speech corrupted to Malvoisie, on the rocky east coast of Laconia, held out for 4 years in the name of Thomas Palaeologus, and then placed itself under the protection of Venice, 1464. The withdrawal of Genoa from the field, and the conquest of the Morea and Bosnia, followed by the death of Skanderbeg, devolved the whole defence of the coasts of the Illyrian peninsula and the Aegean upon the Republic of St. Mark. New Phocia and the northern islands, Lemnos, Imbros, Samothrace, Thasos, had been successively conquered 1456–7, and in 1462 Lesbos, which had become a very nest of pirates from Spain and Sicily, was annexed to the Turkish dominion. Its last Genoese lord, Niccolo Gattilusio, was strangled. 1/3 of the inhabitants were enslaved, 1/3 deported to augment the population of Constantinople, and the rest, the poorest and the worst, were left to till the land and gather in the vintage. As basis for maritime war in the Aegean, Venice still possessed Negroponte, Candia, together with Nauplia, Romanian Naples, and had command of the islands composing the Duchy of Naxos. The inevitable war broke out in 1463, and its first scene was the Morea. Single-handed, Venice was scarcely equal to the work, and the delay of 10 years made the task more arduous. Never was there a moment at which a common effort of the Christian powers of Europe was more imperatively needed. Never a moment at which such an effort was less feasible. The monarchs were not blind to the menace of the new and deadly ecumenical force which was hurled within range of their kingdoms. They discerned and owned the peril, but internal policy and the consolidation of their power at home so wholly absorbed their interest that nothing less than a Turkish advance to the upper Danube or the Rhine would have availed to stir them into action. The Emperor Frederick III had not remained unmoved by the fall of Constantinople, but his strained relations with Hungary, as well as the affairs of the empire, hindered him from stretching a hand to save Servia. Yet at his side was a man who fully realized the jeopardy and conceived the project, to which he devoted himself heart and soul, of stirring up the princes of Europe to wage a holy war against the infidel. This was Aeneas Sylvius, Bishop of Siena. He utters his idea immediately after the fall of the city in a letter to Pope Nicholas V. Mohammed is among us. The sabre of the Turks waves over our head. The Black Sea is shut to our ships. The foes possess Wallachia, whence they will pass into Hungary and Germany. And we, meanwhile, live in strife and enmity among ourselves. The kings of France and England are at war. The princes of Germany have leapt to arms against one another. Spain is seldom at peace. Italy never wins repose from conflicts for alien lordship. How much better to turn our arms against the enemies of our faith? It devolves upon you, Holy Father, to unite the kings and princes, and urge them to gather together to take counsel for the safety of the Christian world. A vain idea, inappropriate to the conditions of the age, but which was to hover in the air for many years to come and inspire abundance of useless talk and empty negotiations. The urgent words of Aeneas and a letter of the Emperor roused the Pope to an action which neither of them had contemplated. He issued a bull imposing a tithe for war against the infidel. Thus, as Aeneas himself owned, seeking to cure one evil by another. The chief interest, perhaps, of the efforts made by Nicholas and his successors to bring about an European peace, for the sake of driving back the Turk and recovering Constantinople, lies in the measure which they suggest of the distance which the world had travelled since the age of the Crusades. In the 11th and in the 12th, even in the 13th century, a religious sentiment could stir the princes and the peoples of Europe to go forth, not to avert danger, but to rescue a holy place of pilgrimage. But in the 15th, though the unbeliever had won his way into Europe, had reached the Danube and threatened the Adriatic, the imminent danger to Christendom left Christendom lukewarm. Except religious zeal, there was no force which could compel an European effort. With the growth of humanism, the old kind of religious enthusiasm had passed away. Pope Nicholas himself illustrated the change of things since the days of Urban II, when, at the very time of his proclaiming a crusade, he privately sent agents to the East to rescue from the deluge all Greek manuscripts they could lay hands on. There were, however, special reasons, besides the general lukewarmness, that accounted for the failure of the first papal efforts. Nothing could be effectually done without the co-operation of Venice, and Venice, as we saw, made on her own account an advantageous treaty with Mohammed. The emperor, who professed to support the idea of a crusade, was hindered from energetic action by his ill relations with Hungary. The demand for money, which might have enabled the Pope to organize an armament, was highly unpopular. And not the least serious impediment was the intolerance which divided the Catholics from the Greek Church, and prevented them from feeling any true pity for the forlorn prospects of their fellow Christians in Greece and Servia, or any sincere desire to save them. It was futile for Aeneas Sylvius to say that the Greeks were not heretics, but only schismatics. They were generally regarded as worse than infidels. The only prince who might have been ready to make sacrifices, if any common action had been organized, was Duke Philip of Burgundy. In the spring of 1454 a diet was held at Ratisbon, but the essential business was deferred to a second diet at Frankfurt in the autumn, and it came to a third at Wienerisch Neustadt, February 1455. Aeneas Sylvius was persuasive and eloquent, but the meetings had no result. At the two later diets the appeals of John of Capistrano produced a sensation from which much was hoped. Like Peter the Hermit, he possessed the faculty of stirring the common folk in open-air assemblies. On the death of Pope Nicholas, the papal chair was filled by a Spaniard, Calixtus III, March 1455, who seemed to have no less burning zeal for the holy war than John of Capistrano and Aeneas himself. He made a solemn vow to dedicate all his strength to the recovery of Constantinople, and to the extermination of the devilish sect of Mohammed. For 3.5 years he wrought and hoped, but with all his efforts could do no more than send a few ducats to Skanderbeg, or float a few galleys to harass the shores of the eastern Aegean. He was succeeded by Aeneas Sylvius under the name of Pius II, August 1458. While the West had been talking, Mohammed had been advancing, and in a great council, assembled with much trouble at Mantua, 1459, Pius said, "Each of his victories is the path to a new victory. He will conquer the kings of the West, abolish the gospel, and ultimately impose the law of Mohammed on all peoples." The insincere attitude of the Venetians frustrated any results that might have been brought about by the assembly at Mantua. These fruitless diets and councils are a dull and dead page in history, but they represent the efforts of the European states to discuss the same Eastern question which we have seen them deal with in our own day at the Congress of Berlin. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3, The Ottoman Conquest, by J.B. Bury, Part 2. One of the most obvious policies for the Western enemies of Muhammad was to enter into communication with his enemies in the Orient and attempt to concert some common action. Such negotiations had been set on foot by Popes Nicholas and Calixtus. The last two sovereigns of the dynasty of the Grand Comneni of Trebizond, who were now the representatives of the Roman Empire, John IV and David, had endeavored to organize an alliance of the principalities of Asia Minor and Armenia, and to gain the support of Persia. It was upon Uzun Hasan, prince of the Turkomans of the White Sheep, that they above all relied. In 1459, David wrote to the Duke of Burgundy, announcing the conclusion of such a league, and expressing the conviction that, if East and West were to strike together now, the Ottoman could be abolished from the earth. But the league availed not David, when 2 years later Mohammed came to destroy the empire of Trebizond, 1461, and Uzun Hasan left him in the lurch. He surrendered on the offer of favorable treatment, but he was not more fortunate than the king of Bosnia. He and his family were afterwards put to death. At the same time, Mohammed seized Genoese Amastris and likewise Sinope, an independent Seljuk state, and thus he became master of the whole southern board of the Pontic Sea. It was about this time, 1460, that Pope Pius indited a most curious letter to Mohammed, proposing that the Sultan should embrace Christianity and become, under the patronage of the Roman See, Emperor of the Greeks and the East. "A little thing," he wrote, "only a drop of water, will make you the greatest of mortals. Be baptized, and without money, arms, or fleet, you will win the greatest lordship in Christendom." Had this chimerical proposal been seriously meant, it would argue in Aeneas an almost incredibly fanciful and unpractical mind. But when we find that he himself composed Mohammed's answer, we may infer that the letter was written as a rhetorical exercise and never intended to be sent. The prospect looked brighter in 1463, when the breach at length came between Venice and the Sultan. An offensive and defensive alliance was concluded between the Pope, Venice, and the King of Hungary. The Duke of Burgundy joined it. The cooperation of Venice seemed a security that business was meant at last. The Pope, though he was advanced in years, resolved to lead the crusade himself. Ancona was appointed as the mustering place, and thither streamed from all countries bands of poor and ill-furnished people, drawn by the hope of booty, 1464. But neither the Venetian vessels which were to transport them to Greece, nor the princes who were to lead them, appeared, and Ancona and the whole country round about groaned under their excesses. When Pius arrived in June, he found but the remnant of a disbanded rabble, and, overcome with disappointment, this victim of an idea out of season fell ill and died. Venice, unlike the Pope, was in contact with realities. The war had broken out in Greece by the Turkish capture of Argos, which a Greek priest betrayed. The Venetians laid siege to Corinth, and built a wall, the old 6-mile wall, across the isthmus, and had they been directed by a brave and competent commander, they would have captured the key of the Morea. But, disheartened by defeat in some small engagements with Omar Pasha, who had marched up from the south of the peninsula to raise the siege, they abandoned the defense of the isthmus before Mahmud Pasha, the Grand Vizier, arrived with an army from the north, 1463. Their failure at this favorable tide put a term to their chances of recovering ground in the Peloponnesus. An ineffectual maritime war was prosecuted for the next 6 years, 1464–9, and then the great blow to Venetian power was struck. At the beginning of June 1470, a fleet of 108 large galleys and nearly 200 small sail, commanded by Mahmud, set sail for the Euripus, and by land Mohammed himself led an army probably numbering about 80,000. The usual size of his armies seems to have been from 80,000 to 100,000, though they are generally set at far larger figures by the vanity of his defeated foes. The Sultan had resolved to rob Venice of her most valuable station, the strong fort of Chalcis or Agripos, which the Latins further corrupted to Negroponte, with an allusion to the bridge which connected it with the mainland. Against this great double armament, Venice had nothing ready to oppose but the strength of the well-provisioned city's walls, the resolution of the inhabitants, and 35 galleys which were in the Aegean under Niccolo da Canale. This captain could not venture to guard the straits against the far superior squadron, but, had he remained hard by, he might, it was thought, have effectually impeded Mohammed's construction of a bridge of boats from the mainland to the shore of the island. But he sailed away to beat up reinforcements in Crete. The siege operations lasted for 4 weeks. In a final storm, Mohammed, apparently aided by treachery, took the city in the teeth of a desperate defense, July 12. All the Italians who survived the conflict were executed. The Greeks were enslaved. At this crisis, Canale covered himself with shame. He had returned to the Euripus. His small squadron was within sight of the city. The garrison was signaling to him, and he made no effort to save the place. If he had broken the boat bridge, as Hunyadi had done at Belgrade, he would probably have rescued Negroponte. It was his plainest duty to try, and Venice punished him for his fainéance. After the fall of its bulwark, the whole island passed into Turkish hands. The event created in the West little less consternation than the fall of Constantinople itself. Pope Paul II and old Cardinal Bessarion were fluttered, and Sixtus IV, who succeeded in 1471, in conjunction with Ferdinand of Naples, accomplished something more considerable than the Western powers had yet done. They sent a number of galleys to join Pietro Mocenigo, an able seaman whom Venice had chosen captain of her fleet. At Samos in 1472, Mocenigo commanded 85 vessels, of which 48 were furnished by Venice and her dependencies, 18 by the Pope, 17 by Ferdinand, and 2 by Rhodes, an armament notable as the greatest that the combination of Christian powers at this time achieved. The Venetian admiral, who had taken on board a number of Albanian stradioti, conducted a war of raids with skill, swooping down and plundering Passaggio, a trading town over against Chios, burning Smyrna, pillaging the quays of Satalia, then a mart of the Oriental spice trade, helping the royal house of Cyprus. One brilliant feat was wrought by a Sicilian, who, venturing into the Dardanelles with 6 companions, fired the Turkish arsenal of Gallipoli, and expiated his daring by a cruel death. Such warfare was highly agreeable to the mercenaries, who were paid on the system of receiving a part of the booty, but it was hopelessly ineffectual, and Venice recognized that war must be waged by land. The scene was shifted to Albania, where Skanderbeg's legacy had fallen to Venice. Here all turned on the possession of Skodra, Scutari, the key of Albania, which had the same kind of strategic significance as Negroponte or Acro-Corinth. The Sultan was determined to secure it, and Suleiman, governor of Rumelia, laid siege to it in 1474. He was repelled by its brave defender Antonio Loredano, and the stress of need which the inhabitants endured was shown, the moment the siege was raised, by their general rush for the gates to quench their thirst in the waters of the Bojana. In 1477, the Turks renewed their designs in this quarter by besieging Croia, and at the same time their light cavalry, Akinje, harassed Venice in the north by overrunning Friuli. The garrison of Croia, reduced to eating their dogs and receiving no aid from Venice, submitted in the ensuing year, and Mohammed advanced to the second siege of Skodra. The Venetian Republic was hard-pressed. In these days its yearly revenue did not touch 100,000 ducats, nor could the Venetians at this moment expect aid from other powers. Ferdinand of Naples was actually intriguing with the Turk, and Friuli was exposed to the inroads of the infidels from Bosnia. The plague was raging in the lagoons. Unable to relieve Skodra, Venice resolved to make peace, and consented to hard conditions, resigning Skodra and Croia, Negroponte, Lemnos, and the Mainote district in Laconia. She agreed to pay a yearly sum of 10,000 ducats for free commerce in the Ottoman dominions, and recovered the right of keeping, as before, a bailo consul at Constantinople, January 1479. This peace was agreeable neither to the Pope nor to Hungary. King Matthias Corvinus fancied that he was born and trained to be a champion against the infidel, but other occupations prevented this remarkable ruler from achieving much in this direction. His greatest feat was the capture of Sabax, a fortress on the Save built by Mohammed, 1476. He was fain to follow up this success, but wars with the Elector Albrecht of Brandenburg distracted him during the next years, and nothing further was effected until, in 1479, his generals inflicted a crushing defeat upon a Turkish army in Transylvania. Venice now held nothing on the Albanian coast but Durazzo, Antivari, and Butrinto, while the Turks, in possession of Albania, began to push forward to the Ionian Islands and Italy. Zante, Cephalonia, and Santa Maura belonged to the Neapolitan family of Tocco, with the title of Count of Cephalonia and Duke of Leucadia. Mohammed seized these 3 islands, 1479, but an agreement in 1485 gave Zante to Venice, who paid a tribute for it to the Porte. The condition of Italy at this juncture allured Muhammad across the Adriatic. The King of Naples was at war with Florence, and was nursing ambitious designs of making himself lord of all Italy, and Venice watched his proceedings with the deepest suspicion. It is a disputed question whether Venice urged the Ottoman Sultan, as successor to the Byzantine emperors, to lay claim to southern Italy, but at all events, in 1480, Muhammad sent an armament under Kedek Ahmed, and Otranto fell at once. The commandant and the archbishop were sawn in two, the favorite Ottoman mode of intimidation at this time. From the surrounding land, some people were transported as slaves to Albania, but the Turks made no progress. Want of provisions hampered them, and presently Ferdinand arrived with an army and confined the invaders to Otranto. But help was urgently needed, for it was known that the Sultan would come himself next year with an overwhelming force. Except a few troops and galleys sent from Spain by Ferdinand the Catholic, no help came. The situation was, however, unexpectedly saved. Muhammad's attention was diverted by the more pressing necessity of conquering Rhodes, and then his sudden death delivered Rhodes and Italy alike. Throughout the years of the Venetian War, Muhammad had been busy and fortunate elsewhere, in the east and in the north. Of the small principalities which had sprung up after the collapse of the Seljuk power in Asia Minor, only that of Karamania, Lycaonia, and Isauria, with parts of Galatia, Cappadocia, and Cilicia, still remained independent. The death of its lord, Ibrahim, 1463, was followed by a war among his sons, which gave Muhammad an opportunity. The capture of Konya, Iconium, and Karaman, Laranda, secured him the rule of the whole land except Seleucia on the southeastern coast, and he assigned this important province, which he systematically dispeopled, to his youngest son Mustafa. This conquest, following upon that of Trebizond, brought on the inevitable struggle with the rival Oriental monarch, Uzun Hasan the Turkoman. He had extended his sovereignty from the Oxus to the limits of Karamania, and a large part of Persia was under his dominion. Karamania was a useful buffer state. Uzun Hasan wrote to Muhammad demanding the cession of Trebizond and Cappadocia, and complaining of the execution of King David Comnenus. Muhammad promised to meet him at the head of an army. The Turkoman invaded Karamania to restore the dethroned princes and took Tokat, 1471. But in the next year, Mustafa defeated him in a hard-fought battle by the shores of Lake Karalis. The decisive battle was fought in 1473, July 26, on the banks of the Euphrates near Terchan. Mustafa and his brother Bayezid led each a wing of their father's army, and were opposed respectively to the two sons of Uzun Hasan. The strife swayed long before it was decided by the Ottoman artillery. Muhammad wrote himself, "The fight was bloody, costing me the bravest of my pashas and many soldiers. Without my artillery, which terrified the Persian horses, the issue would have been longer doubtful." The significance of this victory, of which Muhammad probably thought more than of all his achievements except the capture of Constantinople, lay in its securing Karamania and Asia Minor. He was now free to follow out his schemes of conquest in Europe. The Roumanians north of the Danube had long ago been entangled in the ecumenical struggle. Mircea the Great, Prince of Wallachia, who, by astute diplomacy, steered his way between Hungary and Poland, had fought for Christendom in the disastrous battles of Kosovo, 1389, and Nicopolis, 1396, but was obliged to submit to the suzerainty of Mohammed I, 1412. After his death, civil wars between pretenders desolated and demoralized the principality for 40 years, until 1456 a strong man came to the helm in the person of Vlad IV. The princes of Wallachia and of Moldavia were elected by the people out of the princely families, but they had unlimited power, being the supreme judges, with control over the life and death of their subjects, and the complete disposal of the public revenue. Thus, only a steely-hearted, resolute man was wanted to restore order, and Vlad accomplished this by a policy of relentless severity which has handed him down to history under the name of the Devil or the Impaler. Having assured his throne and established friendly relations with his neighbors Moldavia and Hungary, he defied the Turk by refusing the tribute of children, which Wallachia paid like other subject lands. Mohammed sent an envoy, Hamza Pasha, accompanied by 2,000 men, with secret instructions to seize Vlad's person. But the Wallachian overreached them and impaled them all. Then, crossing the Danube, he laid waste the Turkish territory. In 1462, Mohammed arrived at the head of an army, bringing with him Radu, Vlad's brother, to take the place of the latter. Like Darius, he sent a fleet of transports to the Danube to carry the army across. Vlad withdrew his forces into the deep oak forests which formed a natural fortification. One night he penetrated in disguise into the Turkish camp, hoping to slay Mohammed, but he mistook the tent of a general for that of the Sultan. By his address and boldness he seems to have inflicted a serious repulse on the invaders, but he was presently attacked on the other side by Stephen, the Prince of Moldavia. After his divided army had sustained a double defeat, he fled to Hungary, and his brother Radu was enthroned by the Turks. The stress of the struggle now devolved upon the northern principality of Moldavia, and there, too, a strong man had arisen. In 1456, Peter Aron gave tribute to the Turk, but this prince was overthrown in the following year by Stephen the Great. At first, Stephen did not rise to his role of a champion against the unbelievers. He set his desire on securing the fortress of Kilia, near the mouth of the Danube, which belonged to Hungary and Wallachia in common, and he actually urged Mohammed's invasion. But he failed to win Kilia at this moment, and his capture of it 3 years later, when Wallachia belonged to the Turk, was an act of hostility to Mohammed. 5 years later, he invaded Wallachia, dethroned Radu, and set up in his stead Leot, a member of the Basarab family, which has given its name to Bessarabia. At this time, Mohammed was occupied with other things, but the conflict would come sooner or later, and Stephen stirred himself to knit alliances and form combinations to east and to west. He was in communication with Venice, with the Pope, with Uzun Hassan. The victory of Terdshan left Mohammed free to throw an army into Moldavia under the command of Suleiman Pasha. Stephen, reinforced by contingents sent by the kings of Poland and Hungary, gained at Rakova, on the Birlad stream, a great victory, the glory of his reign, which entitles him to a place near Hunyadi and Skanderbeg, 1475. But a new element was brought into the situation in the same year by the simultaneous expedition which was sent against the Genoese settlements of the Crimea. Kaffa capitulated. 40,000 inhabitants were sent to Constantinople, and its fall was followed by the surrender of Tana, Azov, and the other stations. Muhammad could now launch the Tartars of this region against Moldavia on the flank, and next year, 1476, this befell. Unassisted by Poland or Hungary, who were each suspicious of his relations with the other, attacked by the Wallachian prince, whom he had himself enthroned, assailed on the other side by the Tartars, Stephen was worsted with great loss by a Turkish army led by the Sultan, who had come to avenge the shame of Rakova in a forest glade which is called the Place of Battles, Razboyeni. But he rallied, and Muhammad retired without subduing the country. 8 years after this, the Turks seized the 2 fortress keys of Moldavia, Kilia and Cetatea Alba, 1484. Before his death, Stephen made a vain attempt to form an East European league against the infidel, embracing Moscow and Lithuania, Poland and Hungary. But his experience convinced him that the struggle was hopeless, and on his deathbed, 1504, the advice which he gave to his son Bogdan was to submit to the Turkish power. On the accession of the Sultan Selim, 1512, Moldavia submitted, paying a yearly sum to the Porte, but keeping the right of freely electing her own princes. The war with Venice and the struggle with Uzun Hasan had hindered Muhammad from concentrating his forces upon the subjugation of Rhodes, where the Knights of St. John maintained an outpost of Christendom. On the conclusion of the Venetian peace, he began preparations for a serious attack on Rhodes, and in 1480 Mesih Pasha sailed with a considerable fleet and laid siege to the town. The whole of Europe had been aware that the blow was coming, and much had been done to meet it. The defense devolved upon the Grand Master of the Order, Peter d'Aubusson, a man endued with a martial soul, who had learned the maps, the mathematics, as well as the art of war, but history was his principal study. The Turks were aided by the local knowledge of a German renegade, and their guns, of immense size for that age, created a sensation. They had 16 bombards, 64 inches long, throwing stone shot 9 and 11 inches in diameter. But the siege lasted 2 months before they forced an entry into the outer parts of the city. In the terrible melee which ensued, the valor of the knights pressed the Turks backward, and at this moment, when the chance of success depended on heartening the troops to recover their lost ground, Mesih Pasha, in foolish confidence that the day was won, issued an order that no soldier should touch the booty, since the treasures belonged to the Sultan. Thus deprived of a motive for fighting, the Turks fled to their camp, and their general raised the leaguer. But after this shame dealt to his arms, Muhammad could not let the island continue to defy him. He equipped another armament and resolved to lead it in person. But even as he started, he fell sick and death overtook him, May 3, 1481, an event which, as it proved, meant a respite of 40 years to the Latin lords of Rhodes. The deeds of Muhammad show best what manner of man he was, a conqueror who saw in conquest the highest statesmanship, but who also knew how to consolidate and organize, and how to adapt the principles of Islam to political dealings with Christian states. We have portraits of him painted both by pen and brush. Contrary to the precepts of his religion, he had his picture painted by Gentile Bellini, and is the first great Mohammedan sovereign of whose outward appearance we have such evidence. The pale, bearded face, set on a short, thick neck, was marked by a broad forehead, raised eyebrows, and an eagle nose. The situation and prospects of the Ottoman Empire seemed changed on the death of the conqueror. The prosperity and growth of that empire depended wholly on the personality of the autocrat who ruled it, and the two sons whom Muhammad left behind were made in a different mold from their vigorous father. Bayezid the elder, who was governor of the province of Amasya, was a man of mild nature, who cared for the arts of peace, and would have been well contented to rest upon the conquests which had been already achieved, and to enjoy the fruits of the labors of his fathers. Jem, governor of Karamania, was a bright, clever youth, endowed with a distinguished poetical talent. He might easily have been lured into a career of military ambition, but perhaps he hardly possessed the strength and steadfastness necessary for success. When Bayezid reached Constantinople, on the news of his father's death, he found that the Janissaries had begun a reign of terror in the city. They had slain the Grand Vizier, who, being disposed to espouse the cause of Jem, had, according to a common practice in such cases, concealed the Sultan's death, and they had plundered the habitations of the Jews and Christians. They favored the claims of Bayezid, and were tranquilized when they had exacted from him a pardon for their outbreak and an increase of their pay. Meanwhile, Jem, who claimed the throne on the ground that, though the younger, he was born in the purple, had advanced to Brusa and was there proclaimed sultan. But he was willing to compromise. Through his great-aunt, he made a proposal to Bayezid that they should divide the empire, Bayezid to rule in Europe and he in Asia. The question at stake was not merely a personal one, the extent of Bayezid's sovereignty, but the integrity and power of the Ottoman Empire. Moreover, it involved a direct violation of one of the fundamental canons of Islam, that there shall be only one supreme imam. Bayezid's decision accordingly influenced the history of the world. He refused to accept Jem's offer. The empire, he said, is the bride of one lord. The rival claims were settled by the award of battle in the plains of Yenishir, where the treachery of some of Jem's troops gave the victory to Bayezid. The defeated brother fled to Cairo, and his attempt in the following year to seize Karamania in conjunction with an exiled prince of that country was repelled. Then he sought refuge at Rhodes. His chances of success lay in the help of the Christian powers of Europe. Jem arrived at Rhodes under a safe conduct from the Grand Master and the Council of the Knights, permitting him and his suite to remain in the island and leave it at their will. But it was soon felt that it was not safe to keep the precious person of the prince at Rhodes so near the realm of Bayezid, who was ready to resort to any foul means of seizing or destroying him, and Jem and the Grand Master agreed that France would be the best retreat, pending the efforts which they hoped would be made to restore him. To France, accordingly, Jem sailed September 1482. After his departure, the knights concluded first a treaty of peace with Bayezid for the Sultan's lifetime, and secondly, a contract by which he agreed to pay them 45,000 ducats a year, in return for which the Grand Master undertook to maintain and guard Jem in such a way as to cause no inconvenience to the Sultan. In an age when the violation of engagements was regarded as justifiable, and was, even in certain cases, recommended by the heads of the Church, there is no more shameless instance of perfidy than this. D'Aubusson had guaranteed Jem his freedom, and undertaken to espouse his cause. He now took Bayezid's money to be Jem's jailer. His conduct could not even be defended on the plea of the interests of religion, which, in those days, were often furthered by dishonesty and bad faith. On the contrary, it was a treachery to the cause of Christendom, to which Jem's ambitions, according to the letters which D'Aubusson himself wrote to the Western powers, furnished so unique an opportunity against its foe. For 6 years Jem was kept a prisoner in France, being constantly removed from one castle to another by his Rhodian guards, and making repeated attempts to escape, which were always frustrated. While the Pope, the King of Naples, and the King of Hungary were each seeking to induce d'Aubusson to deliver the prince into his hands. At length, Innocent VIII came to an arrangement. The concession of various privileges and a cardinal's hat for d'Aubusson persuaded the knights, who were already anxious to rid themselves of a charge which involved them in troublesome relations with both Bayezid and the Sultan of Egypt. Another series of negotiations was required to obtain from Charles VIII permission for Jem to leave France, and not till March 1489 did the Turkish prince arrive at Rome. Pope Alexander VI, who succeeded Innocent in 1492, and who was threatened by the invasion of Charles VIII, affected the most friendly relations with Bayezid, and had recourse to him for money and other support. In 1494, the document containing this pope's instructions to his envoy, together with letters from Bayezid, was intercepted at Sinigalia, in the possession of Turkish envoys who had landed at Ancona and were on their way to Rome. The compromising papers were taken to Charles VIII at Florence, and the Pope's treachery to Christendom was exposed. One of the Sultan's communications to the Pope is significant. "Considering," wrote Bayezid in Latin, a language with which he was well acquainted, "that sooner or later Jem must die, it would be well for the tranquillity of his Holiness and the satisfaction of the Sultan to hasten a death which for him would be life, and therefore he implored the Pope to remove Jem from the vexations of this life and send him to a better world. For the dead body of the prince he promised 300,000 ducats, with which the Pope might buy estates for his sons." Charles VIII advanced to Rome, and the terms which he made with Alexander VI comprised the transference of Jem into his own power. Jem accompanied the king southward, but he was in ailing health, and at Capua became so ill that he could go no further. He was taken in a litter to Naples, and died there in high fever, February 1495. The Venetians, who were the first to inform the Sultan of his brother's end, wrote in a pointed way that he had died a natural death. But, as it was their policy at this moment to keep on good terms with the Pope, this testimony does not weigh much in deciding the question whether, as was certainly believed at the time, Jem's health was undermined by a deliberate system of intoxication. The insufficiency of our material compels us to leave the question open, but the circumstances are at least suspicious, and in any case the French were innocent. Thus for 13 years the Western powers held Jem as a menace over the head of the Turkish Sultan. But this singular episode did not affect the course of Turkish history. A second ruler like Bayezid, Machiavelli thought, would have rendered the Ottoman power innocuous to Europe. The temper of the man was displayed at once not only by the abandonment of the Rhodian expedition, but by a reduction of tribute granted to Ragusa, and by a modification in Venice's favour of the treaty which had recently been concluded with that republic, 1482. His reign was marked indeed by raids on Croatia and the Dalmatian coast, by intermittent hostilities with Hungary, by incursions into Moldavia and even into Poland. But the only serious war was with Venice, which broke out in 1499 after 20 years of peace. In that interval, the Republic had acquired the island of Cyprus, 1489, and extended her influence in the Aegean, and the Sultan at last deemed it time to check her course. Active naval preparations in the Turkish arsenals stirred the alarm of Venice, but the Porte lulled her suspicions by furnishing her envoy, Andrea Zancani, with a document which renewed and confirmed the peace. An experienced Venetian resident at Constantinople, Andrea Gritti by name, well acquainted with Turkish methods, pointed out to Zancani that the document was drawn up in Latin, not in Turkish, and was, therefore, not considered binding by the Porte. But Zancani, unable to induce the Porte to give him a new deed in Turkish, omitted to explain the matter to the authorities at home. Gritti's surmises were true. Suddenly, the Sultan threw him and all the other Venetians at Constantinople into prison, and presently sent forth a fleet of 270 sail. Its destination was Lepanto. It was intercepted by a Venetian squadron of about half that strength, hastily got together, off the coast of Messenia. But the brave seaman Antonio Loredano failed in his attack and perished himself. Besieged by land and sea, Lepanto fell, and after its fall, the Turks made a terrible incursion through Carniola and Friuli into the Venetian territory, advancing as far as Vicenza. The next object of Bayezid was to drive Venice out of the Morea, and when she sued for peace, he demanded the cession of Modon, Coron, and Nauplia. To this she would not consent. But in the following year, Modon was besieged by Bayezid himself, and the garrison, seeing that they could not hold out, set the place on fire and perished in the flames. Hereupon, Coron, Navarino, and Egina capitulated, and nothing was left to the Republic but Nauplia, which boldly and successfully defied the foe. But the Venetian fleet suddenly bestirred itself, recaptured Egina, and reinforced by a Spanish armament under the greatest captain of the day, Gonzalo of Cordova, conquered Cephalonia. These successes were followed up by neither side in 1501, and when Venice conquered Santa Maura in 1502, a peace ensued. Santa Maura was given back. Cephalonia remained to Venice. Lepanto and the places captured in the Morea were kept by Turkey. In the same year in which this peace was concluded, 1503, a treaty for 7 years was made between the Porte and Hungary. This was intended to include all the powers of Europe, France and England, Spain, Portugal and Naples, the Pope, and the various states of Italy, Rhodes and Chios, Poland and Moldavia. From this moment, for the next 17 years, Europe had some respite from the Eastern question. There was incessant fear of what the Turk might do next, incessant talk of resisting him, incessant negotiations against him, but there was no actual war. Almost no Christian territory was won for Islam, and no Christian territory won back for Europe. The attention of the Sultan was drawn eastward, where he had to reckon with a new power, for the lordship of Persia had once more changed hands. The decline of the Turkomans of the White Sheep was clearly shown in the circumstance that on the death of Uzun Hasan, 9 dynasts, not to speak of rival claimants, succeeded in 24 years. Murad, the last of these, succumbed to the power of Ismail, a sheikh of Ardabil who traced his descent to the Prophet. The decisive battle was fought at Shurur in 1502, and from his new-won capital at Tabriz, Ismail advanced to the conquest of Persia and Khorasan. The history of modern Persia begins with Ismail, the first Shah, the first of the Safavid dynasty, which endured till the middle of the 18th century, 1736. He called himself a Safavi, from Safi, an ancestor illustrious for piety, and hence to contemporary Europe he was known as the Sofi. A collision between the new Persian power and the Turks was rendered inevitable by religious fanaticism. To orthodox Sunnites like the Ottomans, the heresy of the Shiites is more obnoxious than the infidelity of the Yaurs, who are altogether outside the pale. And when Bayezid discovered that the Shiite doctrines were being propagated and taking root in certain parts of his Asiatic dominion, he took steps to check the evil by transporting suspected persons to Greece. The Shah Ismail then came forward as the protector of the Shiites and called upon the Turkish Sultan to allow adherents of that belief to leave his realm. But though the Shah is said to have insulted the Sultan by giving the name of Bayezid to a fattened swine, war did not break out in Bayezid's days. The Persian monarch showed his anticipation of trouble by entering into negotiations with the Western powers, as Uzun Hassan had done before, and a Persian embassy was welcomed at Venice, though the Signory openly declared that there was no intention of breaking the peace. 2 years before, they had given up Alessio in Albania in order to avoid a breach. On the side of the south, too, Bayezid's dominions had been threatened. The Mamluk Sultan of Egypt, Saif ad-Din (1468–95), had espoused the cause of Jem, to whose mother he had given an asylum, had interfered in the affairs of Sulkadr, a small Turkoman lordship in Cappadocia, and had asserted authority in the regions of Lesser Armenia, even as in ancient days the Ptolemies had thrown out an arm to grasp Cilicia. Tarsus, Adana, and other places passed under Egyptian rule, and in 1485 war openly broke out between the Mamluk and the Ottoman sultans. An important victory was won by the Egyptian in 1488, but a peace was patched up in 1491 and lasted during the rest of Bayezid's reign. The tremendous earthquake, which sent a thrill through the world in 1509, laid Constantinople in ruins. The Sultan himself fled to Hadrianople. But an Oriental autocrat in those days could rebuild quickly, and with a host of workmen worthy of a pharaoh or a Babylonian king, Bayezid restored the city in a few months. The last days of the old sultan were embittered by the rebellion and rivalry of his sons, Ahmad, Korkut, and Selim. He destined Ahmad as his successor, and thought of abdicating the throne in his favor. But Selim, a man of action and resolution, was determined that this should not be. From the province of Trebizond, of which he was the governor, he marched to Europe at the head of an army, and, appearing at the gates of Hadrianople, demanded to be assigned an European province. He wished to be near the scene of action when the moment came. He demanded, too, that his father should not abdicate in favor of Ahmed. Both demands were agreed to, but at this juncture news arrived that Korkut had revolted, and thereupon Selim seized Hadrianople. This was too much. His sire took the field and defeated him in a battle, and he fled for refuge to the Crimea. But the cause of Ahmed was not won. The Janissaries, whose hearts had been captivated by the bold stroke of Selim, broke out in mutiny and riot when Ahmed drew nigh to take possession of the throne, and were pacified only by a pledge from Bayezid that this design should not be carried out. Ahmed thereupon sought to get Asia Minor into his power. Korkut intrigued at the same time for his own hand, and finally, in the spring of 1512, Selim advanced from the Crimea to the Danube, and, supported by the Janissaries who would brook no opposition, forced Bayezid to abdicate, April 25. A month later, the old sultan died, poisoned, it can hardly be questioned, by order of his son. It was not to be expected that Ahmed would submit. He seized Broussa, but Selim crossed over to Asia, drove him eastward, and deprived him of the governorship of Amasya. Next year, Ahmed made another attempt, but was defeated in battle at Yenisher and executed. Korkut had not dared to take the field, but in consequence of his intrigues he was likewise put to death. The next victims were the Sultan's nephews, children of other brothers who had died in the lifetime of their father. Thus, Selim put into practice a ruthless law which had been enacted by the policy of Mohammed II, that it was lawful for a sultan, in the interests of the unity of the realm, which was the first condition of its prosperity, to do his brothers and their children to death. End of Section 10. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 11 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3, The Ottoman Conquest by J.B. Bury, Part 3. The spirit of Selim I was very different from that of his father. He was resolved to resume the old paths of forward policy from which the studious temper of Bayezid had digressed, and to follow in the way of Mohammed the Conqueror. Yet he was also unlike his grandfather. He revelled in war and death. All his deeds seem prompted rather by instinct than by policy. Mohammed seems almost genial beside this gloomy and restless soul. Selim the Grim delighted in cruelty, but he was extremely moderate in pleasure. Like his father and uncle, he was highly cultivated. He raised the pay of the Janissaries. This was the meed of their support, but he soon showed that he was resolved to be their master. The truth is that the Janissaries were an institution ill compatible with a peace policy. Amenable to the discipline of war, they were a perpetual danger for a pacific ruler. The collisions with Persia and Egypt, which menaced the reign of Bayezid, actually came to pass after the accession of Selim. The Shah, Ismail, had given an asylum to the sons of Ahmed, and had made an incursion into the eastern districts of the Ottoman Empire, 1513. But the fundamental cause of the Persian War was religious antagonism. It was a struggle between the great Sunnite and the great Shiite power. It was stamped with this character by a sweeping act of persecution on the part of Selim, who, seizing 40,000 Shiites, killed some and imprisoned others. And the mutual attitude of the rival superstitions was shown in a high-flown letter which Selim, when he took the field, 1514, indited to his enemy. He marched into the dominions of Ismail, and the decisive battle was fought in the plain of Chaldiran, lying further east than the field which had seen the struggle of Mohammed with Uzun Hassan. The Ottomans were again successful. On this occasion, too, their superiority in artillery told, and Tabriz fell into the hands of Selim. In the following year, Sulqadr was annexed, and in 1516, northern Mesopotamia, including, among other cities, Amida, Nisibis, Dara, and Edessa, was conquered and became a province of the Ottoman Empire. This conquest led to designs on Syria and Egypt, a sufficient pretext being found in the alliance between the old Mamluk Sultan Kansu Guri and the Shah Ismail. The Mamluk army awaited the invader at Aleppo, and Selim, here again conspicuously superior in artillery, won a victory which decided the fate of Syria, 1516. The old sultan's successor, Tuman Beg, was defeated in an equally disastrous battle at Reydeniya near Cairo, January 1517. Thus, Syria and Egypt were brought once more under the authority of the lords of Constantinople, to remain so actually or formally till the present day. The conquest of Egypt was followed by the submission of Arabia to the sultan's sway. The same year which saw the conquest of the Nile country witnessed an important exaltation of the dignity of the Ottoman ruler. The Ottoman princes had been originally emirs under the Seljuks, and even after they had become the strongest power of the Mohammedan world, though they might demean themselves as caliphs, they had no legal claim to be considered its heads. It is one of the fundamental principles of Islam that all Muslims shall be governed by a single imam, and that imam must be a member of the Quraysh, the tribe of the Prophet. At this time, the imamship was in the hands of a shadow, Muhammad Abu Ja'far of the race of Hashim, who kept up the semblance of a court at Cairo. The last of the caliphs of the Abbasid line, he resigned the caliphate to the Sultan Selim. This formal transference is the basis of the claims of the sultans of Turkey to be the imams or supreme rulers of Islam, though they have not a drop of Quraysh blood in their veins. The translation of the caliphate was confirmed by the recognition which Selim received at the same time from the Sharif of Mecca, who sent him the keys of the Kaaba, thus designating him as the protector of the holy places. The imam, according to the Ottoman code of Mohammedan law, has authority to watch over the maintenance of the laws and the execution of punishments, to defend the frontier and repress rebels, to raise armies and levy tribute, to celebrate public prayer on Fridays and in Bayram, to judge the people, to marry minors of both sexes who have no natural guardians, and to divide the spoils of war. He is thus supreme legislator and judge, the religious head of the state, the commander-in-chief, and he possesses absolute control of the finances. His ecumenical authority rests on a verse of the Koran: "Whoever dies without acknowledging the authority of the imam of his day is dead in ignorance." The imam must be visible to men. He cannot lurk in a cave like the Mahdi, for whose coming the heretical Shiites look. It is discreetly provided that the imam need not be just or virtuous, or the most eminent man of his time. It is requisite only that he should be able to enforce the law, defend the frontiers, and sustain the oppressed. Moreover, the wickedness and tyranny of an imam would not necessitate or justify his deposition. The brilliant conquests of Selim in the East alarmed the powers of the West, returning powerful and proud such a monarch as he was a terrible menace to Europe. Leo X had thrown himself with zeal into the project of a crusade, for the experience of 60 years of futilities had not killed that idea. In 1517 he issued a bull imposing a truce of 5 years on Christendom, in order that the princes of Europe might march against the infidels. His hopes rested chiefly on the young French king, Francis I, who, after the victory of Marignano, had met him at Bologna and discussed with him the Eastern question. A letter of Francis, written soon after that interview, breathes the spirit of a knight-errant dedicating his youth and strength to a holy war. But though Francis was in earnest, religious enthusiasm was not his moving inspiration or his guiding idea. His project was that the 3 great powers of Europe, the Empire, France, and Spain, should conquer the Turkish realm and divide it amongst them in 3 equal parts. Thus, the Eastern question began to enter upon its modern phase, assuming a political rather than a religious aspect, and the significance of the Oriental policy of Francis I was that he definitely formulated the doctrine, now a commonplace of politics, that Turkey is a spoil to be parted among the great powers of Europe. The new conception of the French king was, indeed, more likely to lead to practical results than had been the arguments of Aeneas Sylvius and his successors, and the Emperor Maximilian composed a memoir of suggestions on the conduct of the proposed war. But his death in 1519 changed the situation, disconcerting the plan of the European powers, and the favorable hour for a common enterprise against the Turk had passed. Men were, indeed, still painfully afraid of the designs of the formidable Sultan. The logic of geography determined that, after the acquisition of Egypt, the next enterprise of Selim should be the conquest of Rhodes, which lay right in the track of communication between Egypt and Constantinople. He made preparations accordingly for the destruction of the dogs of Rhodes. But when his fleet and army were ready, he was smitten down by the plague, September 21, 1520, having, in his short reign, done as much as any of the sultans for the extension and prestige of the Ottoman Empire. On his death, Europe, full of apprehensions for the fate of Rhodes, breathed securely, but the feeling of relief was premature. The rumor had spread that his son and successor was, in complete contrast to his father, of a quiet, unaggressive nature, and might prove another Bayezid. But these auguries were ill-based, for the youth who mounted the throne was Suleiman, the lawgiver, known to the West as Soliman the Magnificent, in whose reign Turkey climbed to the summit of its power and glory. He was as strong as his father, a soldier as well as a statesman, but his mind was well balanced. He felt none of Selim's grim delight in war and butchery. Perhaps no contemporary sovereign in Christendom was so unfeignedly desirous or so sincerely resolute to administer even-handed justice as Soliman. His reign began without bloodshed. He was lucky enough to have no brother or nephew to remove. The only trouble was a rebellion in Syria which was promptly crushed. The wave which had flowed eastward under Selim turns westward again under Soliman. He had been viceroy in Europe during his father's absence in the Orient, and he had occasion to observe the intolerable situation on the northwestern frontier, where there was continuous friction with the Hungarian kingdom. On this side, he could not feel safe so long as the key fortresses of Belgrade and Sabac were in the hands of the Hungarians. These places must be captured, whether as a base for further advance or as the bulwarks of a permanent frontier. Envoys were sent to King Louis, demanding tribute. He replied by murdering the envoys. When this news arrived, the Sultan's thought was to march straight on Buda, but his military advisers pointed out that he could not leave Sabac in his rear. The operations on the Save were protracted during the whole summer, 1521. Sabac was taken under the eye of the Sultan himself, and a few days later Semlin was captured by his generals. But Soliman was compelled to recognize that Belgrade must also be secured, and after a difficult siege it was taken through treachery. Soliman kept a diary of the campaign, so that we can read his doings day by day. Other fortresses, such as Slankamen and Mitrovic, fell into his hands, and thus the gates of Hungary were fully unlocked whenever he chose to pass in. As yet, he did not press on to Buda. A more urgent task lay before him in another quarter, the conquest of Rhodes. Where Mohammed had failed, his great-grandson was to succeed. Belgrade had fallen. Rhodes was now to fall. The pirate ships of the Rhodian knights were a pest to the eastern waters of the archipelago and the Asiatic coasts, and not only was it imperative for the Sultan that his line of communication with Egypt should be cleared of the corsair nest, but it was in the interest of public order that the island should be annexed to the Turkish realm. The lords of Rhodes had to depend entirely on themselves without aid from the West. The first principle of Venetian policy at this time was to keep on good terms with the Turk. The Signory had congratulated Selim on his conquests, and had transferred to him the tribute for Cyprus previously paid by them to the Sultan of Egypt. They had congratulated Soliman on his accession, and of all foreigners they had the most advantageous commercial position in the Ottoman realm. They were therefore careful to lend no countenance to Rhodes. In summer 1522, the main army of the Turks under Soliman himself marched across Asia Minor to the Carian coast, and a fleet of about 300 ships carried select troops. In all, the Turkish army was about 200,000 strong, including 60,000 miners from Wallachia and Bosnia. The Grand Master, Leal Adam, had made all possible preparations. An iron chain locked the harbor, and outside it a boom of timber floated from the windmill tower at the northeast point of the harbor to Fort St. Nicholas, which stood at the end of a mole on the northwest side. The houses beyond the walls were demolished to deprive the foe of shelter and supply stones for new defenses. The precaution was taken of removing the slaves from the powder mills. Free men were set to work there day and night. The first great assault, in September, was repelled with such enormous loss that Soliman resigned himself to the tactics of wearying the garrison out. In December, as the ammunition of the besieged was failing, the Grand Master agreed to surrender. Free departure within 10 days was conceded to all the Latin knights. Any who chose to remain in the island were to be free from taxes for 5 years, were not to be subject to the child tribute, and were to enjoy free exercise of their religion. Hostages were exchanged, and Soliman withdrew his army some miles from the walls to allow the garrison to depart in peace. But it was hard to keep the Turkish troops under control, and on Christmas Day a body of soldiers burst in and sacked the city. The majority of the knights sought refuge in Crete, to find 8 years later an abiding home in Malta. By the capture of the 2 bulwarks of Christendom which had defied the conqueror of Constantinople, the young sultan established his fame. Belgrade and Rhodes fallen, as Pope Adrian wrote, the passages to Hungary, Sicily, and Italy lie open to him. There was as much cause for alarm in the West as there had been on the captures of Negroponte and Skodra. But the conqueror could not immediately follow up his victories. Now, as often, events in the eastern dominions of the Sultan procured a respite for his western neighbors. A revolt in Egypt and disquiet in Asia Minor claimed Soliman's attention, and not till the 4th year after the fall of Rhodes could he march on Buda, quote, to pluck up, in the words of a Turkish historian, the strong-rooted tree of evil unbelief from its place beside the rose-bed of Islam, end quote. Sooner or later, this expedition was inevitable, but it may have been hastened by a year or 2 through the action of one of the Christian powers. After the sudden disaster of Pavia, February 1525, Francis I, a captive in his enemy's hands, looked abroad for succor, and the only European power he could discern strong enough to bear effectual help, was the Turk, to whose extirpation he had devoted himself some years before. No scruple was felt in appealing to the common foe. The French king's mother dispatched an ambassador to Soliman with rich presents, but in passing through Bosnia, he and his companions were slain and robbed by the Sanjak Beg. A second envoy, with a letter written by the king himself in his captivity at Madrid, suggesting that the Sultan should attack the King of Hungary, arrived safely at Constantinople. Without committing himself, Soliman returned a gracious answer in this style: quote, "I, who am the Sultan of Sultans, the sovereign of sovereigns, the distributor of crowns to the monarchs of the surface of the globe, the shadow of God on the earth, the Sultan and Padishah of the White Sea, the Black Sea, Rumelia, Anatolia, Karamania, Rum, Sulkhadr, Diyarbekir, Kurdistan, Azerbaijan, Persia, Damascus, Aleppo, Cairo, Mecca, Medina, Jerusalem, all Arabia, Yemen, and other countries which my noble ancestors, may God brighten their tombs, conquered, and which my august majesty has likewise conquered with my flaming sword, Sultan Sulayman Khan, son of Sultan Selim, son of Sultan Bayezid. You, who are Francis, King of France, you have sent a letter to my Porte, the refuge of sovereigns." End quote. Then he heartens the captive and observes, quote, "Night and day our horse is saddled and our sword girt on." End quote. This was the first embassy of a French king to the Porte, the beginning of France's oriental politics. It was, naturally, the interest of the Sultan to cultivate friendly relations with the western neighbors of Germany and the Empire. But Francis hardly looked beyond the immediate emergency, and at the beginning of 1526, when he won his freedom by the Treaty of Madrid, he undertook to help the emperor in an expedition against the Turks. The efforts of the popes, meanwhile, to organize a crusade had failed as before. Adrian had proclaimed a holy truce for 3 years. The Minorites had dreamed of an army of crusaders furnished by all the monasteries of Europe, quote, "for the confusion and destruction of the Turks." End quote. The Reformation reacted on the Eastern question. The mere fact that the Roman See continuously and consistently exhorted to a crusade was, to the adherents of the new religious movement, an argument against a Turkish war. Luther himself announced the principle that to resist the Turks was to resist God, who had sent them as a visitation. At a safe distance, this was a comfortable doctrine. But some years later, when the visitation drew nigh to the heart of Germany itself, the reformer was somewhat embarrassed to explain away his earlier utterances. The diffusion of the doctrine of the reformers seems to have been one of the causes which slackened and weakened the resistance of Hungary to the Ottoman invasion. But the main cause was that King Louis was not competent as ruler or as leader. He had not the trust of his kingdom, and he was unable to cope with the opposition and dilatoriness of the Diet. The transactions of the Diet during the crisis are a melancholy comedy. The king and the councillors, severally disclaiming any responsibility for consequences of the coming invasion and the safety of the realm. Help from his neighbors Louis could not expect. Venice had congratulated Soliman on the capture of Rhodes, and was still on most friendly terms with him. Poland had just concluded a peace with him. The distant kingdoms of England and Portugal promised subsidies, but it was on his brother-in-law, Charles V, that Louis depended. Charles sent reinforcements, but they came too late, 2 days after the decision of the campaign. The most competent general the Hungarians could have chosen would have been John Zapolya, the voivode of Transylvania, but he was not trusted. The command devolved upon Louis himself, in default of a better man, and at the start want of money rendered it difficult to mobilize. It was decided to defend the line of the Save, but when it came to the point, the lukewarmness of the magnates caused this plan to be abandoned. The only really energetic man in the land was Archbishop Tomory, who did what he could to make defensible Peter Wardine, the chief fortress of the Danube, between the mouths of the Drava and the Save. The Sultan set out towards the end of April with an army of 100,000 and 300 cannons, and his diary chronicles the heavy rainfalls which made his advance painful and slow, so that he did not reach Belgrade till July 9, when he was joined by his infantry, the Janissaries, which had been transported up the Danube by a flotilla. Ibrahim, the Grand Vizier, had been sent forward to take Peter Wardine, and it was in Turkish hands before the end of July. After the fall of this bulwark, a bloody sword was carried, according to custom, throughout the Hungarian land, summoning men to help their country in the hour of her utmost jeopardy. Zapolya was waiting, uncertain what to do. Receiving a command from the king to join the army, he obeyed slowly, but only reached Zegedin on the Theiss, where he remained. There is not the least proof that he was acting in collusion with the Turk. The most that can be said is that he was secretly pleased at the embarrassing situation of King Louis. The Hungarian army advanced to Tolna, and all told they were perhaps fewer than 30,000. It was now a question whether the line of the Drava should be held. But while the Hungarians were deliberating, the Turks had crossed that river at Essek, August 20 to 21. The Chancellor Broderith gave the counsel to fall back to Buda, but messages from Tomory at Nusats urged the king to give battle in the plain of Mohacs, south of Tolna, where he had taken up a position. On August 29, the Turks were known to be not far off, and the Hungarians spread out their two lines, a long thin line of foot in front, flanked by cavalry, and a rear line mainly of cavalry. The plan was that the foot should open the attack all along the line, and, when their attack began, to tell the horse should charge. In the afternoon, the Rumelians, who formed the vanguard of the Turks, became visible. They had no intention of fighting that day, and were about to camp. The Hungarian centre and left attacked and dispersed them. The cavalry then struck in and rode forward, stimulated by the first easy success. But nothing save a freak of chance could have averted the discomfiture of the Christian army, for the battle was controlled by no commander, and the divisions acted independently. The cavalry were beaten back by the steady fire of the enemy, and the Hungarian right wing, when the Turks spread out leftwards and rounded on its flank, retired towards the Danube. 20,000 of the Hungarian army were killed. The king escaped from the field, but in crossing a brook, his horse slipped on the bank, and he was drowned. The Sultan advanced and took possession of Buda, but he did not leave a garrison. He was not yet prepared to annex Hungary. His army was somewhat demoralized, and grave news came of troubles in Asia Minor. John Zapolya was crowned king November 10, supported by a large party, and his rivalry with Ferdinand, the late king's brother-in-law, who claimed the throne, determined the course of the following events. At first, things looked ill for Zapolya. Ferdinand drove him out of Buda, back to Transylvania, and was himself crowned at Stuhlweissenburg, November 1527. Then Zapolya turned for help to the Sultan, who, after protracted parleys, concluded a treaty of alliance with him, February 1528. Ferdinand also sent ambassadors, but they pleaded in vain and were even detained under arrest at the suggestion of some Venetian envoys. On the other hand, Francis I concluded a treaty with Zapolya, who promised that if he died without male heir, the crown of Hungary should descend to the French king's son, the Duke of Orleans. No French prince was destined ever to sit on the Hungarian throne, but before half a century had passed, a grandson of Francis was to wear the crown of Poland, and the political idea was the same. One of the results of the victory of Mohacs was the consolidation of Ottoman rule in the northwestern countries, Bosnia and Croatia. Yace, which had so long defied the sultans, was at last taken, 1528, and many other fortresses of less note. Early in 1529, it was known that Soliman was preparing for a grand expedition northwards in that year. Germany was alive to the danger. Luther changed his attitude and acknowledged the necessity of war against the Turks, while he insisted that all the disasters which had befallen Christendom, from Varna to Mohacs, had been due to the interference of popes and bishops, language which the deeds of Archbishop Paul Tomori of Kalocsa, the defender of southern Hungary, might have been held to belie. Soliman marched northwards. We can again follow his movements in his own diary. At the head of an immense army, set at 250,000 men, an exaggerated figure. King John met him on the field of Mohacs, and the crown of St. Stephen on this occasion passed for safekeeping into the possession of Soliman, who never gave it back. Buda was easily taken, and the host advanced up the Danube, avoiding Pressburg, against Vienna. The garrison numbered 22,000. The walls were not strong, and Charles V, who ought to have hastened to the defence of the eastern mark, was in Italy. Ferdinand waited in terrible anxiety at Linz. He believed that it was the purpose of Soliman to winter in Vienna and spend 3 years in the subjugation of Germany. The garrison of Vienna, in the meanwhile, made suitable arrangements for encountering the storm. The houses outside the walls were levelled, the streets within torn up, buildings unroofed. The city was surrounded on September 26, and the operations began with mining. But the difficulty of procuring provisions and the approach of winter rendered the army impatient, and when successive attempts at storming had been repelled with grave loss, October 9 to 12, it was decided to retreat after one more effort, especially as help was approaching, about 60,000 men from Bohemia, Moravia, and Germany. A half-hearted attack closed the episode of the first siege of Vienna, and at midnight the signal was given for a retreat, which was marked by every horror. On December 16, Soliman records, he returned, fortunately, to Stambul. He had failed in Austria, but Hungary lay at his feet, and John Zapolya, though not a tributary, was absolutely dependent on his support. The Ottoman state is marked off from the rest of Europe by a legal and political system which is based entirely on religious foundations. In Christian countries, religion has frequently modified the principles of secular law, but in Turkey, the problem of legislators has been to relax or adjust the interpretation of the canons of Islam, so as to permit it to take its place among European states, and to establish a modus vivendi with neighboring unbelievers. Under Mohammed II, a general code of law called the Pearl was drawn up by the Mollah Khusrev in 1470, but this was superseded by Ibrahim Halabi of Aleppo, who, in the reign of Soliman, compiled a code which he named the Confluence of the Seas, Multeka al-Abhar. The sources from which these codes were compiled are 4: the Koran, the Sunnas, the sayings of the prophet which depend on early tradition and inferences from his actions and his silences, the apostolic laws, explanations and decisions given by the prophets, apostles, and chief disciples in theological and moral matters, and the qiyas, canonical decisions of the 4 great imams who lived in the 8th and 9th centuries. One of the universal duties of Islam on which the Code of Ibrahim does not fail to insist was the conquest of the unbelievers. They must be converted to Islam, subjected to tribute, or destroyed by the sword. The fulfillment of this religious duty was the end and purpose of the Ottoman power, to which its institutions were designed and excellently adapted. Under the autocratic will of one man, possessing religious as well as secular supremacy, and holding a sovereignty which the sacred book forbade to be divided, the whole forces of the state could be directed to the execution of his policy. And these forces were organized in such a way that they could move swiftly and promptly at his command. The 2 features of this organization were a feudal system of a peculiar kind and the slave tribute. The main part of the Turkish army was the feudal levy of cavalry, the sipahis. When a new country was conquered, it was parceled out into a number of larger fiefs, called ziamets, and smaller, called timars, which were assigned to Ottoman horse soldiers in reward for military service in the past, and with the obligation of military service in the future. The holder of each fief was bound to supply 1 or more mounted soldiers according to the amount of its value. In the time of Soliman, the total number of the levy of the sipahis is said to have amounted to 130,000. A number of districts or sabres was constituted as a sanjak or standard under the authority of a sanjak beg, sanjak lord, and sanjaks were combined into larger districts, eyalayets, under beglerbegs, lord of lords. All these governors were subject to the 2 great beglerbegs of Europe and Asia, Rumelia and Anatolia, military and administrative powers being combined. When the word of the Sultan flew forth to summon the army to war, there was no delay. The horse of the sipahi was always ready at a moment's notice. All the sabres rallied around the sanjak. The sanjaks gathered to the mustering place appointed by the beglerbeg, and there awaited further orders. The feudal system of the Turks, founded by Othman, remodeled by Murad I, 1375, differed from the feudal systems of the West in this one important respect, that the fief of the father did not necessarily descend to the son. Each man had to win a right to a fief by his own valor. But, on the other hand, only the son of a feudal tenant could become a feudal tenant. This provision was a safeguard of the military effectiveness of the system, and it must also be remembered that the Ottoman tenants were still nomads in spirit and had not developed the instincts of a settled agricultural population. Such a levy was almost equivalent to a standing army, but there was also a standing army in a precise sense, an establishment of paid troops, recruited from captive children who were robbed from hostile or subject Christian countries and educated in Islam. A strict but not cruel discipline trained some of them to be foot soldiers, while others, under an equally severe regime, served in the seraglio, thence rising gradually to offices of state, or being drafted into the brilliant corps of the paid mounted soldiery, who were the bodyguard of the Sultan. The Turks had one enlightened principle of education. They observed carefully the particular qualifications of the individual youth, and adapted his work to his powers. Those of the Christian children, taken every 5 years or oftener as a tribute from the subject population, who had not the finer qualities which marked them out for service in the palace, were set to all kinds of hard work, but their stern discipline seems to have been compatible with acts of petulance and outrage in the city. In this preliminary stage, they were called Ajami Oglanlars. At the age of about 25, they were enrolled among the Yani Chari, new soldiery, whose name we have corrupted into Janissaries. The Janissaries, organized by the great Sultan Orchan, constituted the infantry of the Ottoman army, and at the beginning of Soliman's reign they numbered only about 12,000. Yet this small body often decided battles. They had won Kosovo and Varna, and had never been known to flee. All except men of Christian birth, thus trained from childhood, were jealously excluded from the corps, which was under the command of the Aga of the Janissaries, one of the highest officers of the realm. The fundamental laws which regulated their discipline were absolute obedience to the commanders, abstinence from luxury, modest attire, fulfillment of the duties of Islam. They were unable to marry or exercise any trade or leave their camp. It is clear that the existence of such a body of warriors was, in itself, a constant incentive or even compulsion to warlike enterprises, and peacefully inclined sultans like Bayezid II were unpopular with the Janissaries, who were more fanatical in fighting for Islam even than men of Muslim race. Without any bonds of family or country, they were the creatures of the Sultan, in turn imposing their yoke on him. Skanderbeg's tenacious devotion to the memory of his father and the Albanian mountains was an isolated exception. Against an army thus disciplined and organized, propelled by the single will of an able ruler, Europe without unity could do nothing. The Sipahis were still the restless herdsmen of the waste, impatient of tillage, eager to go forth where there was fighting and plunder. Only standing forces of mercenary troops could have availed against them, and such forces would have cost enormous sums of money which were not to be raised. The fanaticism of the Mohammedan faith, though not so tempestuous as in the first century of the Hijra, could still kindle and incite, and it was habitual. The Turks needed no John of Capistrano for the preaching of a holy war. The insidious doctrine of fatalism, which holds the minds of Oriental nations, fosters some of the qualities which make a soldier a useful instrument. But it is worthy of notice that, though Kismet pervades the Turkish spirit, it is not an article of Mohammedan belief. The doctrine of predestination applies only to the spiritual state and the future life, a point at which Islam and Calvinism meet, but it does not apply to secular and political matters, in which free will has full play. But, notwithstanding the true doctrine, the Turkish nation believes in Kismet, and regards murmurs of discontent against existing circumstances as irreligious. And this attitude of mind, which sustains the soldier in the hour of jeopardy, has helped to keep the Ottomans far behind in the march of civilization, hindering them, for instance, from taking the ordinary precautions against plague or fire. But an organization, admirably designed for its purpose, was useless without brains to wield it. Everything depended on the strength and capacity of the Sultan, and if there had been any means of securing a series of successors equal in ability to the Murads and Mohammeds, to Selim I and Soliman the lawgiver, the Ottoman state need not have declined. The succession of exceptionally great rulers lasted in the Ottoman line longer than such successions usually last, but after Soliman their character changed, and even in his reign the first symptoms of decline appeared, and those inherent vices in the organization which demanded constant precautions began to emerge. The discipline of the Janissaries was undermined, when the law which forbade their marrying was relaxed, and the feudal system was corrupted by the assignation of fiefs to others than the sons of feudal tenants who had served in war. But this decline lies outside our present range. In the theoretical morality of Islam, nothing is of higher importance than justice and the protection of the oppressed, and it is probable that under the early Ottoman rulers, the administration of justice was better in Turkey than in any European land. The Mohammedan subjects of the sultans were more orderly than most Christian communities, and crimes were rarer. Under Mohammed II, there were two supreme kadiaskers, or military judges, one for Europe and one for Asia. The conquests of Selim added a third for Syria and Egypt. All the Qadis, judges of the empire, were subordinate to them. From the sentences of the judges, men could always appeal to the Mufti, or Sheikh al-Islam, who was the religious oracle and interpreter of the law, holding the position of head of the ulema, that is, all the literati. But he was not a religious authority independent of the caliph. The caliph could depose him. He had no executive power. He could not enforce his pronouncements, fetvas. But their authority was recognized as morally binding, and the mufti took care not to endanger his position by issuing sentences which would run counter to the sultan's known will. It was Mohammed II who defined the position of the Grand Vizier as the sultan's representative and regent. The Grand Vizier received the right of using the sultan's seal and of holding a divan or state council in his own palace, which was called the High Porte. It was a position of which the political importance necessarily varied according to the character of the ruler. But it is not till the reign of Soliman that the Grand Vizier attains the plenitude of his power. In 1523, Soliman raised to the Grand Vezirate his friend Ibrahim, a Greek who had been captured by corsairs, and in the following year married him to his own sister. Ibrahim associated with his master more as a friend and equal than any vizier with any sultan. They were bound together by youthful friendship and common tastes. Ibrahim, says a contemporary Venetian report, is the heart and breath of the padishah, who does nothing without consulting him. He is learned, fond of reading, and knows his law well. In 1529, before setting out for Hungary, Soliman increased his salary to 60,000 ducats and made him commander-in-chief, Serasker, of the army. Quote, "All that he says is to be regarded as proceeding from my own pearl-raining mouth." End quote. This delegation of supreme military command is an innovation not in the spirit of Orshan or Mohammed, and is a premonition of the new paths along which the empire is about to travel. It is a significant fact that no sooner has the Vezirate reached a high elevation than the influence of the harem begins to make itself felt for the first time in Ottoman history, and as an influence hostile to the vizier. The income of the Ottoman state at the beginning of the 16th century was probably about 4 million ducats, and it went on increasing with new conquests till, toward the middle of the century, it seems to have approached 10 millions. The head of the financial administration was the Defterdar of Rumelia, to whom those of Anatolia and, afterwards, of Aleppo were subordinate. About 3/5 of the revenue were produced by the Kharaj, or capitation tax, levied on all unbelieving subjects, with the exception of priests, old men, and children under 10. It does not seem to have been oppressive. It was generally paid with docility, and the duties on exports and imports were so reasonable that commerce, which was mainly in the hands of Christians, was in a flourishing condition. The worst feature in the fiscal system of the Turks was the stupid method employed in levying the land tax, incident on all landowners without distinction of creed, which might amount to much more than a tithe of the produce. The farmer was not allowed to begin the harvest until the tax-gatherer was on the spot to watch over the interests of the treasury, and he was forbidden to collect the produce until the fiscal portion was set aside. Apart from the incidental waste of time and injury to the crops, the inevitable consequence of this system has been that agriculture has never improved. Certain primitive methods of work are prescribed by the law, and these and no others must be followed under the tax officer's eye. Another weak point in the financial system has been the depreciation of the coinage, a process which had set in at least as early as the beginning of the 16th century. Until the empire began to decline and the system became established of leaving the provinces to be exploited by officials who had paid heavy sums for their posts, the condition of the subject Christian population as a whole was perhaps more prosperous under Turkish rule than it had been before. The great oppression was the tribute of children, but even this was thought to have some compensations. Greeks, Albanians, and Servians rose to the highest positions in the state. Christians and Jews were, as a matter of policy, suffered to exercise their religions freely, a toleration which might indeed at any moment be withdrawn. In nothing had Muhammad shown astuter statesmanship than in his dealings with the Greek Church. He knew the Romaic language well, and had sounded the nature of the Greeks of that age. He was well aware how they were absorbed in narrow theological interests, utterly divorced from the principles of honor and rectitude, which they were always willing to sacrifice in order to gain a victory for their own religious party. He saw that the Greek Church, under a patriarch appointed by the Sultan, would be a valuable engine of government, placing in the Sultan's hands a considerable indirect influence over the laity. It was, further, his policy to favor the Greek Church in view of the crusading plans of the Latin powers, for though the Roman pontiffs of this period showed themselves able to rise to the higher conception of the unity of Christendom, the bigoted hatred existing between the Latin and Greek churches went far towards paralyzing the sympathies of the Catholic countries. Muhammad aimed at fostering this ill feeling, and he was thoroughly successful. The supremacy of the infidel sultan seemed more tolerable than the supremacy of the heretical pope. Naturally, Muhammad chose for the patriarchate one of those who were opposed to the union of the Greek and Latin churches, George Scholarius, a man of learning and bigotry, who had thrown whatsoever obstacles he could in the way of the Emperor Constantine's forlorn defense of Constantinople. On his election, George took the name of Gennadios. A church in the city was assigned to him, and the Sultan guaranteed that he and his bishops should be exempt from tribute and enjoy their former revenues. But the internal dissensions and intrigues of the Greek clergy and laity rendered the position of the patriarch so difficult that in a few years Gennadios resigned. His successors were equally helpless, and after the fall of Trebizond, 1461, the struggle between the Trapezuntine and the Constantinopolitan Greeks, each anxious to secure the patriarchate for a man of their own, made matters worse. A wealthy Trapezuntine named Simeon compassed his own election by paying 1,000 ducats to the Sultan, and this was the beginning of a system of unveiled simony which has lasted in the Greek Church to our own times. This payment was increased at subsequent elections. Afterwards, a yearly contribution to the treasury was promised. But it is important to observe that these tributes were not originally imposed by the sultans, but were voluntarily offered by the intriguing Greeks. The policy of Muhammad, who was solicitous to repeople Constantinople, had the effect of gathering thither a multitude of Greek families of the better class who might otherwise have sought refuge in foreign lands. Settled in the quarter of the Fenar, in the north of the city, they were known as Phanariots, and came to be reputed a class of clever, unprincipled intriguers. We have followed the expansion of Turkey up to the eve of its greatest splendor and widest extent. Subsequent pages will tell how the Ottomans advanced westwards by sea, and how the Austro-Spanish monarchy set limits to their expansion both in the north and in the south. End of Section 11. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 12 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4, Italy and Her Invaders, by Stanley Leathes, Part 1. In the latter half of the 15th century, Italy presented the appearance of comparative calm. Frederick III, in spite of the motto attributed to him, Alles Erdreich ist Österreich untertan, took no step to assert imperial claims in Italy. Conciliar storms had blown over. The condottieri had been tamed. Secure, for the most part, in their little tyrannies, they drew the pay of some neighboring state and spent it on luxury, literature, and art. If war was on foot, its bitterness was mitigated, at any rate to the soldier, by every courteous device. The clash of party strife was seldom heard, for most cities had bought internal peace at the price of liberty. Italy possessed her own state system, her own great powers, intent on preserving a balance of forces, her own alliances, triple or dual. At first, the North Italian powers had their own league. Later, the alliance of Milan, Florence, and Naples, promoted and sustained by Lorenzo de' Medici, kept in check the vigilant ambition of Venice, still almost at the height of her power and pride. The smaller powers, Mantua, Ferrara, and the tyrants of the Papal States, in constant dread of their covetous neighbors, leant for support on one or other of the great powers, and did what in them lay to preserve the balance. After the brilliant raid of John, the Angevin Duke of Calabria, Ferrante, the bastard of Aragon, ruled Naples in comparative peace. The revolt of his barons was stamped out, without regard for faith or mercy, as befitted a man of that age. The seizure of Otranto by the Turks in 1480 was a warning of external danger that may have assisted to preserve the peace, although all projects of united and offensive resistance to the advancing Mohammedans came to nothing. The equilibrium was unstable, but on the whole it was preserved. The death of Lorenzo de' Medici in 1492, soon followed by that of Innocent VIII, marks a turning point in the history of Italy. It is easy to attach too much importance to such casual incidents, but they may at least delay or hasten the inevitable course of events. And in Lorenzo was removed the conscious guardian of the peace of Italy, while the successor of Innocent, Rodrigo Borgia, was neither fitted nor inclined to play a pacific part. This, then, is the moment to survey the scene of our drama, to name our chief dramatis personae, and to unfold our plot. Three of our protagonists, Venice, Florence, the Holy See, have their own place for separate treatment in this volume. Nor is this the occasion to dwell on the petty politics of the many tyrants of the Romagna and central Italy. Naples, however, and Milan require some introduction. The Kingdom of Naples, though still styling itself Kingdom of Sicily, had been separated from its island namesake since the Sicilian Vespers, when the Angevin successors of the Suabian kings were driven from the Trinacrian island. In 1435, this Angevin dynasty died out, and its inheritance fell to Alfonso of Aragon, the king of insular Sicily. On his death in 1458, the island kingdom had remained attached to Aragon, while Naples had been devised to his bastard Ferdinand or Ferrante. The political characteristics of the Neapolitan kingdom mark it off sharply from the rest of Italy. Here had survived, though in a debased form, the feudal economy which had long since disappeared further north. Here no elusive ideal of municipal liberty mocked, amid the realities of party strife, the citizens of independent cities. Great feudatories ground down their vassals with all the ingenuity that a new commercial and industrial wisdom inspired. The king, himself a feudatory and tributary of the Holy See, was master of Naples and its castles, and of certain royal dues and domains, but for the rest hung on the goodwill of a score of almost independent princes. Ferrante, greedy, capable, and ruthless, had done much to change all that. He had devised a system of commercial monopolies exercised for the royal benefit, which had considerably increased his revenues. The barons' war had restored to him, by confiscation, a part of the toll that his commercial partners had levied on his profits, and had crushed the greatest family of the kingdom, the princely house of San Severino. His relations to the papacy had been unfriendly, even warlike, but on the whole he had succeeded in withholding his tribute without losing his fief. But dangers now threatened him at home and abroad. At home, though feared, he was hated. His son Alfonso, the partner of his many cruel and treacherous acts, was equally detested. Zealous enemies were working against him, especially at the court of France. The de facto ruler of Milan had wronged him in the person of his granddaughter. The illegitimate son of an usurper, he held his crown by no hereditary right, and rumors came from beyond the Alps that a stronger claimant was astir. The state of Milan, created by the vigor of the House of Visconti and recognized as a duchy in 1395 by the Emperor Wenceslas, had fallen in 1450 to the House of Sforza, whose founder, the great condottiere, had risen from the plough. Francesco, the first Sforza duke, was succeeded in 1466 by his son Galeazzo Maria, who was assassinated in the church of San Stefano in 1476, leaving a young son, Gian Galeazzo, then about 8 years old. The government was carried on by his mother, Bona of Savoy, in the name of the infant and in her own. But dissensions soon arose between the regent and her brothers-in-law. In the first encounter, Bona and her chief counsellor, Cicco Simonetta, were victorious, and the brothers of Galeazzo Maria were obliged to leave the city. But before long, Ludovico, the ablest of the sons of Francesco Sforza, took advantage of the rivalry between Tassino, the favourite of the Duchess, and Simonetta to procure his own readmission. The fall and execution of Simonetta followed, and from 1479 the real government of Milan lay in the hands of Ludovico, whose power was further secured in 1480, when he seized the person of the young duke, and the Duchess was obliged to leave Milan. Henceforward, the rule of Ludovico was not seriously challenged. The young duke was a prisoner, and Ludovico managed everything in his name. Nor was the condition of the unfortunate young man improved even after his marriage to Isabella, the granddaughter of the King of Naples. Thus, at the time when our story begins, the whole force and policy of Milan was moved at the will of one man. Ludovico, called the Duke of Bari from the Neapolitan fief he owned, and known from his complexion as the Moor, made a great impression on the men of his time. He was a master of every political art as then understood by Italian statesmen. By his wisdom he had risen, and by it he aspired to dominate Italy. Mistakes he made, no doubt, as for instance in marrying his nephew to the Neapolitan princess, but his versatile and unscrupulous intelligence, well served by his agents with information from every court, was never at a loss for an expedient to meet a difficulty. His weakness was partly the weakness of his school of statesmanship, in which good faith and consistency were not valued as political qualities. A more serious defect was the lack of courage and nerve which he showed under the stress of danger. His munificence towards artists and men of letters, his luxurious and noble ostentation, while they tended no doubt to diminish his unpopularity, proved a heavy burden on his finances and increased the weight of his exactions. The state over which he ruled was one of the richest of Italy. His annual revenue was estimated at 700,000 ducats, about the same sum as Ferrante raised from Naples. The dukes of Milan, though frequently embarrassed, again and again surprise us by the enormous sums of which they disposed. Thus, Ludovico was able to give to Maximilian with his niece Bianca Maria no less a sum as dowry than 400,000 ducats. Only Venice had more ample resources, and the fixed charges on the Venetian treasury were heavier than Milan had to bear. The Duke of Milan controlled Genoa and her navy, which, although no longer a match for that of Venice, could be employed with great effect on the western seaboard of Italy. Through the Genoese, his influence extended over the chief part of Corsica, whence on occasion good foot soldiers could be drawn. But the military strength of Milan, like that of the other Italian states, left much to be desired. While good infantry was scarce, the inferior infantry was very bad, and the brilliant troops of mercenary horse, on which principal reliance was put, were untrustworthy and unused to serious war. Moreover, the old party animosities still survived in Milan, and if policy prompted, Guelph could still be roused against Ghibelline. Again, the Sforza rule had not yet received imperial confirmation, and the claims of the Duke of Orleans were a permanent and a serious menace. With full consciousness of their own weakness and sincere mutual distrust, the Italian powers had watched the growth of France. French intervention in Italy was no new thing. While her strength was yet immature, France had given one race of kings to Naples, and had endeavored to give another. Charles VII had driven the English from France, and before his death, Genoa had asked and received French protection and a French governor. Louis XI found that Genoa had revolted, but was too wise to waste his resources on distant enterprises, and gave no material aid to the ill-fated quest of John of Calabria as a pretender to the kingdom of Naples. Louis devoted his whole energy to the union of France under his absolute rule, but he never lost sight of the affairs of Italy. The powers of Italy abased themselves before him in rivalry to win his favor. He answered them impartially with good words, and maintained them in slavish expectation of good services. Thus the French king came to be more and more regarded as the arbiter of Italian fortunes. The presents made to his ambassadors and courtiers, and their reception when they visited Italy, assisted to foster the belief that Italy was rich, disunited, and helpless, an easy prey to a militant monarchy. There was no reason to believe that the successor of Louis would be hampered by his difficulties or inclined to his reserve. The leagues formed among themselves by the Italian states served to prevent the undue aggrandizement of any one state at the expense of the others. But no such partial alliance could stand up against the French king, in view of the suspicion, almost the certainty, that the other powers would join the invaders, and that the members of the alliance itself could not be trusted. The union of Italy against a foreign foe was almost unthinkable. Charles VIII had hardly come to the throne when the Signoria of Venice approached his government with the proposal that the conquest of Milan and of Naples should be at once undertaken. This treacherous act, if treachery can be imputed where there is no mutual assurance of good faith, is explained by the position of Venice, then engaged in a single-handed struggle with almost the whole of Italy. But it proved, if proof was needed, that a French invasion, whatever its pretext, would find allies in the peninsula. Ludovico deserves the doubtful credit of having been the first to bring his goods to market. French ambition had two excuses for intervention in Italy. The first was the claim of Orleans to Milan, resting on the marriage of Valentina Visconti to the first Duke of Orleans, and on the marriage contract of Valentina, confirmed by Clement VII, in which her right to succeed to her father in default of male heirs was recognized. There seems also to have been a will of Gian Galeazzo Visconti, securing the succession to her male issue in default of the direct male line. But Ludovico alone knew of this, and caused all known copies to be destroyed. Legal objections might be urged against all these grounds of claim, but they were good enough to support a dynastic war. Louis of Orleans had, in 1491, recovered his favor at court, and it was not impossible that Milan would be made the object of the French attack. Milan lay dangerously near to France, and strategically was much less difficult of access than Naples. On the other hand, Charles might well be unwilling to aggrandize one of the most powerful of his nobles, a possible heir to the throne, who, though reconciled, had not long ago been in arms against his king. It was Ludovico's natural policy to endeavor to divert this danger from himself. The second French pretext was the claim to Naples, resting on similar grounds and similarly open to cavil. Joanna I, Queen of Naples of the first Angevin line, had no heirs of her body. The lawful heir was Charles of Durazzo, descended from the younger son of Charles II of Naples. Being at enmity with Charles of Durazzo, Joanna adopted her remote cousin Louis, Duke of Anjou, by the second creation. Charles and his descendants had successfully defended their rights against Louis and his heirs until their line also died out in Joanna II. The latter, in order to defend herself against the attacks of Louis III of Anjou, adopted Alfonso of Aragon as her heir. When later Alfonso wished to make himself master of Naples without waiting for Joanna's death, Joanna revoked this act of adoption, adopted Louis III, and on her death, 1435, made his brother René her heir. Thus, Alfonso, who seized the kingdom, was legally only a successful usurper, and all the claims which Louis I derived from the adoption of Joanna I together with the claims of the House of Durazzo, were united in the person of René, who more than once tried to recover his heritage. The rights of René passed in 1481, through his nephew the Count of Maine, by will, and also, though not so certainly, by succession, to Louis XI, and after him to Charles VIII. Sixtus IV, although he refused to consider the application of Charles du Maine for the investiture of Naples in 1482, moved by different thoughts, urged Louis to undertake the conquest of the kingdom, quote, "which belongs to him." At the beginning of the reign of Charles VIII, there was some talk of putting forward René of Lorraine, a descendant through the female line of the House of Anjou, as claimant to the kingdom, but these proposals seem never to have been serious, and cannot be said to impair the rights of Charles VIII. Thus, there were two paths open to the ambition of the French king, when freed from the prudent tutelage of his sister Anne. The head of the young monarch was filled with chimerical dreams. His domestic troubles had been satisfactorily composed. His standing force of cavalry, fitted alike for the shock of battle, for scouting and skirmishing, and for missile tactics, was full of military enthusiasm and wanted work. His artillery was far ahead of any other in Europe. His infantry was less satisfactory, but could be strengthened from abroad. He had himself but lately come to man's estate, and was eager to prove himself a man and a king. At his court were the Neapolitan exiles, especially the Sanseverino princes, eager to press on him a definite plan of conquest. He was estranged from the wise counsellors who had kept him so long in leading strings. Supple courtiers and men of business, Étienne de Vesque and Guillaume Briçonnet, were at his side, ready to find means for the execution of any scheme that pleased their royal master, and promised to them incidental profits. The crown of Sicily carried with it the crown of Jerusalem, thus suggesting at once and facilitating an ulterior project of crusade, and Europe needed a crusade. The Moor was probably the first among the Italian princes to see that French intervention in Italy, so often talked of, had at length become a real danger. He approached the King of France in 1491, and received from him, in the name of his nephew, the investiture of Genoa, which had been similarly granted to Francesco, his father, by Louis XI. In 1492, he obtained the renewal of the alliance formerly enjoyed by his father, thus recovering the position of favour which his elder brother had lost through his indiscreet leanings towards Charles the Bold. The Milanese embassy of unusual magnificence that soon afterwards visited France had no compromising instructions. Its object was to win the French courtiers by presents, to make all vague assurances of general devotion, and to secure, if possible, the protection of the king for the Duke of Bari himself. In all this it succeeded. Whatever may have been spoken of in private, and Comines suggests that the most important topics were discussed, it is probable that no promises were made which Ludovico could not afterwards disavow. Yet it is clear that he desired to secure a safeguard for himself, not only against France, but also against Naples. For his relations with that country were less than cordial. The King of Naples could hardly acquiesce permanently in the humiliation of his granddaughter, which Isabella herself deeply resented. Hitherto he had been hampered by war with the Pope, but peace was concluded at the end of 1491. Ludovico looked to France to protect him against Naples. He hoped to achieve this end without armed French intervention, but, in any case, if invasion occurred, he was determined that Naples and not Milan or the Duke of Bari should be the victim. The events of the next 2 years illustrate the unstable nature of Italian policy and Italian alliances. Lorenzo de' Medici died in April 1492, while the Milanese embassy was at Paris. The choice before his son Piero was a difficult one. It was the traditional policy of Florence to keep up intimate, almost subservient relations with France, where the commercial and financial interests of the Medici Bank were important, but, on the other hand, to prevent, if possible, active foreign interference in Italy. These two aims were probably now no longer to be reconciled, and Piero sacrificed the first without attaining the second. Following, as it seems, the counsels of Virginio Orsini, his wife's cousin, he drew closer to Naples, thus alarming and alienating Ludovico, who soon afterwards concluded an alliance with Venice and Rome. Piero rejected all overtures from France, and the opening campaign was preceded by the expulsion of the Medici agents from French territory. The accession of Alexander VI in August 1492 seemed at first a great good fortune for Ludovico. For his brother, the Cardinal Ascanio Sforza, was reputed to have supreme influence with the new pontiff. A little matter, the sale by Franceschetto Cibo, son of the late pope, of 2 places in the Patrimonio, Anguillara and Cervetri, to Virginio Orsini, the friend of Piero and Captain General of Naples, assisted the secret endeavors of Ascanio to animate the pope against Naples and Florence. The league of the pope with Milan and Venice, and an indirect encouragement of France in her plans against Naples, were results of this ill feeling. But the dread of a general council, of which Charles had rashly spoken, may have inclined Alexander to entertain the pressing solicitations of Ferrante, supported by the offer of an advantageous marriage for one of Alexander's sons to a Neapolitan princess. The pope allowed his anger to be appeased, and in August 1493 returned an evasive answer to the confident request of Peron de Baschi, the French envoy, for the investiture of Naples with a free passage and the supply of provisions for French troops. After the death of Ferrante in January 1494, Alexander confirmed the investiture to his son Alfonso, and in February he solemnly warned the French king against disturbing the peace of Christian Italy. Leagued with Savelli, Colonna, and Orsini, the fiery Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere, afterwards Pope Julius II, was consistent only in his opposition to Alexander. So long as the pope was hostile to Naples, Giuliano supported Ferrante, and retiring from Rome, he occupied his strongly fortified castle at Ostia, a standing menace to the city. When Naples was reconciled, he returned sulkily to Rome, but when the certainty of the invasion was established, he saw his opportunity for striking a blow, left Rome in April 1494, and joined the King of France at Lyons to urge upon him the necessity of a council with a view to the deposition of Alexander. Before the French king took the final step, it had been necessary for him to surmount serious difficulties. The marriage of Charles with Anne of Brittany had involved France in hostilities with a league of powers. On the north, Henry VII descended and laid siege to Boulogne. England was bought off by the Treaty of Étaples, November 1492, with an exorbitant money ransom, which caused Henry VII to forget that he had ever felt himself threatened by the presence of the French in Brittany. On the south, France was menaced by the recently consolidated and extended kingdoms of Aragon and Castile. Their neutrality was purchased, January 1493, by the retrocession without indemnity of the counties of Roussillon and Cerdagne on the northward slope of the eastern Pyrenees, pledged in 1462 to Louis XI by John of Aragon for 300,000 crowns. Maximilian, king of the Romans, had not only been robbed of his Breton marriage, but had also a claim under the Treaty of Arras to the restitution of Franche-Comté and Artois, with some minor places, part of the heritage of Charles the Bold. Under that treaty, these provinces had been given to France as the dowry of Maximilian's daughter, whom Charles had now repudiated. In the war which followed this double wrong, Maximilian had achieved partial, though for him unusual, success. His honor was satisfied. Moreover, he was now deserted by his allies. He could the more willingly accept the terms of the Treaty of Senlis, May 1493, which gave him, in effect, almost all there was left to give. The opportunity offered by this reconciliation, Ludovico was not slow to seize. With the consent of France, he gave to Maximilian the hand of his niece, Bianca Maria, with her more than princely dowry. In the following year, Maximilian, who had in the interval succeeded to the empire, redeemed his obligation by bestowing on Ludovico the investiture of Milan, a little before the opportune death of Gian Galeazzo. The heavy price that Charles was paying for a free hand in Italy must have shown Ludovico that the expedition was probable, and by the end of the year he knew for certain that it was imminent. He could no longer hope to withdraw from the alliance he had sought. On the other hand, his own position was extremely dangerous. By the end of 1493, it was clear that Florence, Rome, and Naples were against him. Venice maintained a watchful neutrality. A rapid advance on Milan or Genoa, or both, might have overthrown his precarious rule. It was his task to amuse his enemies with fair words, delusive proposals, and treacherous promises, until the time for action was past. Meanwhile, the French king delayed. Warlike preparations had been in progress since 1492. In 1493, Charles assumed the title of King of Sicily and of Jerusalem. Additional taxes and forced loans were exacted to raise the necessary funds. Royal domains were sold, and the revenues pledged in advance. At the beginning of 1494, the Neapolitan ambassadors were dismissed. On the 6th of March, Charles entered Lyon to press on the mobilization in person. In the same month, the composition of the proposed force was fixed. 1,900 French lances, 6 men to a lance, were to be supplemented by 1,500 Italian lances, 4 men to a lance, making with 1,200 mounted arblasters a total force of 18,600 horsemen, though a proportion of these were grooms and servants. The bailli of Dijon, Antoine de Bessé, was sent to raise 6,000 Swiss. French infantry, Picards, Gascons, Dauphinois, and infantry to be raised in Italy with a few German Landsknecht were to make up a total of 22,000 foot. Of this force, about 1/4 was to be transported by sea from Genoa, and orders were sent to prepare and collect a sufficient naval armament. It is probable that ultimately the above estimate was nearly realized, but everything, especially the preparation of the fleet, was retarded for lack of money. In vain Ludovico, who had now thrown aside all hesitation, urged through his agents the need of haste. Inexperience, incompetence, lack of goodwill in the royal surrounding, especially, it would seem, in Briçonnet, everything tended to delay. Toward the end of May, a small installment of troops crossed the Alps. The Duke of Orleans, appointed to the command of the fleet, was still detained at Asti, when a Neapolitan squadron appeared at Genoa, with native exiles on board, in hope of exciting a rising. The stroke failed, but the danger had been real and was not past. However, by the end of July, a sufficient fleet had been collected. Alfonso's chance was gone. On the 19th of August, Louis of Orleans took up his command at Genoa, and on the 8th of September, the first collision occurred. The Neapolitan fleet had occupied Rapallo and landed 4,000 men. On the advance of the French fleet, the enemy, stronger in numbers though weaker in artillery, sailed off. Their post on shore was attacked by land and cannonaded from the sea. The victory rested with the French and Genoese, and Italy was startled at a battle in which the shedding of blood had not been spared. The Swiss, in particular, had shown themselves ruthless and bloodthirsty. Meanwhile, the king had actually crossed the Alps by the Mont Genèvre, his heavy artillery being sent by sea to Genoa. In Savoy, subject to French influence since Louis XI, no courtesy or facility was denied him. The Marquis of Montferrat put himself and his lands at the king's service. At Asti, which belonged to Orleans, the Dukes of Bari and Ferrara greeted the king, and the news of the victory of Rapallo was brought. Here a mild attack of smallpox delayed the king for a short time, and the general disorganization was increased by an access of fever which prostrated the Duke of Orleans. The king having recovered, it was determined that Louis should stay behind at Asti. In absolute lack of money, the king had to raise a loan by the help of the credit of Ludovico, from whom much more liberal assistance had been expected. The King of Naples had caused his army, strengthened by a papal contingent, to advance into the Romagna, where he could rely on Urbino and Cesena. The attitude of Bentivoglio at Bologna and of Caterina Sforza at Imola and Forlì was doubtful. These troops were opposed by Milanese under the Count of Caiazzo and French under Aubigné, but when Charles had decided to advance through Tuscany, the operations in Romagna lost their meaning, and the allies withdrew. Charles passed through Pavia, where he visited Gian Galeazzo. At Piacenza, he heard of the young duke's death. As far as Pontremoli, he marched over Milanese soil. Thence, descending the Apennines, he advanced into Florentine territory, and attacked Sarzana. Had Sarzana and Pietrasanta been strongly defended, the country at this point presented serious difficulties to an advancing army. The land on either side of the road was marshy, and the fortresses were well capable of defense. But Piero, unsupported and unprepared, had at length determined to give in. He knew that there were many in Florence who were favorable to France and hostile to himself. Acting on his own responsibility, while Sarzana still held out, he came to the French camp at San Stefano and surrendered everything, Sarzana, Pietrasanta, Pisa, and Livorno, and promised the king a considerable loan. But his submission came too late. When he returned to Florence, he found the palace of the Signoria closed to him. The city rose against him, and he was obliged to fly with his brother, the young Cardinal Giovanni. End of Section 12. Recording by Linda Johnson.